101. A night of sharing the same bed and pillow. Origin land. Shen Qinghan expressed her confusion. What place is that? Lin Zichen had not heard of it either, so he chose to open the browser and seek help from Jiandu Baikai. But after searching, he found nothing, with no results for a place called Origin Land. If the answer couldn't be found online, the only option was to ask Yuan Dongji. Thinking this, Lin Zichen said to Shen Qinghan, "Ask her what Origin Land is." Shen Qinghan obediently went to ask. This time, Yuan Dongji replied quickly. However, the content of the reply was not satisfactory. Yuan Dongji said that once they started university and had some strength, they would naturally learn about Origin Land, and there was no need to know about it now. Lin Zichen was very curious and not ready to give up, intending to let Shen Qinghan continue asking. But then he thought about it, and considering that doing so might irritate Yuan Dongji and be bad for Shen Qinghan, he did not ask her to continue. After ending the topic about Origin Land, the two sat on the bed and each played with their phones. Not long after playing, Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, put down her phone, and looked at Lin Zichen to ask, "Xiao Chen, do all men like women who wear kipayos?" "Depends on the person." Lin Zichen answered calmly. Inside, however, he felt a bit embarrassed. He knew she must have noticed him sneaking peeks at Yuan Dongji's butt and legs on their way to the cafeteria at the base his masculine behavior. "Do you like kipayos?" Shen Qinghan did not allow for any evasion and directly cut to the chase, asking Lin Zichen this question. Lin Zichen honestly replied, "I do." Without saying a word, Shen Qinghan just nodded, then quietly opened a shopping website, searched for blue and white porcelain kipayo, and without a second thought, placed an order for one. 81% of buyers who purchased a kipayo also bought silk stockings. After placing her order, Shen Qinghan noticed a product recommendation section at the bottom suggesting silk stockings. There were many styles available: black, white, flesh-colored, fishnet, and other types. Boys must all really like silk stockings, right? With this stereotype in mind, Shen Qinghan's face turned slightly red as she asked, "What about silk stockings? Like them too?" Lin Zichen remained as straightforward as ever. "So he really likes them?" Continually delving into the topic, Shen Qinghan's cheeks grew redder as she asked, "There are many types of silk stockings, like black, white, flesh-colored, which kind do you prefer?" "Wait, why are you suddenly asking so many bizarre questions?" Lin Zichen, sensing something was off, looked up at Shen Qinghan and counter-questioned. "No reason, just suddenly got curious and wanted to ask." After saying this, Shen Qinghan once again asked, "So, which style of silk stockings do you prefer?" Lin Zichen answered, "Black or white, I guess." With that answer, Shen Qinghan silently placed an order for 2 pairs of both black and white stockings. At this moment, the room door was knocked. Then Zhang Wangzhen's voice came from outside, "Han Han, your mom has brought you some personal care items, open the door and take them." "Ah!" Shen Qinghan was momentarily startled. Upon realizing what was happening, she quickly got out of bed to open the door. Outside, Zhang Wangzhen was smiling as she handed Shen Qinghan a bag filled with toothpaste, toothbrush, towel, clothes, and diapers. "You two have finished your college entrance exams, so it's fine to stay up late and sleep in. If you have anything to talk about, you can have a good chat tonight." "All right, I'll leave you two to talk, I won't disturb you anymore." After leaving these words and a meaningful glance, Zhang Wangzhen quickly closed the door, leaving ample private space for the two of them. I didn't ask my mom to bring these, she did it on her own initiative," Shen Qinghan said while holding the bag and turned to Lin Zichen to explain. Lin Zichen said, "It's fine, she's already brought them, so you might as well sleep here tonight." Shen Qinghan murmured a faint hum in reply. Afterward, she opened the bag to check if all the daily necessities were there, especially the most important diapers. Although her body was much more normal now and she hardly wet the bed anymore, she had to wear the diapers just in case luck wasn't on her side and she wet Lin Zichen's bed. She used to wet Lin Zichen's bed all the time as a child, but now that she was grown up, that just couldn't happen again. Hey, what's this? Shen Qinghan suddenly pulled out a small pink packet from her bag, which looked like some sort of snack. Lin Zichen glanced over at the sound and, the next second, his expression became extremely unnatural. At that moment, Shen Qinghan also saw the line of small print on the packet ultra-thin natural latex rubber XX sleeves. Her entire face flushed red immediately, and she hurriedly threw the little packet back into the bag. Then, the atmosphere in the room fell into an awkward silence, but both of them tacitly acted as if nothing had happened. I'm going to put on a diaper. Unable to bear the awkward atmosphere, Shen Qinghan picked up the diaper and left the room. About 10+ minutes later, she returned with a diaper on. It's 11 o'clock already, you got a lot of blood drawn today, your body needs to recover, go to sleep early and rest. Yet. The two exchanged a few words awkwardly, then quickly turned off the lights and went to bed, avoiding the lingering awkwardness in the room. During the night, Lin Zichen fell asleep, but Shen Qinghan was still awake. At this moment, her mind was filled with thoughts about that small packet in the bag, irritatingly restless and too agitated to sleep. She tossed and turned, and finally turned over to face Lin Zichen sleeping beside her. Looking at the face that had her smitten day and night, she suddenly had the urge to stealthily kiss him. But she gave up as soon as she considered it. Rather than a one-sided stolen kiss, she preferred to have a mutual kiss when they were both willing. A few days later, the college entrance exam results were released. Only the cutoff scores and how many made it into the top schools were announced. As usual, the scores of the top 10 within the province were concealed. Nobody knew who the top scorer was, or who the second or third places were. However, admission office staff from various universities were obviously an exception. On the second day after the results were released, the recruitment officers from Kyoto University and Shanghai University visited Lin Zichen's home in turn, offering various benefits to persuade him to enroll at their schools. Because Shen Qinghan had already decided to study at Shanghai University, Lin Zichen didn't think twice and immediately chose Shanghai University. This university was close to home, and his childhood sweetheart was there, leaving no reason not to choose it. After seeing off the recruitment officer from Shanghai University, Lin Zichen rolled out his bicycle from home to take Shen Qinghan to Heyu's martial arts gym. Both had signed endorsement deals with Heyu's gym, and today they were going there to engage in a promotional event. They decided not to use the notoriety of being the top exam scorers for the promotion, that would be too conspicuous. They only marketed themselves as having been accepted into the top 2 schools. Apart from them, Li Chuxin, who was also accepted into the top schools, had signed with Heyu's gym as well. They had all signed on as a favor to group members. Hey, I'm going to start cycling, stop looking at your phone, hold on tight. Seeing Shen Qinghan holding her phone and typing in the back seat, Lin Zichen reminded her. At his words, Shen Qinghan put away her phone, skillfully wrapped her arms around his waist, and sweetly smiled, I'm holding on tight already, let's go. Lin Zichen steadied the handlebars and lightly pushed on the pedal, and they quickly sped off. But they hadn't gone far when a group of burly men blocked their path. One of them, a middle-aged man with a Taoist priest hairstyle, approached him with a polite smile and asked, Hello, are you Lin Zichen? And you are? The middle-aged man with the Taoist hairstyle replied with a smile, Let me introduce myself, I am Lu Juanwu, the Dean of the Martial Arts College at Shanghai University. I'm here today to discuss an enrollment matter with you. The Martial Arts College? Lin Zichen was a bit confused and quickly said, Your admission office from Shanghai University just visited, and I've already decided to enroll in your evolution college. The middle-aged man with the Taoist hairstyle said, I am not here on behalf of Shanghai University today, but to invite you to join us at Tianren Pavilion. Tianren Pavilion? Lin Zichen felt it sounded familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere. After thinking for a moment, he quickly remembered. Tianren Pavilion, that was a conservative organization frequently mentioned in news reports. An organization that opposed genetic fusion. P.S. Bowls up, begging for monthly tickets and recommendations. 102. The human body is invincible by nature. From the day the physical assessments ended, Tianren Pavilion had been appearing frequently in the news and maintained a high level of buzz online. However, most of the attention it received was negative, stemming from criticisms and condemnations. That's because, over the past few days, Tianren Pavilion had been visiting, or rather, harassing those candidates with good physical test data. They were persuading them to give up genetic fusion and join Tianren Pavilion to research and develop the potential of pure-blood humans. During this period, Tianren Pavilion's main strategy was a wide-net approach to recruitment. No matter if a candidate's genetic fusion compatibility was high or low, as long as they had good physical test data, the pavilion would visit each one, employing various harassment-like recruitment tactics. Then, the candidates' parents complained and exposed Tianren Pavilion, leading to a significant amount of criticism and condemnation from society. They were accused of leading the youth astray. They were accused of having no shame. They were accused of being part of a heretical sect. In such circumstances, Tianren Pavilion's reputation grew worse, becoming the rat across the street that everyone wants to bash after each year's college entrance examination. As a result, their annual recruitment visits were mostly met with closed doors. Occasionally, they would manage to recruit a few candidates whose physical data were not bad, but who had unsatisfactory compatibility for genetic fusion and mechanical modification. The majority of these candidates, when other options were unavailable and attracted by the benefits offered by Tianren Pavilion, chose to join, not because they genuinely believed in the pavilion's philosophy. All of the above constituted Lin Zichen's impression and understanding of Tianren Pavilion. Would it be convenient to take a moment to talk? Lu Chuanwu, the middle-aged man with the Daoist hairstyle, said earnestly, "We won't take up much of your time, half an hour will be enough." Without waiting for Lin Zichen to respond, he took a bag from the young man beside him and smilingly handed it over, saying, "Oh right, this is a small gift for our visit. Inside is the latest model of the fruit phone. If you don't mind, please accept it." "How could I possibly accept this?" Though Lin Zichen spoke modestly, he honestly reached out to take the bag. "A free phone, take it when it's free. It's just half an hour, let them take up the time." It was also a good opportunity to learn more about Tianren Pavilion and this so-called conservative faction. Seeing Lin Zichen accept the phone, Lu Chuanwu also showed a satisfied smile. No matter whether the recruitment was successful in the end, as long as they could sit down and thoroughly introduce Tianren Pavilion's philosophy to the second-place scholar of Nanjiang Province's college entrance examination, then the phone given away was worth it. "Shall we find a restaurant to sit down and talk while eating?" Lu Chuanwu's face was full of sincerity. "You decide the place, my treat." Talking at the candidate's home, he feared he might be chased out by the parents with a broom. The candidates, still young, would hardly be able to resist the allure of the latest model of a fruit phone, but the parents would not. Especially the parents of a child who was the second-place scholar in the college entrance examination, they were likely to dismiss a mere latest model of a fruit phone. If he dared to persuade the candidate to give up genetic fusion in front of their parents, the parents would dare to hit people with a broom. "Where would you like to go to eat?" Lin Zichen turned to ask Shen Qinghan standing behind him. After thinking for a moment, Shen Qinghan said, "Let's go to the dessert shop at the corner ahead." The shop was close by, just a 2-minute walk away, which would save quite a bit of time. After all, they couldn't afford to delay too long, as there was still a gathering at Heyu's martial arts college later. In the dessert shop, the group found a corner to sit down, briefly ordered some syrup desserts and snacks, and got straight to the point. Mostly, it was Lu Chuanwu speaking, while Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan listened. Tianren Pavilion has been getting so much attention lately, I presume you both have your understanding of it, but with some prejudices, he began. After all, many people are jumping on the bandwagon to criticize Tianren Pavilion for misleading the young generation and being a scourge to the community. Some even go so far as to curse Tianren Pavilion as a nefarious heretical section. All of these derogatory labels are nothing but parroting without independent thought, revealing biased perceptions. The pure-blood supremacy faction that we, Tianren Pavilion, represent shares the same ideology as the genetic fusion and mechanical augmentation factions, all aiming for the advancement of humanity. It's just that our research directions differ. Our members mainly consist of teachers and students from the martial arts colleges of major universities, masters and disciples from various martial arts gyms and society, as well as reputable independent martial artists. We gather together to study how to unlock the potential of pure-blood humans and evolve into advanced-level creatures, rare-level creatures, and even epic-level creatures without the need for genetic fusion or mechanical augmentation, relying solely on our bodies to break free from the shackles of ordinary levels. After years of exploration, we at Tianren Pavilion have achieved certain results, and you will understand after watching this video. As he spoke, Lu Chuanwu took out his phone, opened a video, and continued, "My biological level is ordinary 9th order, and this is a video of me overpowering and killing a high-level genetic integrator." An ordinary 9th rank pure-blood human overpowering and killing a high-level genetic integrator? Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were both a bit surprised when they heard this. Then, with that surprise, they began to watch the video playing on the phone. Two people appeared in the video. One was a bare-chested Lu Chuanwu, showing off extremely exaggerated muscles. The other was a birdman covered in feathers. Lin Zichen glanced at the birdman and unexpectedly realized it was someone he knew, Wu Tiancheng, the strongest historian of Shanghai High School and now a tutor at the Evolution College of Shanghai University, a young and promising high-level genetic integrator. The rat god cult, which had been wreaking havoc in Shanghai City for nearly 10 years, was wiped out single-handedly by him. The nearly 10-meter-long Rat King was directly turned into minced meat by the countless feathers he shot out in his birdman form, and it fell dead on the spot. Soon, Lu Chuanwu and Wu Tiancheng began to fight in the video. Like when he killed the Rat King, Wu Tiancheng shot out most of his feathers in an instant, shooting them at Lu Chuanwu with a sky-obscuring intensity. However, these sharp feathers, which could easily penetrate the Rat King, only scratched Lu Chuanwu's skin and drew a bit of blood when they hit him, causing no fatal injuries. After withstanding the barrage of flying feathers, Lu Chuanwu took advantage of Wu Tiancheng's lack of feathers and inability to fly, immediately charging at him with a speed close to 100 meters per second, punching him to the ground and knocking him unconscious. The entire battle lasted just a mere minute. Out of that minute, 58 seconds were spent with Lu Chuanwu enduring Wu Tiancheng's feather shooting. Lu Chuanwu's actual counterattack only lasted a brief 2 seconds. Yet, in those 2 seconds, he instantly knocked out Wu Tiancheng, who could easily kill the Rat King, with a punch, demonstrating defense and attack power far surpassing that of a high-level genetic integrator. At the end of the video, a blood-covered Lu Chuanwu stood in the center of the martial stage, shouting to the surrounding audience. The human body is invincible in itself, why resort to the bodies of other species? With the body of an ordinary 9th rank pure-blood human, I battled a high-level genetic integrator. Pure-blood humans practicing the art of body refining are the future of mankind. His voice was loud, and even through the phone screen, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan felt their ears buzzing, indicating how excited and impassioned Lu Chuanwu was at the time. After shouting those 3 sentences, the video ended. But the shock on Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan's faces did not end. Body refining techniques? Pure-blood humans? Able to overpower genetic integrators? Is it really that exaggerated? At this moment, their understanding was being challenged. Since childhood, both had only been aware of the strength of genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans, having no knowledge of pure-blood humans who practiced body refining techniques. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 103. The origin of life. Could this video have been post-processed? Could that Wu Tiancheng be a plant? Having recovered from his shock, Lin Zichen's first thought was to harbor these doubts. After all, it was too far beyond common understanding and seemed incredibly unbelievable. As if knowing what Lin Zichen was thinking, Lu Chuanwu, sitting across from him, smiled and said, "This is the original live recording, without any post-processing. If you don't believe it, I will continue to challenge other advanced genetic integrators in the future, and you're welcome to come and watch live at any time." As he spoke these words, Lu Chuanwu's face was full of confidence. Lin Zichen believed that the video was real. However, he soon harbored a question and challenged Lu Chuanwu. If pure-blood humans can overpower genetic integrators across levels, why don't you post this video online? Wouldn't that better promote your Tianren pavilion? We would like to, but the current power holders do not allow it. Why not? Because the current upper limit for pure-blood humans practicing body refining is only ordinary 9th rank. Since they can't break the shackles of the ordinary biological level, power holders think that no matter how invincible they are at the same rank, as long as they can't move up in biological level, there's no future to speak of, not worth the investment to promote. They say they will consider promoting it when pure-blood humans can break through to an advanced level. At this point, Lu Chuanwu scoffed and spoke with a face full of disagreement. The problem is, if we don't promote it a little to get more people involved in the research, it will be difficult to make a breakthrough. After all, a qualitative change requires a quantitative change first. Moreover, this research needs the involvement and cooperation of geniuses to proceed as envisioned. But now, all the geniuses are choosing to embrace genetic fusion, and no one is participating in this research. In such a case, I'm afraid the research might not yield results even until the extinction of humankind. The more Lu Chuanwu spoke, the more troubled he seemed, his expression also carrying a hint of disappointment in today's power holders. Lin Zichen felt there was some truth to this. Some research does need support first to yield results. If support is only provided after results emerge, that's a bit unrealistic and shows a lack of foresight. However, he did not think that the power holders were truly short-sighted. Instead, he felt that the power holders must have other backups, better than the so-called pure-blood human path. Otherwise, they would not disregard the pure-blood human path so much. Across from him, Lu Chuanwu continued, 50 years ago, my biological level had already reached ordinary 9th rank, just a hair's breadth away from evolving into an advanced level creature, but I've been stuck for 50 years without being able to evolve. But I feel it's not that there's a problem with the direction of my research, but rather that my talent isn't good enough. If a peerless genius with a higher bodily talent were to take my place, they would definitely be able to break the shackles of the ordinary level and with the aid of the body refining method, evolve into an advanced level creature as a pure-blood human. Returning to the main topic, Lu Chuanwu said, actually, what I want to say is that Tianren Pavilion currently lacks nothing except for a genius like you to join. Wait, 50 years ago? You only look to be in your 50s now, don't you? You reached ordinary 9th rank when you were still a toddler? Lin Zichen sensed something amiss and was immediately filled with doubt. Seeing the doubt on Lin Zichen's face, Lu Chuanwu knew what he was questioning. After all, he had had this kind of conversation over 1,000 times before. Soon, he smiled and said, don't be fooled by my current appearance of being in my 50s or 60s, actually, I'm nearly 100 years old. The reason I've lived so long and maintained such youth as a pure-blood human is thanks to the body refining method. If you don't believe me, you can look up my information on Beta-Bake to check my date of birth. Since it could be checked, it was definitely worth looking into. Lin Zichen unlocked his phone screen, opened the Beta-Bake web page, and entered Dean of Shanghai University's Martial Arts College. With a quick search, Lu Juanwu's personal information came up. Date of birth, March 1929. In 2024, that made him a 95-year-old elderly man. Body refining really does extend one's life. I wonder if my parents could practice it. The first thing that came to Lin Zichen's mind was this. He continued to look through Lu Juanwu's personal information. In his youth, he was the eldest son of a martial arts family. The Lu family, to which he belonged, was one of the foremost powers in Nanjiang province at the time. However, when the era of genetic fusion came, they couldn't adapt well to the trend, refused to accept genetic fusion, and the whole family fell into decline. Lu Juanwu, as the eldest son of the family, ended up with a broken family. The reason for the family breakup was that he insisted on not following the path of genetic fusion, while his wife and children chose to embrace genetic fusion. He would rather suffer the dissolution of his family than give up researching the pure-blood human path. Seeing this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but admire Lu Juanwu. Such perseverance was not something everyone possessed. Lin Zichen asked himself if, in the future, he and Shen Qinghan were to marry and have children and faced the same situation as Lu Juanwu, he probably wouldn't be able to choose research over his family. However, this hypothesis did not exist. Because Lin Zichen felt that if faced with the same situation, Shen Qinghan would definitely not leave him, but instead choose to stay by his side and support his research. 103. The Origin of Life _2. This is the bond between childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Suddenly, Lin Zichen saw a very unexpected name in Lu Juanwu's personal relationships column. Ex-wife, Yuan Dongji. Son, Yuan Sushan. Daughter, Yuan Xiaoai. Yuan Dongji? Isn't that Han Han's cheap master? What a coincidence. Son Yuan Sushan, daughter Yuan Xiaoai, did they change their last names to their mothers after the divorce? Lu Juanwu seems a bit miserable. The more Lin Zichen thought about it, the more he admired Lu Juanwu. With the combat power that Lu Juanwu had just displayed in the video, if he had undergone genetic fusion when he was young, he probably would be at least at the same level as Yuan Dongji by now. He wouldn't need to shout joyfully to the sky after barely winning, bloodied, against an instructor at the school like he did in the video. He wouldn't need to be scorned every day while recruiting students everywhere. Suddenly, Lin Zichen noticed something was off. The profile pictures of Yuan Sushan and Yuan Xiaoai were both grey. Are they both dead? Lin Zichen wanted to click and see more about these two, but with Lu Juanwu there, he curbed his curiosity and didn't click. After seeing that Lin Zichen finished browsing the encyclopedia, Lu Juanwu smiled and said, "Although I don't look as young as other genetic integrators of the same age, being able to maintain my current appearance at nearly 100 years old is enough to show that human potential is great, and that pure-blood humans have a promising future. It is also for this reason that Tianren Pavilion exists, and why so many aspiring individuals are willing to join Tianren Pavilion to explore the evolutionary path of pure-blood humans," he added. As he said this, Lu Juanwu's tone suddenly became serious. What is Tianren? To prevail over nature is to be a Tianren. Here, human refers to pure-blood humans. After finishing, Lu Juanwu lowered his voice back to a calm tone and continued, "The mainstream view now is that without genetic fusion or mechanical modification, humans' potential is locked at an ordinary 9th rank. But in truth, it's the genetic fusion and mechanical modification that truly lock the potential. Genetic fusion, derived from exotic beasts, will never surpass exotic beasts, offers no future and will only end with humanity's gradual defeat to the invasion of exotic beasts, resulting in extinction. The same goes for mechanically modified humans. Keep in mind, many of the materials for mechanical modification come from the bodies of exotic beasts, again derived from exotic beasts, and thus cannot surpass them." Lu Juanwu, feeling a bit thirsty from talking, took a sip of sugary water and then continued, "Tianren Pavilion doesn't oppose genetic fusion and mechanical modification, but opposes putting all our bets on these two alone. I believe the right approach is to rely on genetic fusion and mechanical modification to hold out initially, and during this period, research other paths to prepare for the later stages. And developing the potential of pure-blood humans is a path worth investing resources to research. Having talked so much and for so long, seeing that it was almost time, Lu Chuanwu went straight to the point. Lin Zichen, I sincerely invite you to join Tianren Pavilion, to work together for the future of humanity. I am convinced that you can become the first pure-blood human to break the shackles of the ordinary ranks. The pitch was finally complete. Unfortunately, my heart was utterly unmoved. Thinking this, Lin Zichen did not respond to Lu Chuanwu's invitation but curiously asked, "You've talked about the body refining technique for so long, what exactly is this body refining technique?" Seeing Lin Zichen ask this, Lu Chuanwu thought he was interested in joining Tianren Pavilion and enthusiastically explained with a smile on his face. The body refining technique of Tianren Pavilion refers to the blood tempering technique, which comes from an ancient ruin. As the name suggests, blood tempering technique is about using qi blood to refine the body, strengthen the flesh, and enhance one's combat abilities. The records in the ruins state that when the blood tempering technique is cultivated to its highest realm, one can achieve a holy body, fly to the heavens and tunnel into the earth, and have fists that can break mountains and rivers. In modern terms, it means having the ability to rip apart steel beasts with the body of a human. However, the blood tempering technique can only be practiced by pure-blood humans. Genetic integrators have impurities in their blood, which is not pure, and they cannot practice it. It's the same with mechanically modified humans, their bodies are not whole, and qi blood cannot circulate throughout, so they can't practice it either. Aside from the blood tempering technique, other body refining techniques unearthed from the ruins are also only practicable by pure-blood humans. This is why we firmly believe that only pure-blood humans have a future, while genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans do not. After finishing, Lu Chuanwu asked again, "Lin Zichen, would you like to join our Tianren Pavilion, practice the blood tempering technique, and follow the pure-blood human path?" Lin Zichen politely declined. "I feel that I still know too little about the so-called pure-blood humans, so I'll just wait and watch for now." Lu Chuanwu earnestly advised, "You could join us for a year on a trial basis. If after a year you feel it's not suitable, you could still choose genetic fusion. But once you choose genetic fusion, your blood will no longer be pure and you'll be unable to practice the blood tempering technique." "I still want to take my time to understand more," Lin Zichen again refused. Lu Chuanwu, not giving up, once again persuaded, "Really, Lin Zichen, your physical talents are so high, it would be such a waste if you didn't at least try the pure-blood human path. In our eyes at Tianren Pavilion, that student with a 16% genetic fusion compatibility from Nanjiang province isn't worth mentioning in front of you, not even comparable to a hair on your body. We've always believed that you, with the top biometric data, are the true top scholar of Nanjiang province. If you choose the genetic fusion path and compete with her, you might not outperform her, but if you decide to follow the pure-blood human path, you'll definitely crush her in the later stages." While delivering this last sentence, Lu Chuanwu involuntarily raised his voice a little. Shen Qinghan felt extremely awkward upon hearing this. She pondered how she had been sitting there the whole time without saying a word or provoking anyone, yet she had been shot while lying down. Lin Zichen was unaware if Shen Qinghan felt awkward, but he knew Lu Chuanwu was about to feel extremely embarrassed. "That student with a 16% genetic fusion compatibility from the province, that's her." He pointed towards Shen Qinghan sitting beside him and said to Lu Chuanwu. Lu Chuanwu was initially stunned, then so embarrassed he could have drilled a hole in the floor that would fit a 3-room apartment. Seeing the half-hour deadline had arrived, Lin Zichen stood up with a smile and said, "Thank you for the mobile phone and the sweet drink, but half an hour is up, and we have other matters to attend to, so we'll be leaving now." After finishing, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were about to leave. Lu Chuanwu became anxious. He had been recruiting for so many years and Lin Zichen was the first talent he had encountered who was willing to talk with him for so long. He felt there was a chance to invite Lin Zichen to join Tianren Pavilion and did not want to give up this opportunity. Therefore, in desperation, he shouted to Lin Zichen as he was about to leave. "Half a year, just join us for half a year to give it a try. During this period, we'll offer you double the benefits that Evolution College provides you." "No, double is not enough, we'll give you triple." Normally, students at Evolution College start their first genetic fusion at the end of the first semester of their freshman year. Joining for just half a year would not conflict with genetic fusion, so he thought Lin Zichen would agree. Triple. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichen's eyes lit up, and he immediately turned back and sat down in his seat, saying very seriously, "As you know, I've always had great respect for the philosophy of Tianren Pavilion. I've decided to bring my talent to Tianren Pavilion and contribute to the cause of pure-blood humans." Whether the philosophy of Tianren Pavilion was right or wrong, he wasn't sure. The one thing he could be sure of at the moment was that being someone with the biometric attribute survival of the fittest, he didn't need to follow the path of genetic fusion. Therefore, now that Tianren Pavilion promised to provide triple the benefits, he had no reason not to join. Such a teachable young man. Seeing Lin Zichen's decision to join Tianren Pavilion, Lu Juanwu couldn't help but show a look of admiration. Then came a sharp pang in his heart. Offering 3 times the benefits to this kid, how much funding would that require? Sigh, it seems he would have to shamelessly approach wealthy women for fundraising again. He hoped that the kid would prove to be impressive and that in the coming half-year, he would bring some breakthroughs to their research. Otherwise, it would be a loss. While Lu Juanwu was thinking about all this, Lin Zichen suddenly remembered a previous doubt. He looked at Lu Juanwu and curiously asked, "By the way, I have a question I'd like to ask. Do you know what Origin Land is?" How did this kid come to know about Origin Land? Lu Juanwu felt puzzled but wasn't overly concerned and quickly replied, "That's a place believed to be the cradle of life. The exotic beasts that exist on Earth all come from Origin Land. P.S. Bowing for votes, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets." 104. The secret of the Origin Land. The origin of life? Where do exotic beasts come from? Lin Zichen felt he had heard an incredible secret. Before this, he thought exotic beasts were shrouded in mystery, with humans knowing almost nothing about them. But from Lu Juanwu's answer, it seemed humans actually had a certain understanding of the exotic beasts. At the very least, they knew that exotic beasts came from the Origin Land, and that they could enter it. Shen Qinghan's mentor sister, who got off cheap, even had a photo taken inside the Origin Land, which indicated that humans could enter it. Is the exotic beast meat sold in the markets from the Origin Land? Lin Zichen suddenly thought of this question and looked at Lu Juanwu curiously. Lu Juanwu replied, "Of course it's from the Origin Land. Otherwise, with the little reserve of exotic beasts on Earth, the higher UPS wouldn't have enough for themselves, let alone to sell to the common people." Sell to the common people? The cheapest phantom squid meat costs 998 yuan per 500 grams, which common person could afford it? Sell to the wealthy, maybe. Lin Zichen couldn't help but mutter to himself and then asked, "I'm very interested in the Origin Land, do you have any videos that I could watch?" "No," Lu Juanwu shook his head. "Any electronic device would malfunction in the Origin Land, and many chemical reactions also cannot proceed normally. Is that place really so strange?" Lin Zichen was quite incredulous. But soon, he realized something was amiss. If electronic devices malfunctioned and many chemical reactions could not take place, then how did Shen Qinghan's mentor sister have a photo taken in the Origin Land? Upon thinking of this, he immediately asked, "But, some time ago a friend sent me a photo of her in the Origin Land, what's that about?" Lu Juanwu explained, "Those so-called photos are mostly hand-painted. There are specialized artists in the origin land responsible for painting the environment, making maps, and other such tools. These artists' skills are incredibly sublime. It's not difficult for them to create paintings that look just like photographs. As long as you pay them, they can paint whatever you want for you. Lu Chuanyu grinned. I've seen people bring in photos of their crushes, show them to the artists in the origin land, and then ask them to paint erotic pictures of themselves with their crushes for their own fantasies. Shen Qinghan blushed as she listened. Lin Zichen showed no reaction and quickly opened WeChat to find the photo Qinghan had sent him. Upon enlarging it, he indeed noticed it was painted, with traces of brushwork visible. The painting was incredibly realistic. Without close inspection, one simply couldn't tell it was a painting. By the way, where is the origin land? Lin Zichen looked up and asked Lu Chuanyu. Lu Chuanyu shook his head. I'm also not very clear on this point because our human method of entering the origin land relies on arrays found within certain relics to teleport there. To this day, it's still uncertain whether the origin land is even on Earth. Lu Chuanyu added, of course, it's possible that those in power have actually ascertained its location but have kept it undisclosed, only allowing those at the very core to know. Lin Zichen pondered upon hearing this. Just then, the phone rang. It was a call from He Yu. As soon as the call connected, He Yu's urging voice came through. Handsome guy and beautiful lady, the martial arts gym's promotional event is about to start. When are you guys going to arrive? We're on our way now. Then hurry up. Alright, we'll be there in 10 minutes. After a brief exchange, the two quickly ended the call. Lin Zichen said to Lu Chuanyu, I have to go, let's exchange WeChats, and we can chat more when we have the time. Sure, I'll scan you. Lu Chuanyu added Lin Zichen on WeChat. Just as Lin Zichen was about to leave, Lu Chuanyu pulled out a brand new book and handed it to him. This is a translated version of the blood tempering technique. It contains detailed cultivation methods. However, the blood tempering technique has a certain threshold. You need to reach the biological level of an average fourth order, with enough qi blood within your body, before you can cultivate it. During this summer vacation, when you have some free time, you can take a look to get familiar with it in advance. Once your first semester of freshman year starts and your biological level evolves to an average fourth order, you can immediately begin cultivation. The standard for an average fourth order, on average, involves these three metrics. Lifting a weight of 1000 kilograms with one hand. Sprinting 100 meters in 5 seconds. Jumping vertically from a standstill to a height of 5 meters. Lu Chuanyu had looked at Lin Zichen's physical test data, which was very close to the criteria of an average fourth order. As long as Lin Zichen remained diligent throughout the upcoming summer vacation and continued to maintain high-intensity training, his biological level would definitely evolve to an average fourth order by the start of his freshman year. Alright, I'll take a look when I have the time. Lin Zichen took the books and casually placed them in Shen Qinghan's shoulder bag. Fourth order is enough for cultivation? I'm already at 6th order. After participating in He Yu's martial arts school's promotional event, after eating dinner and taking a bath at home, I'll see whether I can cultivate the blood tempering technique or not. He's martial arts school, reception area at the front desk. As soon as Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked in, they saw He Yu and Li Chuxin sitting at a tea table, chatting. Li Chuxin was fashionably dressed, with a tank top on the upper body and a denim skirt on the lower body, along with a pair of enchanting black stockings on her legs, which could easily capture a man's gaze. Lin Zichen instinctively glanced at her, finding her quite tempting, but he wasn't particularly interested in his heart. Having acquired a selective taste from Shen Qinghan, among girls of the same age, if they didn't have the beauty and figure on par with Shen Qinghan, they generally failed to attract him. In contrast, He Yu wasn't as selective, currently sneaking peeks at Li Chuxin's black silk-clad legs, his face full of contentment. While sneakily gazing, the corner of He Yu's eye caught the two who had just entered, and he immediately looked over and teased, Handsome guy and beautiful lady, you two finally arrived, we've been waiting for a long time. Lin Zichen responded with a smile, sorry, got held up with something. Zichen, Han Han, the two of you really do look increasingly like a match made in heaven. Seriously, I suggest you get married right after college graduation. I'll come to be your bridesmaid. Watching the handsome young man and the beautiful girl, Li Chuxin couldn't help but show an infatuated anti-smile on her face, shipping this childhood sweetheart couple a lot. Shen Qinghan blushed a little when she heard this, feeling quite embarrassed to be teased in front of others. But at the same time, her heart was filled with sweetness as she fantasized about the beautiful prospect of stepping into the hall of marriage with Lin Zichen one day. Everyone is here now, so let's start with the promotional event. While they were all chatting and laughing, his father, who had been waiting for a while, came out from inside the martial arts school and said to everyone. Standing next to him, his mother glanced at him and chided, "What's the rush? Zichen and Han Han just arrived. Let them sit down and rest for a while." After scolding her husband, his mother turned to the people at the tea table and smiled warmly and hospitably, "We're not in a hurry for the promotional activity. Take your time talking, I'll go cut some watermelon for you to eat." "Auntie, there's no need, we've already delayed you for quite some time, let's start with the promotional event now." Lin Zichen felt it was somewhat inappropriate since it was his own delay that caused them to be late, yet the host was still so hospitable, which made him feel uneasy. However, his mother insisted with a smiling face, "No rush, no rush, take a seat and rest first, have some watermelon to quench your thirst." After saying that, she turned and walked towards the martial arts school. Seeing his mother leave, Lin Zichen didn't want to impose any further. His father was a straightforward and honest man, not as adept in social interactions as his mother. Seeing that the promotional event would be delayed, he quietly found a place to sit and looked at his phone. Lin Zichen remembered that his father was a sixth-order martial artist, so he walked over to initiate a conversation about Tianren Pavilion. After chatting for a while, Lin Zichen unexpectedly discovered that the man was actually a member of Tianren Pavilion. Yet, he was only an outer member. As they continued to talk, Lin Zichen learned that his father didn't feel much sense of belonging to Tianren Pavilion. It was purely because he wasn't a genetic integrator or a mechanically modified human, and with no other choice, he had joined Tianren Pavilion just to have an affiliation. Phrases like pure-blood humans are the future were considered nonsense by his father, who always favored genetic integrators. After all, in today's society, genetic fusion is mainstream, and only by becoming a genetic integrator can one ascend to the upper echelons. Not as an unnoticed martial artist who can only open a martial arts school and earn a meager living by teaching students. P.S. Bowls out, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Slap her face. In the evening, inside the room, Lin Zichen sat on the bed with his back against the wall, curiously flipping through the blood tempering technique given to him by Lu Juanwu. The book wasn't an ancient original, but a translated version in modern text, filled with annotations. With the effect of the Tianren wisdom root enhancing him, Lin Zichen was speed reading at a rate of 10 lines at a glance. In less than half an hour, he had finished the entire thick volume of the blood tempering technique. He learned that the blood tempering technique is divided into 3 stages. The first stage. Become aware of the existence of qi blood and try to control it. The second stage. Control the qi blood to perform body refining, starting with tempering skin, then tempering flesh, and finally bone tempering. Tempering skin and tempering flesh are very simple, no matter if one has talent or not, as long as there is sufficient qi blood, success is guaranteed, with only the length of time being the variable. The difficult part is bone tempering. Without sufficient talent, one simply cannot control the qi blood to permeate the bones for tempering. Even with talent and the ability to control qi blood to temper the bones, not everyone can endure the intense pain that comes with it. However, the more difficult a feat is, the higher the rewards upon completion. Once the skin, flesh, and bones are all tempered, the physical strength can reach that of an ordinary 9th rank. If one can undergo a second tempering, the physical strength can rival that of an advanced 1st rank genetic integrator. Even more incredible is a third tempering, which would surpass the strength of an advanced 1st rank genetic integrator. And the number of times one can undergo body refining, according to ancient records, is up to 5 times. But until now, only Lu Zhuanyu, after decades of cultivation, has managed to temper his body 3 times. No one knows just how powerful one's physique can become after the 4th or 5th tempering. In his annotations, Lu Zhuanyu speculated that if 3 times tempering could crush an advanced 1st rank genetic integrator, then 4 temperings could presumably crush an advanced 2nd rank genetic integrator, with 5 temperings following the same logic. The third stage. After body refining is complete, control the qi blood to open up the body's acupoints. There are a total of 366 acupoints, and the strength gained from opening each acupointment is comparable to having undergone body refining once more. Once all acupoints are opened, one can achieve the legendary sanctification of the flesh. The annotations in the book speculate that if even just one acupointment can be opened, one can break free from the shackles of ordinary levels as a pure-blood human and evolve into an advanced-level creature. After comprehending the blood tempering technique, Lin Zichen began to attempt the first stage sensing qi blood. He closed his eyes, calmed his mind, and concentrated. Following the guidance in the book, he used his spiritual power to sense the qi blood flowing inside his body. Within 3 seconds, he had successfully sensed the qi blood. Easier than he had imagined. After sensing the qi blood, the next step was to try to control it. This process was somewhat challenging. Lin Zichen tried for nearly half an hour before he finally managed to control the qi blood in his body. Being able to control the qi blood meant he could perform body refining. Lin Zichen didn't want to wait another second and immediately began body refining intuitively. The first thing he wanted to temper was the skin on his entire right hand. During the tempering process, the skin being tempered experienced a burning sensation, which was slightly painful, but not intense. You are using qi blood to temper your skin, skin toughness +1, blood tempering technique proficiency +1. About half an hour later, the tempering was complete. The skin on his entire right hand, while apparently unchanged at a glance, felt noticeably tougher than before. And at that time, less than 1% of his body's qi blood had been consumed, still very abundant. I wonder how tough my right hand's skin is now, should grab a knife and scratch it to see. Thinking this, Lin Zichen quickly went downstairs to the kitchen, took a fruit knife, and forcefully scraped the back of his right hand. He then found that nothing happened to his hand, except for a faint scratch mark on it. Just one tempering and it's already impervious to knives and swords. No wonder Lu Zhuanyu, after 3 times of body refining, could withstand Wu Tianquan's feather shots. I have to say, this blood tempering technique, exclusively for the pure-blood human body, really is something. I wonder how strong the body can be after 5 times of body refining. At this thought, Lin Zichen became invigorated, immediately returning to his room upstairs to continue tempering his skin. Shanghai University. A training field of the Martial Arts College. A woman clad in a martial arts uniform, with her hair tied in a single ponytail, sashaying with grace, was intensively training her body within. Just as she passionately sweated it out, Lu Zhuanyu hummed a tune as he strolled in from the outside, his face brimming with pleasure. "Principal, what's put you in such a good mood?" The woman paused her training, wiping the sweat off her forehead, and asked with some curiosity. Lu Zhuanyu's mouth quirked up proudly, "Under the invincible charm of my personality, the second-place achiever of Nanjiang Province's college entrance exam, and the top physical test scorer of the province, has joined our Tianren Pavilion." "Really?" The woman's face was incredulous. She had well understood how unpopular Tianren Pavilion was with talents over the past decade, so it was hard to imagine that a genius would be willing to forego the path of genetic fusion to join Tianren Pavilion. For real, I've even added him on WeChat already. Lu Chuanwu unlocked his phone screen, opened his WeChat friends list, and showed it to the woman. Seeing Lin Zichen's name, the woman couldn't help but widen her almond eyes, amazed that the so-called useless principal had actually managed to recruit the provincial second-place achiever. Principal, how did you pull it off? It was my personal charm. Ha, quit bragging. Tell me the truth. The woman had no patience for his boasting, eager to know the real story. Lu Chuanwu told the truth. I didn't do much really, just told him whatever benefits Evolution College could give him, we at Tianren Pavilion would offer him 3 times as much. 3 times. The woman was dumbstruck for a moment, then her face turned frantic. Principal, the funds for our pavilion are almost exhausted. No, not almost, we are already in deep debt. Where are you getting the money to offer him triple the benefits? After saying this, she quickly urged, you shouldn't be idling here chatting with me, Principal. Hurry up and meet with your old flame to reminisce, go sell your body to bring some funds back. Lu Chuanwu spoke confidently, don't worry, I've got it all lined up. One for the first half of the night, another for the second half, and yet another one tomorrow morning. We'll have more than enough for triple the benefits. After saying that, he looked at the woman and asked, Yuan, how long did it take you to sense your chi blood after getting your hands on the translated version of the blood tempering technique? Ah, that was 10 years ago. But if I remember correctly, it should have been around a week before I could sense the chi blood, replied Song Yuan after recalling the past. Lu Chuanwu then asked, and controlling it? Controlling chi blood? Song Yuan answered firmly, I remember very clearly, it took me exactly 2 months. Lu Chuanwu sighed, a week to sense chi blood, and 2 months to control it. You really lived up to your reputation as the capital city's college entrance exam runner-up back then. Your talent was remarkable. Although I consider myself a genius, it took me nearly 2 weeks just to sense chi blood. It's true what they say, there's always someone better. Principal, please stop bringing up the words capital city's runner-up in front of me, Song Yuan complained bitterly. Ever since I gave up the path of genetic fusion to join Tianren Pavilion and research the pure blood human path, not being able to evolve into an advanced level creature has led to no end of mockery over the years. It's absolutely maddening. Lu Chuanwu nonchalantly replied, let them laugh if they like, what's there to be annoyed about? I've been laughed at for decades, and I'm still standing strong, aren't I? What we're doing is enduring hardship for future success. The more we suffer now, the more exhilarating our breakthrough will be later on. Continuing, Lu Chuanwu said, just give it a few more years. Once you evolve into an advanced level creature with the body of a pure blood human, you'll make a sensational breakthrough. You can then easily hang and beat any of your genetic integrator classmates. In a few years. Song Yuan chuckled bitterly, I feel like it could take 10 years or even never happen. Opening acupoints was incredibly difficult. Ever since completing her first body refining 5 years ago, Song Yuan had been attempting to open acupoints. But 5 years had passed, she had undergone body refining twice, and still, not one acupointment had opened. To be honest, she felt that opening acupoints could be classified as a lifetime goal. If she could open one by the age of 50, she would consider it a success. Thinking this, Song Yuan suddenly asked, by the way, Principal, did you give Lin Zichen a copy of the translated blood tempering technique? Of course, I gave it to him. I wouldn't forget such an important matter, said Lu Chuanwu. I'm looking forward to him mastering the control of chi blood before school starts, and then have his biological level evolve to ordinary 4th order as soon as the term begins, immediately starting his body refining. Song Yuan inquired, Principal, how long do you think it will take him to successfully sense chi blood? I estimate it'll take him about 10 days to sense it, Lu Chuanwu explained after answering, that kid's physical test data is quite extraordinary, almost on par with your high school graduation physical data. Song Yuan said with anticipation, I guess he must think Tianren Pavilion lacks geniuses, and that he's the one with the highest talent. I wonder if he'll be totally shocked when he sees me, a beautiful senior with even greater talent, once school starts. Seeing Song Yuan's eager expression, Lu Chuanwu realized this woman was quite the hypocrite. This Song Yuan, she would often get annoyed at him for always showing off, yet here she was, planning to show off in front of a talented junior. Well, now she's looking forward to flaunting herself to a gifted underclassman? Lu Chuanwu hoped that Lin Zichen would perform even better and give her a well-deserved slap in the face. P.S. Begging for monthly and recommendation tickets. 106. First kiss. In the room, Lin Zichen was still refining his skin. It took him less than 3 hours to finish refining the skin on both arms. The price he paid was that about 1/3 of his chi blood had been consumed, leaving his body weak and feeble, and feeling a bit dizzy. However, it was only physical discomfort, his mood was filled with nothing but pleasure and excitement. The surface area of the skin on both arms accounted for about 18% of the entire body. At this rate, he could refine the skin on his entire body in less than a week. By then, his body would be impervious to sword and spear. Just thinking about it made Lin Zichen's mood even more cheerful. At this moment, his phone next to him sounded a notification. It was the alert for a WeChat message. Picking up the phone and opening WeChat, he found a message from Shen Qinghan. Han Han, Xiao Chen, have you gone to bed? Ziai Chen, not yet. Han Han, I've prepared a surprise for you, can you come over to my room to see? Ziai Chen, what surprise? Han Han, if I tell you, it won't be a surprise anymore. Ziai Chen, okay, I'll come over now. After ending the chat, Lin Zichen checked the time and found it was almost midnight. He was curious about what kind of surprise it could be that she was calling him over to see so late at night. Thinking this, he quickly got out of bed, left his room, and arrived at Shen Qinghan's door, where he stopped and took out his key to unlock it. This was a key Su Meng had given him for easy access. Similarly, Shen Qinghan also had a key to his house. Their families were not yet related by marriage, but they were already closer than in-laws. Xiao Chen, are you looking for Han Han? Yes, she mentioned on WeChat she had prepared a surprise for me and urged me to come over and have a look. Then you'd better hurry up to her, lest she gets anxious. Su Meng said with a smile from the living room. Lin Zichen didn't linger for a chat, but quickly headed towards the staircase. Soon, he arrived in front of Shen Qinghan's door and noticed it was not closed but ajar. Having learned from past experiences, he did not push the door open but instead knocked and said, Han Han, I'm here. Come in. The voice of Shen Qinghan came from inside the room, sounding a bit tense. Lin Zichen pushed the door open and walked in, closing the door behind him. Then, he saw Shen Qinghan sitting on the bed with the quilt wrapped around her. She was wrapped up tightly, with only her head showing, looking like a zongzi. What are you doing? Lin Zichen was somewhat baffled. Shen Qinghan replied with a flushed little face, nothing, just prepared a surprise for you. Lin Zichen found it strange and said, what kind of surprise requires wrapping yourself in a quilt? Come over and you'll see. Shen Qinghan lifted a corner of the quilt, her pretty face turning even redder and hotter. Seeing her blush like that, Lin Zichen couldn't help but think of some not-so-child-friendly scenes. Could it be that she was not wearing anything under the quilt? Was the surprise to offer herself to him? With these thoughts, Lin Zichen felt his body grow a bit hot. However, he remained composed on the outside and smiled, let me guess, you're not about to show me a glow-in-the-dark luminous watch, are you? I'm not that boring. Shen Qinghan pouted her rosy lips in denial. Lin Zichen looked at her tender and lustrous cherry lips and, driven by a man's instinct, really wanted to lean down and give her a kiss to feel the softness of her lips. After steadying his emotions a bit, he stopped guessing, took off his shoes, climbed onto the bed, and readied himself for Shen Qinghan's surprise. "Why don't you lift the quilt?" Shen Qinghan pursed her tempting pink lips, her voice tinged with a thread of shyness. Lin Zichen swallowed, reached for a corner of the quilt, and began to lift it slowly from the bottom up. As he lifted the quilt higher, a pair of dainty and exquisite white silk-clad feet appeared, tempting and small enough to fit in one's hand. Then, slender and straight white silk-clad legs followed, and a pair of somewhat plump white silk-clad thighs. Finally, there was a blue and white porcelain cheongsam with a slit hem, looking very similar to the one Yuan Dongji had worn on the day of the compatibility test. White silk and cheongsam. Lin Zichen felt even hotter, sensing an imminent physical reaction. He quickly pulled the quilt over to cover his legs. "Do I look good in this?" Shen Qinghan, feeling shy, didn't meet Lin Zichen's gaze and looked down at her white silk legs, asking with some anticipation. Lin Zichen nodded, "It looks good." Shen Qinghan bit her lip, fiddled with her hair that fell down her back, and shyly said, I also bought black silk stockings, do you want to see me wear them? Let's have a look." Upon hearing the words black silk stockings, Lin Zichen felt even hotter, but he tried to remain calm. Seeing that Lin Zichen wanted to see it, Shen Qinghan blushed as she quickly began to remove the white silk stockings from her legs. The white stockings, sliding off from her slightly plump thighs to her knees, and then slowly over her cute and dainty feet, looked a bit clumsy compared to the silk smooth removal by girls in online videos. But it was precisely this clumsiness that made Shen Qinghan look all the more enticing, carrying the unique charm of an innocent young girl. After gently slipping off the white stockings, Shen Qinghan turned around, took a pair of fragrant black stockings from behind her, and slowly began to don them. Lin Zichen watched the whole process of her changing stockings, and he had to admit he was enjoying it. A moment later, she had her black stockings on. Shen Qinghan raised her slightly flushed face, her clear eyes shining with a hint of youthful timidity. Softly and sweetly, she asked, "Do they look good?" "Yeah, they look good, they really suit you." Lin Zichen's breathing grew heavier, but he didn't let it show too much. 106, First Kiss _2. The girl next door has blossomed, and silk stockings and cheongsams are here to entice. Shen Qinghan looked very tempting in black stockings, like a ripe peach that makes one unable to resist taking a bite. Feeling his body growing increasingly hot, Lin Zichen quickly found a topic to divert his attention and asked, "The quality of this cheongsam and stockings seems pretty good. How much did you pay for each?" The cheongsam cost 5,288 yuan, and the stockings, 2,998 yuan a pair. What? Lin Zichen was stunned. The heat that had just risen in his body instantly froze over at the prices Shen Qinghan quoted. Together they're over 10,000 yuan. That's so expensive? It might make sense for the cheongsam to be expensive, but these thin stockings selling for thousands? What's going on? Seeing Lin Zichen's shocked expression, Shen Qinghan explained, "They're brand name goods, so they're pricier." To prevent Lin Zichen from thinking she was a spendthrift, she quickly added, "I bought them with the prize money from topping the exams, not with my parents' money. But it's still too expensive." Lin Zichen couldn't comprehend, perhaps a bit too straight-laced. In a weak voice, Shen Qinghan said, "Expensive ones are of better quality and less likely to get damaged. They last a long time, so actually, if you look at it over a longer period, it's not much of a waste." "It's not a waste, not at all. Wearing something expensive feels comfortable, liking it yourself is what's most important." Sensing that his lack of understanding may have dampened Shen Qinghan's spirits, Lin Zichen quickly expressed his agreement. Shen Qinghan shook her head slightly and pursed her soft, delicate lips, saying, "Whether I like it is not important, it's most important that you like it." Lin Zichen stated, "I really like it, I was amazed the moment I lifted the covers." "Really? Really? Then that's good." Shen Qinghan's eyes bent into a slight smile. No sooner had she finished speaking than she stretched her leg toward Lin Zichen and said with flushed cheeks, "These stockings feel very nice to the touch, do you want to feel them? Then I'll feel them." Lin Zichen placed his hand on Shen Qinghan's leg and began to stroke it with a gentle touch. The subtle rustling sound was very pleasing to the ears. It was as intoxicating as listening to the songs Shen Qinghan sang. "How do they feel to your touch?" Shen Qinghan's face was extremely red, but she still asked. While enjoying the wonderful sensation from his hand, Lin Zichen replied, "I can only say that there's a reason they're sold at a high price. The touch is very good, quite comfortable to feel. If I had bought cheap stockings, you wouldn't be enjoying this feeling now." After speaking, she blushed even more, and with a coy voice said, "Do you think, maybe it's just that my legs themselves feel good to the touch? They complement each other. The stockings feel good, and your legs also feel very good. Then, between the stockings and my legs, which feels better to you?" As she asked this, Shen Qinghan's tone was much more natural, not as shy as before. As time went on, she had slowly gotten used to the feeling of wearing the stockings and no longer felt embarrassed being stared at by Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen moved his hand to her bare foot, holding it gently in his hand, his heart in turmoil but trying to appear calm. "Then it's definitely your legs that feel better." "I think so, too." Shen Qinghan was overjoyed inside. Just then, there was a knock at the door, followed by Su Meng's voice, "Xiao Chen, your mom just sent over some daily necessities. I hung them on your doorknob. You can come out and pick them up later." Startled by Su Meng's voice, Lin Zichen instinctively withdrew his hand from Shen Qinghan's leg. But quickly he realized, he and Shen Qinghan were meant for each other, and both their parents were supportive. What was wrong with touching her leg? Thinking this, he placed his hand back onto Shen Qinghan's black silk-clad foot, feeling it as he replied, "Okay, I got it, Aunt Meng." Touching her feet felt more interesting than touching her legs, as he could hold her entire petite foot in his hand. After Su Meng had left, Lin Zichen got up, opened the door and brought the bag inside. Remembering the embarrassing incident when Shen Qinghan had stayed over last time, he immediately opened the bag to check, and sure enough, he found an ultra-thin condom. Shaking his head, he threw it back into the bag, pretending he hadn't seen it. It wasn't that he didn't want to eat her up, but it was too soon. Their lips hadn't even met yet, what's the rush? Straight to the end would be so bland. Enjoying the slow process of getting closer was much more interesting. "Aunt Xin already sent the stuff over, why don't you stay over tonight?" After speaking, Shen Qinghan added, "Ever since you started elementary school, you've never slept on my bed, it's always been me sleeping on your bed. That's not fair at all." "Then I'll sleep over here more often," Lin Zichen said with a smile. Shen Qinghan huffed and said, "You'll have many nights to sleep over then. You'll have to sleep here hundreds of times to even out the frequency. You're keeping track?" "Of course." "Then do I need to wet your bed as many times as you did mine?" Lin Zichen teased Shen Qinghan. Shen Qinghan pouted in rebuttal, "That's not the same at all, I didn't do it on purpose." "But I am teasing you on purpose." "Oh, you're so annoying." Shen Qinghan picked up a pillow and threw it at him. Lin Zichen caught the pillow, laughing as he threw it back. The two of them began to toss pillows back and forth, playfully bantering with each other. Unknowingly, time had reached 1 a.m. Lin Zichen checked his phone and saw how late it was, then said to Shen Qinghan, "It's so late, let's go to sleep. Staying up is bad for a girl's skin." 106. First kiss _3. It's already 1 a.m. Shen Qinghan glanced at the time and realized it was already so late. She usually went to sleep before midnight. No, I have to brush my teeth and wash my face quickly and go to bed." Shen Qinghan quickly took off the stockings on her legs, got out of bed, put on her shoes, and went to the restroom to wash up. Lin Zichen watched as she took off the stockings on the bed, picked them up to take a closer look. The quality really was good, worthy of being a brand that costs thousands of yuan. Nice legs deserve nice stockings. However, he thought maybe he should also buy some cheaper, lower quality stockings as disposable items to tear up and throw away. About 10 minutes later, Shen Qinghan finished washing up and came back, and then it was Lin Zichen's turn to wash up. Another 5 minutes passed. Lin Zichen finished washing up and returned. By that time, Shen Qinghan was already in her pajamas sitting on the bed, waiting for him to join her to sleep. Seeing this, he walked unhurriedly to the light switch and said, "Then I'll turn off the light." "Turn it off." Click. The light in the room went off. The whole room plunged into darkness. At that moment, Shen Qinghan remembered she hadn't put on her diaper yet and hastily said, "Xiao Chen, turn on the light, I forgot to put on my diaper." Click. Lin Zichen turned the light back on. Shen Qinghan got out of bed, opened the drawer, and took out a diaper. She didn't go to the restroom to put it on, nor did she ask Lin Zichen to leave, she just asked him to turn around and not look. Afterward, she took off her pants in the room and skillfully put on the diaper, not feeling at all self-conscious in front of Lin Zichen. "Okay, you can turn back around now. Then I'll turn off the light." "Turn it off." Click. The light in the room once again went out. The two quickly went to bed to sleep, sharing the same quilt and the same pillow, their bodies very close to each other, clearly able to hear each other's heartbeats. Once Lin Zichen calmed down, he noticed a faint fragrance on Shen Qinghan's bed that was very comforting to smell. He asked curiously, "Han Han, why does your bed smell a bit fragrant? Did you use something?" "No, that's my body fragrance. I've slept in the bed so long that it's scented the bed." "Body fragrance?" Lin Zichen was puzzled, "but it doesn't quite match the scent on you." Shen Qinghan turned to face him, confident, "It really is my body fragrance. If you don't believe me, you can smell it on me now. Then I'll have a sniff." Lin Zichen said and then shifted a bit closer to smell Shen Qinghan's chest. After carefully smelling for a while, he still couldn't match the scents. Just as he was puzzled and about to ask again, he caught a glimpse of an air freshener hanging at the head of the bed out of the corner of his eye and immediately realized he'd been duped. Clearly there's an air freshener hanging above the bed and you tricked me into thinking it was body fragrance, hey. But I really do have a body fragrance." Shen Qinghan grinned playfully, refusing to admit it was the air freshener's scent, teasing Lin Zichen on purpose. Lin Zichen was about to say something when he felt the warm breath of Shen Qinghan fluttering on his face and realized their faces were very close. At that moment, looking at Shen Qinghan's moist and plump cherry lips, he felt a sudden urge to kiss them. Shen Qinghan, aware of the growing intimacy, her eyes gradually becoming misty. After they looked into each other's eyes for a few seconds, Lin Zichen slowly moved in and kissed Shen Qinghan's cherry lips. Feeling the warmth of Lin Zichen's lips, Shen Qinghan's body shuddered as if shocked and then became completely limp, feeling as though she was melting. Lin Zichen didn't kiss her for long, just experienced the soft warmth of her lips before pulling back. In the nearly half a minute that followed, neither spoke and were silently savoring that brief, wonderful moment. When love is mutual, the feeling of a first kiss is truly delightful and unforgettable. Suddenly, Shen Qinghan broke the calm. She tossed off the quilt, got out of bed, put on her shoes, and prepared to leave the room to go outside. "What happened?" "I peed," Shen Qinghan said, feeling embarrassed. Merely kissing Lin Zichen, her heartbeat had accelerated, her body temperature quickly rose, and she had wet herself uncontrollably. Hearing the words peed, Lin Zichen quickly sensed something and sat up in bed to ask, "Did you pee while we were kissing just now?" "Yeah," Shen Qinghan answered, her cheeks slightly red. Wetting herself just from a kiss was not particularly flattering, it was too embarrassing. Lin Zichen then asked, "What did it feel like when you kissed?" Was it a big wave of emotion? It was a faster heartbeat, like a thumping feeling, Shen Qinghan explained awkwardly. I also felt suddenly hot, and then I just peed. After finishing, she added, there really was a big surge of emotion just now. Lin Zichen thought for a moment, then shared his speculation with Shen Qinghan. I suspect that unknown superpower of yours might be related to spiritual power. It could be controlled by spiritual power, and if your spiritual power is high enough, maybe you can fully develop and control this superpower. P.S. 2 chapters updated together. 107, Strong-Mouthed King. My superpower needs to be controlled by spiritual power? Shen Qinghan listened, understanding yet not fully comprehending. Come on, let's keep kissing and see if you wet your pants again when your spiritual fluctuations are strong, Lin Zichen said as he grabbed Shen Qinghan's hand and pulled her into his arms. Shen Qinghan let go of his hand and said, hold on, let me go wash up in the restroom. I'll be right back. There's no point in washing now, you'll just have to wash again later if you pee, which is more trouble. But it feels uncomfortable being all wet right now. Although Shen Qinghan liked water and the feeling of being drenched, she hated wetting her pants. Even if it was just peeing in a diaper without getting her pants wet, she didn't like it. It was a psychological dislike. Lin Zichen still felt it was unnecessary and advised her, hold it for a while, it'll be over soon. Wash up after we're done kissing. Then I'll change into a new diaper. After saying that, Shen Qinghan walked to the drawer, stopped, and took out a fresh diaper. Not sure if she'd forgotten or didn't care, she changed her diaper right in front of Lin Zichen, without bothering to find privacy. Lin Zichen didn't look at her, quietly bowing his head to check his phone. I'm ready now. Shen Qinghan returned to Lin Zichen, sounding both shy and expectant. She was still savoring that brief, wonderful first kiss, eagerly anticipating their next one. Without a word, Lin Zichen pulled her to sit on his lap, wrapped his arms around her slender waist, and kissed her lips. The kiss was more intense and deeper than the first. Taken aback by the suddenness, Shen Qinghan instantly tensed up, her cute toes clenched together, and her small feet bent slightly from the effort. But soon, her body relaxed, her head felt dizzy, and she flushed red, collapsing into Lin Zichen's embrace, feeling utterly weak and tender. Lin Zichen did not let go, continuing to kiss her enticing, rosy lips. It wasn't until he felt a warm sensation on his lap that he reluctantly released her lips, his voice soft, how does it feel this time? Shen Qinghan did not answer him, she just panted with her mouth slightly open, sweat beads rolling down her cheeks, her clothes already soaked through. This time the kiss lasted too long, to the point where she felt like she might suffocate. After catching her breath a bit and feeling less breathless, she looked at Lin Zichen with still somewhat hazy eyes and said, my heart was racing non-stop just now, and at one moment my spiritual fluctuations were very intense. Then I felt a warmth in my body and lost control, I just peed. Hearing Shen Qinghan's response and feeling the slight dampness coming from her, Lin Zichen was almost certain his guess was correct. Whenever Shen Qinghan had significant spiritual fluctuations, she would uncontrollably wet her pants and get so hot that she would sweat profusely, water everywhere. All these signs indicated that Shen Qinghan's mysterious water-related superpower was also connected to her spiritual power. If all went as expected, this aquatic superpower was controlled by spiritual power. Come, let's continue, Lin Zichen urged as he gazed at Shen Qinghan's tempting little cherry mouth, bending down to kiss her again. 2 tests weren't enough, the sample size was too small. For the sake of rigor, multiple trials were necessary. Only then could they arrive at a more accurate answer. Shen Qinghan's head was still spinning when Lin Zichen unexpectedly kissed her again, eliciting an involuntary moan from her. After an indeterminate amount of time, when a familiar warm sensation spread over his leg, Lin Zichen released Shen Qinghan and asked, how does it feel this time? Just like before, I feel weak, my head dizzy, Shen Qinghan said, panting slightly. Then when you pushed your tongue in, the spiritual fluctuations were intense, and I peed. Lin Zichen said, 3 times the same result. We can almost be sure your superpower is activated by spiritual power. The reason you can't control it might be because your spiritual power is still weak. When your spiritual power grows stronger and you can control your superpower, we'll probably understand the full effects of your ability. But 3 trials are still not enough, let's do a few more. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Zichen bent down to kiss Shen Qinghan again. Just when he was about to kiss her, Shen Qinghan put her hand in front of his mouth and said weakly, "Wait, let's kiss later. The diaper feels like it's almost full, I need to change into a new one, or it will leak. Changing them back and forth is such a hassle, and it's also wasteful," Lin Zichen suggested, "why not just go without? I've been peed on by you hundreds of times since we were little, I'm used to it and don't mind." These words hit Shen Qinghan's sense of shame, dealing massive damage, causing her face to turn bright red, as if about to drip with water. "No, I can't not wear the diaper." For once, Shen Qinghan was adamant. She quickly got off Lin Zichen's lap and walked to the drawer for a new diaper. Times were different when she was a child. Now, at 18, she couldn't do like she did as a child, wetting the bed, her pants, or on Lin Zichen. Opening the drawer, she took out a new diaper. Shen Qinghan stood sideways to Lin Zichen as she changed her diaper, unbothered by whether he would see. Just like before, Lin Zichen didn't watch her, choosing instead to look at his phone. "I'm done," she announced. 107, Strong-mouthed King _2. Then let's continue. In the next hour or so, the two conducted 9 experiments in a row, wasting 5 diaper liners. The results of the experiments were all consistent. Every time there was a significant fluctuation in spiritual power, Shen Qinghan would wet her pants. Sometimes the fluctuation of spiritual power was so great that her entire body would sweat profusely, incessantly flowing like a faucet, with a very large output of water. After a total of 12 experiments, the outcomes were the same each time. This pretty much confirmed that Shen Qinghan's superpower was triggered by spiritual power. "I've sweated a lot, I'm going to take a shower." After taking a short break, Shen Qinghan got off Lin Zichen's legs and left the room with her legs pressed together, quickly walking towards the bathroom. About 10 minutes later, her crisp voice came from the bathroom. "Xiao Chen, I forgot to bring my clothes, can you bring me a set of pajamas?" Her voice was soft, but since it was late at night and the bathroom was close to the room, Lin Zichen heard her very clearly. "Okay, I got it." Lin Zichen replied, got out of bed, and walked to the wardrobe in the room. Upon opening the wardrobe, he was greeted with clothes of all colors. Some were hanging, some were folded. Lin Zichen's gaze immediately went to the personal garments folded in the corner. Out of curiosity or perhaps male instinct, he inexplicably picked up the underwear on top to take a look. It was plain with a light pink color, looking very pure and cute. After looking at it for a while and suddenly realizing that this behavior seemed somewhat perverted, he quickly folded the underwear back in place and randomly picked out a set of pajamas to bring to Shen Qinghan. Just pajamas, no underwear. Sleeping in underwear is so uncomfortable. Moreover, Shen Qinghan didn't wear underwear to sleep at night, she only wore a diaper. Before long, Shen Qinghan, who had received the clothes, quickly got dressed and came out of the bathroom. Seeing her out, Lin Zichen picked up his own clothes and went into the bathroom to take a shower as well. He hadn't sweated when they kissed, but his clothes were soaked with Shen Qinghan's sweat, so he had to wash them. 5 minutes later, Lin Zichen finished showering and came out. He turned off the room's light, got into bed, and went to sleep with Shen Qinghan. They chatted for a while, but seeing it was getting late, they soon quieted down to sleep. However, not long after the silence, Shen Qinghan turned to him and said, I was thinking, we just kissed 12 times, and every time it was you who kissed me. I feel like that's not great. So, I want to kiss you voluntarily too. After speaking, Shen Qinghan propped herself up, brought her face close to Lin Zichen's, and under his gaze, kissed him on the mouth. It was only a light peck. No significant fluctuation of spiritual power. What there was, though, was a sweet feeling that left her heart as sweet as a date. This is my good night kiss for you, good night. MMH, good night. After saying good night to each other, they quieted down again, laying in their respective spots, and closed their eyes to sleep. Even though Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were under the same blanket, sleeping on the same pillow, the spots where they lay were somewhat far apart. Mainly because Shen Qinghan was still too sensitive. In the quiet of the night, being too close to Lin Zichen would make her mind wander. Just the thought of inappropriate images would make her wet the bed. The next day, Lin Zichen woke up early. He glanced at Shen Qinghan, who was still sound asleep, and noticing she still drooled in her sleep as usual, he couldn't help but smile and used the back of his hand to wipe the saliva from the corner of her mouth. Then, he quietly got out of bed, put on his shoes, and left. Upon reaching the first-floor living room, he saw Shen Jianyi sitting on the couch watching the morning news. Lin Zichen smiled and greeted him, "Good morning, Uncle Jianyi. You're up early, aren't you?" "Yeah, I'm used to getting up at this time." "Has Han Han woken up yet?" "Not yet." "Sigh, I wish Han Han could be as self-disciplined as you. The girl sleeps until the sun's high when she's on vacation, and only gets up after your Aunt Meng calls her." Shen Jianyi shook his head and sighed. Lin Zichen laughed, "Han Han has brought you the honor of being the provincial top scholar, I think it's not too much for her to sleep in a bit during her holidays." "That's true." Shen Jianyi nodded in agreement, the pride evident on his face whenever he thought of his daughter achieving the rank of top scholar. At that moment, Su Meng came out of the kitchen. Seeing Lin Zichen holding a bag of daily necessities, she immediately approached and said, "Xiao Chen, breakfast is almost ready, why don't you eat before you go back?" "Okay, I'll eat and then go back." Lin Zichen smiled and didn't stand on ceremony with his prospective mother-in-law, a superb cook. Breakfast was lean pork congee. Very fragrant. Lin Zichen ate 2 bowls before heading home. As soon as he left, Su Meng turned to Shen Jianyi, who was still sipping his congee, and said, "Last night, I woke up to use the restroom and heard someone showering upstairs. Do you think our daughter was with him last night?" "Now that you mention it, that must have been the case. This is a big step forward, I must tell this good news to Wangzhen." Su Meng's face lit up with a smile as she took out her phone and sent several messages to Zhang Wangzhen on WeChat. Meanwhile, as soon as Lin Zichen got home, he tossed the dirty clothes from the night before into the washing machine. Next, he picked up the detergent from the floor, poured some into the machine, and hit the start button. When he had finished all that and was ready to go out for morning exercise, Zhang Wangzhen came over, beaming with joy, and praised him warmly. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe. Chinese Novel Audio Wave 107, Strong-Mouthed King _3. "Son, you're very capable." "What?" Lin Zichen felt somewhat puzzled. He had just done the laundry, and that too with a washing machine, how did that relate to being capable? Zhang Wangzhen did not explain but continued to smile with satisfaction, saying, "It's nothing, Mom just thinks you're very capable and wanted to praise you." Lin Zichen couldn't figure out what was going on, but he didn't dwell on it and soon went out for his morning exercise. After exercising in the morning, he would return home to shower and then go upstairs to his room to temper his skin. When evening came, he would go to Shen Qinghan's room to kiss her little mouth and research her superpower. This went on for 2.5 days. There was still no progress with the superpower research. However, he had gained a lot in the kissing department. Under the combined effects of using it or losing it and divine wisdom roots, Lin Zichen's kissing skills had soared to the pinnacle of the world. Each time he kissed her, it only took a few seconds to make Shen Qinghan's body go limp, to leave her dizzy and unable to tell north from south, going through diaper after diaper. Besides, his tempering skin progress was also significant. After 2.5 days of effort, he had now tempered the skin of both arms, legs, and his butt. That was about 47% of his total skin area. With just 3 more days, or at most 4, he would be able to temper all the skin on his body. By then, his body would be like wearing a top-grade bulletproof vest, impenetrable by blades and guns. Shanghai University. A training field at Martial Arts College. Lu Chuanwu was practicing his legwork inside. Every punch thrown and kick delivered was exceedingly sharp, full of explosive power, creating a series of booming sounds against the air. As he was immersed in his training, suddenly, several well-built middle-aged men walked in from outside, their faces unfriendly as they quickly headed towards him. Leading them, one man shouted angrily, "Lu Chuanwu, what's this business with Lin Zichen about? You need to give me an explanation." "What Lin Zichen business? I don't understand what you're talking about." Lu Chuanwu stopped his training to look at the man, feigning ignorance. The man didn't waste words with him and cursed directly, "Lin Zichen clearly enrolled in my evolution college, and you still schemed behind my back to snatch him away to your martial arts college. Have you no shame?" "What do you mean I schemed behind your back?" Lu Chuanwu asked defiantly. "Is it only your evolution college that can recruit students and my martial arts college cannot?" While speaking, his tone turned sarcastic. "President Ma, what great authority you wield." Ma Zhenhe challenged, "There's a matter of first come, first served. You've lived long enough, don't you understand this principle? I don't care about any first come, first served. I only know that as long as school hasn't started, he's not a student of your evolution college, I'm free to recruit him, and it's not against the school rules." "Yes, the school rules don't specify this, but you've broken the unwritten rule between the presidents." "Laughable, that's your unofficial rule, what's that got to do with me?" Lu Chuanwu continued, "In any case, my recruitment is justifiable, completely fair competition. If you're unhappy, you can go find Lin Zichen and try to recruit him back to Evolution College." Ma Zhenhe, beside himself with anger, sneered, "Ha, you, the most cunning and despicable man who loves underhanded tactics, also talk about fair competition. If you've got the guts, come up on stage and fight me one round to decide who calls the shots. That's what I call fair competition. Not like you, always sneaking around and pulling petty tricks, get it?" Ma Zhenhe was truly furious, so angry that he had lost all reason, no longer the composed man he was usually. Even now, he couldn't grasp whether the problem lay with the second-place student in the college entrance exams or if Lu Chuanwu's sweet talk had reached a new level. How could he have let this happen? In the past, Lu Chuanwu poaching students wasn't unheard of. But back then, the students were just ordinary ones, and he couldn't be bothered to squabble with Lu Chuanwu over them. But this year's second-place student in the college entrance exams was a different story. He absolutely could not tolerate it. "Come up and fight? Think I'm an idiot?" Lu Chuanwu looked at Ma Zhenhe as if he were looking at a moron and scoffed, "You, a high-level 5th ranker, trying to bully me, an ordinary 9th order? You've got the nerve to talk about fairness. Where's your shame? I'm only 48 years old this year, while you're 95. How am I the bully here? Then you're just bullying the elderly. You." Ma Zhenhe was so enraged he felt like he was going to spit blood. Lu Chuanwu's mouth was simply too good at provoking people, a true master of verbal combat. Assuming the air of an elder, Lu Chuanwu said gravely, "Young man, you want to challenge me? Fine. The day I break free from the shackles of the ordinary as a pure-blood human and evolve into an advanced-level creature, you'll be the first one I'll take down." Lu Chuanwu confidently proclaimed, "At that time, I'll live stream it nationwide, using my advanced first rank strength to overpower and kill you, a genetic integrator of high level 5th rank. Ma Zhenhe sneered, yeah, keep talking, Mr. Mouth Almighty. Lu Chuanwu, mark my words, as long as you refuse genetic fusion, you'll always be just an ordinary 9th rank weakling. An inferior ordinary creature, go on tinkering with your pure blood human nonsense. With that parting shot, Ma Zhenhe left the training field, too weary to argue with Lu Chuanwu any longer. However, he couldn't just let the matter of the poached top student slide. He quickly headed to the principal's office to complain to Yuan Dongji, claiming that Lu Chuanwu had no respect for martial honor, resorting to underhanded tactics to poach Evolution College's top exam scorer. In response to his grievances, Yuan Dongji comforted him indifferently, "Don't worry, President Ma, wait until the school year progresses. When Lin Zichen sees his former peers, who weren't as good as him, surpass him one by one through genetic fusion or mechanical enhancements, he'll naturally switch his major." Ma Zhenhe said, "Principal Yuan, that's not the point. It's about Lu Chuanwu breaking the rules. He needs to be punished." Yuan Dongji picked up the teacup from the desk, took a gentle sip, and said, "If you're upset, then give him a taste of his own medicine and win the top student back. Then I'll do as Principal Yuan suggests." Seeing that Yuan Dongji wouldn't discipline Lu Chuanwu, Ma Zhenhe felt disgruntled but didn't say anything more, maintaining a respectful demeanor on the surface. They exchanged a few more words. Soon after, Ma Zhenhe left the office to attend to his own matters. After he was gone, Yuan Dongji muttered to herself. Ma Zhenhe looks steady enough usually, but every time he confronts that Lu fellow, he ends up losing his cool. So many years have passed, and that Lu guy hasn't changed a bit. His mouth is still as sharp as ever. She sighed, he could have been just as formidable in strength as he is with words if he hadn't gone down the wrong path when he was young. Otherwise, he'd at least be a principal by now. P.S. Begging for monthly votes and recommendation tickets. Fiancé. In the afternoon, sunlight wasn't as intense, and a gentle breeze was brushing face on, bringing with it strands of cooling air. It felt extremely comfortable. On a road in the suburbs, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were training in interval running. It was mainly Shen Qinghan who was practicing. Lin Zichen merely played the role of coach and training partner, helping to improve her training efficiency. Although Shen Qinghan had decided to pursue genetic fusion, mainly strengthening herself through the fusion of exotic beast genes, physical training was still essential. Because the stronger the body, the more beneficial it is to genetic fusion. "I can't go on, I can't run anymore." Shen Qinghan stopped by the roadside, hands on her knees, bending over to catch her breath, large beads of sweat sliding continuously from her flushed cheeks, falling to the ground like streaming water. Her clothes were completely soaked, clinging tightly to her body due to the sweat, excellently displaying her graceful figure, very tempting. "Here, rehydrate." Lin Zichen took out a bottle of sports-specific electrolyte water from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to her. Sweating too much, her body had lost not only a large amount of fluid but also many trace elements. At this time, drinking electrolyte water was more beneficial than drinking pure water. Shen Qinghan took the electrolyte water, and though she was extremely thirsty, she still sipped little by little, not rushing. Mainly because she had choked several times in the past from drinking too quickly and learned her lesson after Lin Zichen scolded her. Seeing that Shen Qinghan had drunk enough, Lin Zichen said to her, "Let's call it a day for today's training, let's go to that bench up ahead and relax our muscles." Shen Qinghan, with her mouth full of water, could only make an mmm sound in response. Soon, the two arrived at the bench. Shen Qinghan put down the water bottle and skillfully lay down on the bench. Lin Zichen sat beside her, gave her butt a pat, and said, "I'll start by massaging your feet, go ahead and take off your shoes and socks. I don't feel like getting up, just help me take them off." Shen Qinghan turned her head to look at Lin Zichen, with her clear, sparkling peach blossom eyes, and in a whispery voice, coaxed him. Since she was cooing already, Lin Zichen reluctantly helped her remove her shoes and socks. Her shoelaces weren't tied tightly, so the shoes could be slipped off without undoing the laces. With 2 pink sports shoes taken off, a pair of dainty, sock-clad feet was revealed. The socks were wet with sweat, but remarkably, there was no smell at all. In fact, there was a faint scent of freshness. Lin Zichen thought to himself that Shen Qinghan's physique was remarkable, and if it were ancient times, she would certainly be a famed fragrance beauty renowned through the ages. He idly considered these things. Soon, Lin Zichen began to massage Shen Qinghan's feet. Considering the effectiveness in dispersing lactic acid, Lin Zichen massaged with a bit of force, causing Shen Qinghan to groan from time to time, tensing her feet and crying out for lighter pressure. After massaging the feet, it was time for the calves. Shen Qinghan's calves were straight and slender, they felt incredibly soft when massaged, a touch so pleasant it was hard to let go, perfectly exhibiting the characteristics of her water attribute. As Lin Zichen massaged these perfectly formed calves, he marveled and said, "Your physique is really amazing. Despite years of high-intensity training, your muscles don't seem developed at all, they're soft to the touch, as if made of water, causing envy in other girls who practice martial arts. What's there to be envious about?" Shen Qinghan spoke dismissively, "Because of this mysterious water attribute physique, I still have to wear diapers even now, and when I was a child, I was mocked by classmates for it, which was just miserable." She thought that if it wasn't for Lin Zichen being by her side all the time, protecting her, she might have become withdrawn and dropped out of school long ago. "Xiao Chen, I really appreciate you. Why the sudden thanks? If it weren't for you always being there to protect me, my childhood at school would have been very miserable. With our relationship, saying thanks is just too formal." Lin Zichen stopped massaging Shen Qinghan's calves, moved his hands to her thighs, and began massaging them with a slightly increased intensity. There was more flesh on the thighs, and without some force in the massage, it was hard to relax the muscles effectively. "By the way, what are we exactly?" he asked. Shen Qinghan twirled her hanging hair with her fingers, asking somewhat nervously, "Friends? Childhood sweethearts? Or, girlfriend?" "Family," Lin Zichen replied. The relationship signified by the word family was too broad, it could mean a wife or it could mean a sister. Shen Qinghan, not quite satisfied with the answer, pursed her lips and prodded further, "As family, then what kind of family?" Lin Zichen smiled and counter-questioned, "What kind of family do you want it to be?" Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, her cheeks tinted with a flush, then, "Fiancé." Fiancé, Lin Zichen affirmed. At that response, Shen Qinghan's heart leaped with joy, and instinctively, she blurted out, "So, shall we get married after we graduate from college?" Lin Zichen, "Okay." Upon hearing this answer, Shen Qinghan was overjoyed. Then, she sat up from the bench, stretched out her pinky finger excitedly towards Lin Zichen, and said, "Xiao Chen, let's make a pinky promise like when we were kids, to hang for 100 years without change, agreeing to get married after college graduation. Let's do it." Lin Zichen smiled and extended his pinky, hooking it with Shen Qinghan's. Fiancé_2. Shen Qinghan swayed their linked little fingers, her face filled with sweetness as she made a promise. "Shen Qinghan and Lin Zichen have agreed that after university graduation, we'll get married." Lin Zichen also swayed his little finger, smiling as he said, "Agreed, we'll get married after university graduation. Pinky promise. Hang it on a hook. For 100 years, no changing allowed." At this moment, the two of them made a promise, just like they did when they were children. A bit childish, but very meaningful. In the evening, after taking a shower and having dinner, Lin Zichen watched TV in the living room with his parents, occasionally chatting, creating a very harmonious atmosphere. The genius from Kyoto University has successfully integrated the black flame serpent gene, breaking the record for the youngest 4-time genetic integrator in the university's history, and at the same time, has evolved into a high-level genetic integrator, breaking the record for the youngest high-level genetic integrator at Kyoto University. Machine God Corporation declares that it has initiated the ascension plan for the mechanical genius girl, aiming to create a steel Valkyrie within 10 years, with strength comparable to a rare-level fighter. The evening news was broadcasting, and it came to the stories about the geniuses from Capital City and the mechanical genius girl. Ever since the mechanical genius girl was successfully treated by Machine God Corporation and became even stronger, the major media outlets like to bind her and the genius from Capital City together, branding them as the unparalleled duo to create a buzz. Whenever there's news about one of them, it invariably includes the other for comparison, steering the topic towards a mighty confrontation, spurring debates in the comments section over who is stronger. This genius from Kyoto is something else, hey? Just turned 20 and is already a 4-time genetic integrator and a high-level fighter. Looks like he's going to rewrite all the records of Kyoto University. And this mechanical genius girl seems to be only half a year younger than the Kyoto genius, and now they're claiming that within 10 years, they will turn her into a rare-level mechanically modified human, that is, a rare-level mechanically modified human before the age of 30. This is more exaggerated than the other. Lin Zichen commented while watching the news on TV. Zhang Wangzhen gave him a glance. Don't know what you're sighing about, our Sun and Han Han are also very impressive, why don't I see you sighing about them? After saying that, she continued, our Sun and Han Han are Nanjiang province's second best and top scholar, who knows, once they get to university, they might perform even better than these two, maybe even successfully go through genetic fusion 5 times before they're 20, directly breaking the world record. Lin Zichen replied somewhat helplessly, Wangzhen, you're really exaggerating, there's no need to be so competitive to the point of disregarding science. So what if it's not scientific, does that mean it'll definitely not happen? No sooner had she finished speaking than Zhang Wangzhen pressed on, before the college entrance exams, could you have imagined that Han Han would become the top scholar in Nanjiang province? Certainly not, right? Zhang Wangzhen pressed him aggressively, stop always talking about what's scientific and what's not. This world has many miracles that can't be explained by science, and I believe miracles will happen to our Sun and Han Han, is that not allowed? Lin Zichen was left speechless by her rebuttal. After so many years of marriage, the rational him had never won an argument against the emotional Zhang Wangzhen. Listening to his parents' argument, Lin Zichen suddenly realized he hadn't yet told them that he had joined the Tianren Pavilion and was going to pursue the pure-blood human path. Just as he was considering how to broach the subject, the doorbell at their home rang. Ding dong. Coming. Lin Zichen, who was closest to the door, responded and then stood up to open the door for the visitor outside. Soon, a series of conversational voices came from outside the door. President Ma, what brings you here? I apologize for the disturbance so late in the evening. I came because I wanted to have a talk with Zichen about the choice of college. President Ma had purposely come late in the evening. Because people are more emotional at night and more likely to make decisions. Tonight, he was determined to win Lin Zichen back from Lu Juanwu. Choice of college. Lin Zichen was a bit confused. Hadn't the college already been chosen quite some time ago? Why would President Ma need to come over to discuss this late at night? By the way, here are 2 ice crystal fish, their taste is exceptionally fresh. They have calming, brain-stimulating, beautifying, and health-preserving effects. They were gifts from one of my graduated students who gave me a lot. I brought 2 over for you to try. President Ma passed over the bag he was carrying to Lin Zichen, which contained 2 transparent, frozen fish that looked like ice blocks. Lin Zichen received the bag, smiling and saying, "You're too kind, President Ma." "Not at all, it's just a small token of appreciation." President Ma, Xiao Chen is right here in the living room. Let's go sit down and chat. Then I'll be imposing. After a brief chat, the two went to sit in the living room. Noticing that a guest had arrived, Zhang Wangzhen, who had just been arguing with Lin Zichen, seamlessly switched into the role of a wise and virtuous wife. She expertly brewed tea, giving her husband plenty of respect in front of their guest. Once President Ma was seated, he didn't rush to discuss college choices with Lin Zichen but began with small talk with the couple. Finding the atmosphere right, he then turned the conversation to Lin Zichen, with a look of regret. Zichen's genetic fusion compatibility rate is as high as 15%, which indicates an immeasurable future if he follows the genetic fusion path. There's really no need to go down the pure-blood human path, which would be a waste of talent. Tianren Pavilion has good intentions, but their theory about pure-blood humans hasn't shown any substantial progress. It's a huge pitfall. Zichen, if you jump into this pit, it will only harm you, he continued, looking at Lin Zichen. Being passionate is a good thing, Zichen, but being too hot-headed is not. Listen to my advice, don't go down the pure-blood human path, it will only lead to mediocrity. Better to choose Evolution College instead. Fiancé_3. Before Lin Zichen could respond, Zhang Wangzhen, who was beside him, revealed a confused expression and said, President Ma, I'm a bit lost by what you're saying. Hasn't Xiao Chen already enrolled in Evolution College? Upon hearing her say this, Ma Zhenhe became somewhat befuddled. What's going on? This couple doesn't know that their son has already joined Tianren Pavilion and then transferred to Martial Arts College? At this moment, Lin Zichen looked towards his parents and explained, Mom and Dad, I forgot to tell you, I joined Tianren Pavilion a few days ago and have now transferred to Martial Arts College to pursue the pure-blood human path. Upon hearing his explanation, the couple was stunned. Immediately after, they felt nervous and scared, fearing their son had taken a wrong turn. Tianren Pavilion had a notoriously bad reputation and had ruined many talents. Xiao Chen, what exactly is going on? Zhang Wangzhen was the first to snap out of her daze, urgently asking Lin Zichen. Seeing the anxious look on his parents' faces, Lin Zichen cut a long story short and told them how he ended up joining Tianren Pavilion. He said that he recognized the ideals of Tianren Pavilion. Then, under the condition of the Martial Arts College president offering 3 times the benefits, he agreed to join Tianren Pavilion for half a year to try the pure-blood human path. If there was no progress after half a year, he would return to Evolution College to pursue the genetic fusion path. After hearing this, Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen both breathed a sigh of relief. It was only a trial for half a year, and not an unwavering commitment to the pure-blood human path. If it was just for half a year, it wouldn't have too great of an impact on the genetic fusion path, and this they could accept. On the other hand, after listening to Lin Zichen's recount, Ma Zhenhe frowned deeply. Evolution College's welfare package for the second-best exam ranking was already very generous, and it pained him to even offer that much. That raised a question, where did the perennially impoverished Tianren Pavilion and Martial Arts College get the money to offer triple the benefits? Ma Zhenhe was only somewhat puzzled and didn't dwell on it too much. Soon, he advised Lin Zichen. Zichen, while the triple benefits are indeed substantial, you must look at the bigger picture. These are all minor profits, and it's not worth missing out on greater things. Even though it's just a trial for half a year and you can still come back to pursue the genetic fusion path if it doesn't work out, this short span of 6 months is enough to cause you to miss out on a lot of valuable knowledge, far more than what 3 times the benefits could make up for. I've been at Shanghai University for so many years, and I've seen too many similar situations occur. Trust me, you won't go wrong. There's no need to waste that half a year. But in reality, there was no waste involved in just half a year's time. Mainly, he was worried that Lin Zichen, during his half-year stay at Tianren Pavilion, would be further swayed and brainwashed by Lu Juanyu and end up like that capital city's second-best exam scorer from years past, fully immersed in the pure-blood human path and never turning back. Thank you for the advice, President Ma, but I presently very much endorse the ideals of Tianren Pavilion. If I don't try it out, I'll always be thinking about it later on, and it might even become a demon in my heart, Lin Zichen asserted stubbornly. Endorse the ideals? No, it was the triple benefits that were too attractive. Ma Zhenhe continued to urge. Analyzing the pros and cons for Lin Zichen from various perspectives. Yet, Lin Zichen still insisted on trying it for half a year. Seeing his stubbornness, Ma Zhenhe didn't want to plead fruitlessly, so he took his leave with a word of farewell. There are top exam scorers every year, Evolution College wouldn't lack just one. If he could persuade him, good, if not, let it be. It's just a top exam scorer, not worth him, the dignified president, to lower his stance and beg for someone to return to the right path. After Ma Zhenhe left, Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen talked with Lin Zichen for over 2 hours. They discussed his joining Tianren Pavilion. Although Lin Zichen was very clear that it was just a trial for half a year, the couple still worried, fearing he could be misled and not turn back. However, after a long conversation, the couple still chose to trust their son. After finishing the conversation with his parents, Lin Zichen saw it was about the right time, so he grabbed his daily necessities and headed to Shen Qinghan's place to sleep. Sleep was just incidental, the main purpose was to study Shen Qinghan's water-based superpowers. He went to Shen Qinghan's room. After chatting with Shen Qinghan for a while and feeling that the atmosphere was right, Xiao Chen started kissing her, delving deep into the study of her mysterious water-based superpowers. It was just less than an hour's time. Shen Qinghan had changed her diaper 4 times, feeling like she was about to be dehydrated. Xiao Chen poured her a glass of water, letting her replenish her fluids. Then, while she was drinking the water, he suggested, "How about we don't wear the diaper? It's really quite troublesome to change, and it wastes too much. But I don't want to pee on you." Shen Qinghan's face showed difficulty, but her heart was clearly wavering, no longer as adamant about wearing a diaper as before. Xiao Chen struck while the iron was hot. "It's okay, I really don't mind." Shen Qinghan hesitated for a while but eventually agreed, "All right then, let's not wear it. Let's go, we can continue kissing in the bathroom." With that, Xiao Chen scooped Shen Qinghan up and left the room, heading into the bathroom across the way. Although it wasn't possible to lie down and kiss in the bathroom, it had the advantage of making clean-up more convenient should she pee. Shen Qinghan was a bit reserved when she first began to pee, but as time went on, she slowly adapted and became completely immersed in the kissing. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, Xiao Chen woke up in bed and glanced at Shen Qinghan still sleeping soundly beside him. Sure enough, there was drool at the corner of her mouth. He took a tissue and wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth clean. Afterward, seeing that it was still early, Xiao Chen didn't rush to get up and chose to lie in bed and read the news on his phone. Just as he opened the news app, a top trending news story caught his eye. Outrage! Tianren Pavilion dupes and brainwashes Nanjiang Province's second highest scorer into giving up the genetic fusion path for the pure-blood human path, causing a genius to become indistinguishable from the masses. Seeing this headline, Xiao Chen was taken aback for a moment. What's going on? Has the gossip come knocking on my own door? Xiao Chen frowned and hurriedly clicked on the news to check the content. The content of the news was very simple, just 3 short paragraphs. The first paragraph stated that Nanjiang Province's second highest scorer, Lin Zichen, joined the Tianren Pavilion and took the pure-blood human path. The second paragraph lamented the wasted potential of the second highest scorer. The third paragraph mentioned the second highest scorer from capital city 10 years ago, saying that this female genius also became nothing more than ordinary after joining the Tianren Pavilion. After reading the content of the news, Xiao Chen immediately went to the comment section. As expected, the netizens were up in arms. They were denouncing Tianren Pavilion, accusing it of misleading the youth and corrupting geniuses. There were also many comments calling Lin Zichen stupid. After reading through the comments, he found that many of the netizens seemed like paid trolls, deliberately guiding public opinion to attack Tianren Pavilion and the pure-blood human path. This was an overtly targeted attack. Xiao Chen's brows were deeply furrowed. He didn't care about whether Tianren Pavilion was being targeted. What he cared about was that his personal information had been leaked. Now, the whole country knew that Nanjiang province's second highest scorer was Lin Zichen and that this top scorer had joined Tianren Pavilion. And this could very likely trigger an online storm. An online storm denouncing Tianren Pavilion for misleading the youth. An online storm attacking the Nanjiang province's second highest scorer Lin Zichen for being foolish. P.S. Setting out my bowl, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. 109. Carry on the family line. Who was the one who leaked the information? Ma Zhenhe? Or other factions that are hostile towards Tianren Pavilion? Lin Zichen's thoughts raced non-stop. After pondering for a while, he felt that this was not important. What he urgently needed to do was to quickly remove the news. Thinking this, Lin Zichen scrolled to the bottom of the news page and found the reporting feature to report the article. He reported the news for violating regulations and invading the privacy of the person involved. Afterward, he also called the relevant internet authorities to file a complaint. After a series of actions, the news exposing the personal privacy of the exam candidate was eventually removed from the news app at 10 a.m. However, it was too late. In the few hours before it was deleted, the related public opinion had already fermented, giving rise to many self-media articles that circulated on various internet platforms. Almost the entire country knew that the high school runner-up from Nanjiang province had joined Tianren Pavilion and chosen the pure-blood human path. Some unscrupulous bloggers, for the sake of traffic, even concocted various conspiracy theories, saying that Lin Zichen's joining Tianren Pavilion was not voluntary but that he was threatened, or that there was some unknown deal between the two parties. In the meantime, many classmates and teachers asked Lin Zichen what was happening through WeChat. Lin Zichen didn't explain much, only replying that it was inconvenient to disclose, and then ignored these WeChat friends. By the afternoon, the high school runner-up incident intensified. Someone leaked a photo of Lin Zichen, claiming this male student was the high school runner-up from Nanjiang province. Because he was too handsome, at first, netizens thought a male internet celebrity was trying to grab attention. Once it was confirmed that it was indeed Lin Zichen himself, the public opinion further fermented. Many female netizens, seeing how handsome Lin Zichen was, began calling him husband in the comment sections. A few more extreme ones even said they wanted to have his babies. Several professional fan leaders smelled a business opportunity and individually messaged these female netizens in the comment section to invite them to set up a fan support group, aiming to make money from it. Seeing the public opinion fermenting more and more intensely, Lin Zichen's frown deepened, feeling very troubled but helpless. He didn't want to be famous at all or to be exposed under the public eye. He just wanted to be a genius in his own small world and evolve quietly. After all, being watched by too many people is not a good thing. Especially someone like him, a traveler filled with secrets, being watched by too many people before he had fully grown was too risky and could invite attacks from the heretical sect at any minute. As it neared evening, several well-known internet celebrity incubator companies contacted Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen through their phones. They said they could package Lin Zichen with a persona of handsome and capable genius, to create an internet sensation on par with the genius from Jing University or the mechanical genius girl. They also said that in this era where female consumers have a higher willingness to spend, a persona of handsome and capable would definitely be more profitable than either the Jing University genius or the mechanical genius girl. Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen were very rational and rejected these internet celebrity incubator companies without a second thought. Earning money is of course good. But if making this money meant having to frequently make public appearances and disrupt their studies, then forget it. After dinner in the evening, Both families sat down together to discuss how to deal with the Lin Zichen situation. Lin Zichen's popularity was now so high that it would inevitably affect his normal life. The parents from both sides discussed for a long time but couldn't come up with a good solution. As ordinary people, they had no money or connections to resolve such a situation. Ultimately, after much discussion, the parents decided the solution was to ignore it. Thinking that the internet is full of fresh distractions and most people were just joining in on the excitement temporarily. As time went on and the novelty wore off, the fervor would most likely die down. At 11 p.m. Lin Zichen took a shower, put on pajamas, lay in bed checking his phone, and kept an eye on the news related to himself. Seeing the intensity of the public opinion surrounding him rise, his frown deepened. Not long after, Shen Qinghan's voice came from outside his room. "Xiao Chen, I want to sleep here tonight. The door's not locked, come in." Creak. Along with the sound of the door opening, Shen Qinghan, dressed in a nightgown and carrying a bag of daily necessities, entered gracefully. At the moment, she exuded a pleasant scent of shower gel, evidently having just finished showering. After placing the bag on the table, she took off her slippers. Shen Qinghan climbed into bed and sat next to Lin Zichen, shoulder to shoulder, leaning against him, and looked at his phone screen. Seeing Lin Zichen searching for news about himself joining Tianren Pavilion, she couldn't help but say, "Those people are so mean, to directly use an innocent examinee as a pawn with no principle whatsoever. That's how struggle works, having principles puts you at a disadvantage. Being unprincipled gives you the edge," Lin Zichen said indifferently. Shen Qinghan suddenly recalled her nominal master. Her nominal master, Yuan Dongji, was the vice-chancellor of Shanghai University, the head of the academic department, and also the young lady of the Yuan family. Any of these three identities seemed very influential. If she asked her nominal master for help, would it be possible to remove all news about Xiao Chen? Thinking this, Shen Qinghan said to Lin Zichen, "Xiao Chen, my nominal master seems quite influential. Do you think if I ask her for help, she could get rid of this trouble for you?" "Most likely not," Lin Zichen shook his head and explained, "given the factional struggle, if nothing unexpected happens, it's the genetic fusion faction putting pressure on the pure-blood human faction, and your nominal master is part of the genetic fusion faction, so there's no reason she would help with this." 109. Carry on the family line. Shen Qinghan listened and thought it made sense. But then she thought, what's the harm in trying, it's not like there will be any loss, so she decided to give it a try. So she took out her cell phone and sent several messages to Yuan Dongji on WeChat. She explained Lin Zichen's situation to her, and asked if she could help solve this issue. About half an hour passed. Yuan Dongji replied to the messages. She replied with just one word, "Okay." Seeing this, Shen Qinghan said with some surprise, "Xiao Chen, take a look quickly, Master said she would help you deal with this matter." Lin Zichen looked at his phone. In the chat box Yuan Dongji had just replied with one word, "Okay," which seemed quite perfunctory. He didn't hold out hope and didn't expect Yuan Dongji to help him resolve this trouble. However, less than half an hour later, Shen Qinghan said to him with a delighted face, "Xiao Chen," Master replied, "she said the problem has been solved." "Solved?" Lin Zichen was a bit stunned. Shen Qinghan said, "I'm not sure if it has been solved or not, Master just replied with a brief solved. You should search for the news related to you and see if you can still find it." Lin Zichen immediately opened the news app and typed his name into the search box. Then, he clicked search. The result displayed, none. He then opened various major social platforms to search, and the results were the same, none. Finally, he searched for those bloggers who had intentionally spread rumors about him, only to find that they had all disappeared as if the platforms had banned their accounts. At the same time, several popular news apps and social media platform apps had unanimously pinned the same piece of news to the top. Shocking! Top male celebrity arrested at the #1 club in the mountains and seas. A third of the involved are celebrities. This news was so hot that it had gathered tens of thousands of comments in the comment section in less than 5 minutes after it was posted. Lin Zichen opened the comment section to check. As expected, there were many bot accounts spamming comments, piling up the floors. Xiao Chen, it's really solved, you can't find any news about you anymore. Shen Qinghan was extremely surprised, she hadn't expected her nominal master to have such great influence, resolving the matter in less than half an hour with no dawdling. Lin Zichen was also amazed, he hadn't expected Yuan Dongji would actually help him solve this matter. Was it doting on her disciple? Or was it in memory of the past relationship with Lu Juanwu, choosing to help Tianren Pavilion? Regardless, he was the beneficiary in the end. Lin Zichen steadied his emotions and, looking at Shen Qinghan next to him, said, Han Han, please thank your master for me, I am extremely grateful for her help, thank you very much. I'll convey your thanks right now. After saying that, Shen Qinghan sent a message of gratitude to Yuan Dongji on WeChat, including her own thanks and Lin Zichen's. After thanking Yuan Dongji, Shen Qinghan looked at Lin Zichen with a smile and said, Xiao Chen, you owe me one for solving this problem, how do you plan to repay me? How do you want to be repaid? Not much, just give me a kiss. Shen Qinghan extended her fair and delicate finger, pointing to her tempting cherry lips as she said this. Lin Zichen smiled silently and then kissed her cherry lips gently. It was just a light peck. It wasn't that he didn't want to kiss her more deeply, mainly, he was afraid Shen Qinghan would faint. After days of getting used to it, Shen Qinghan was no longer as sensitive as she was at the beginning. After handling the news turmoil, Lin Zichen's life quickly returned to normal. There were mainly 3 things he needed to do every day, one was to exercise to train his body, the second was to temper his physical body with the blood tempering technique, and the third was to study Shen Qinghan's superpowers. 3 days later. In the room, Lin Zichen opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, showing a smile on his face. He had finally finished tempering all of his skin. And at the moment of completion, his biological level had evolved to ordinary 7th tier. It was an unexpected joy. Soon, Lin Zichen had a thought and summoned the panel to check his attributes. Name, Lin Zichen. Age, 18. Biological level, ordinary, tier 7. Biometric attributes, use it or lose it, Tianren aptitude, survival of the fittest, water fortune, survival of the fittest, sky's eye, social animal, natural camouflage, danger perception. Body refining, skin tempering, 1 time, flesh tempering, 0 times, bone tempering, 0 times. Unknowingly, he had already acquired 9 biometric attributes, this could basically be equivalent to a 10 times genetic integrator, right? Well, that's 5 more than the 4 times genetic integrator genius record breaker from the capital's university. 2 words, overwhelming. Lin Zichen subconsciously compared himself to the capital's university genius. He couldn't help it, he had grown up watching the news about the university genius, and subconsciously, he had started using that as a benchmark. In terms of genetic fusion, he was now basically worth 2.2 of the capital's university geniuses. After pondering all these things for a while, Lin Zichen quickly collected his thoughts and earnestly touched his own skin to feel if there was anything different from before. After feeling it for a while, he thought it was more resilient. However, he figured it was likely a psychological effect. After all, resilience is an attribute that needs to be felt by pinching softly, you cannot tell by just touching. Xiao Chen, may I come in? Shen Qinghan's voice sounded from outside the room. Ever since she got a cell phone and learned some knowledge about sex in high school, she would knock on the door when looking for Lin Zichen rather than just turning the handle and entering. After all, adolescent boys often do indescribable things in their rooms, and barging in could lead to an embarrassing scene. 109. carry on the family line. Hearing Shen Qinghan's shout, Lin Zichen got out of bed to open the door for her. As soon as the door opened, Shen Qinghan, dressed in a connected dress, handed the lemon tea she was holding to Lin Zichen, and smiled sweetly. Just took it out of the fridge, it's cool and refreshing, feels great to drink. Let me try. Lin Zichen took the lemon tea, took a sip with some anticipation, savored the burst of sour and sweet on his taste buds, and couldn't help but praise, it tastes quite good, much better than the ones sold outside for over $10. Of course. Shen Qinghan said somewhat proudly. After speaking, she noticed something different about Lin Zichen's skin and asked with curiosity, Xiao Chen, how do I feel like your skin seems to have become firmer? You can tell. Lin Zichen felt a bit surprised, he hadn't expected Shen Qinghan to be so observant. Shen Qinghan stretched out her hand to touch his arm, and as she felt it she said, obviously, I've been sharing a bed with you for several days now, I'm really familiar with your body. After touching for quite a while, and finding that Lin Zichen's skin indeed had become a lot firmer, she asked curiously, so why has your skin become firmer? It's the effect of the blood tempering technique. The body refining method given to you by Tianren Pavilion. Right. It really works well, makes me want to practice it too. Shen Qinghan said enviously. Lin Zichen laughed, forget it, if you can walk the path of genetic fusion, there's no need to follow the pure blood human path. Shen Qinghan curiously asked, by the way, what's your current biological level? I haven't asked you yet. She had been curious for a long time, but had never asked. Now that they had both confirmed their intention to get married after college graduation, being a closely connected engaged couple, it was okay to ask a little secret about the other. Lin Zichen didn't hide it from her and honestly replied, normal 7th rank. You're already at normal 7th rank. Shen Qinghan said with a feeling of powerlessness, I'm only at normal 2nd rank. There was no surprise on her face regarding Lin Zichen's high biological level of normal 7th rank, only a sense of helplessness. After all, back in elementary school, she had witnessed Lin Zichen's far exceeding strength among his peers, knowing he had always been concealing his true power and not showing too much of it. You're different, your genetic fusion compatibility has reached 21%. Once you get to college, just casually fuse some exotic beast genes, and you could evolve into an advanced level creature easily. Lin Zichen soothed her with a smile. Right. Shen Qinghan curved her beautiful eyes in a smile, then let's see who evolves into an advanced level creature first. Lin Zichen, sure, let's see who's faster. Shen Qinghan, oh right, Xiao Chen, that cheap master of mine has never taken the initiative to contact me, it feels like I've been left to fend for myself. Lin Zichen, being left to your own devices isn't so bad, at least you're free. At that moment, Shen Qinghan's phone vibrated, someone had sent her a message on WeChat. She opened WeChat and found it was a message from Li Chuxin. Chu Xin, Han Han, I'm planning to retrieve my eggs next Monday, want to come together? Han Han, so soon? After replying to the message, Shen Qinghan turned to Lin Zichen and asked, Xiao Chen, Chu Xin invited me to retrieve eggs next Monday, do you think I should go? Students who decide to walk the path of genetic fusion usually go to a specialized hospital to have their sperm or eggs retrieved and stored before they undergo their first genetic fusion. Because after undergoing genetic fusion, there is a high probability of losing the ability to reproduce. If one wishes to have children in the future, they must retrieve and store their sperm or eggs in advance, to be used when they desire to have offspring. Lin Zichen suggested, since Chu Xin invited you to retrieve eggs, then go ahead. Retrieve them sooner and get it over with, so you don't have it weighing on your mind. Then I'll go retrieve them next Monday. After finishing, Shen Qinghan sent a reply to Li Chuxin, agreeing to go with her next Monday to collect the eggs. In the time that followed, Lin Zichen returned to sitting on his bed, holding the translation of the blood tempering technique and studied it earnestly, ready to start the next body refining phase, tempering flesh. Shen Qinghan sat beside him and watched for a while, but she couldn't understand at all, so she took out her phone to entertain herself. It was hard to tell how much time had passed. Shen Qinghan, who was scrolling through short videos on her phone, looked up at Lin Zichen and hesitantly asked with a blush, "Do you have one of those educational websites that boys often look at? I've never seen it before, and I'm a bit curious to take a look." "You've never seen it?" Lin Zichen was a little surprised. He figured that in this age where everyone had a smartphone, anyone should be able to find whatever they wanted to watch online, and there shouldn't be anything they couldn't see if they wanted to. He suspected Shen Qinghan was lying. "I've never seen it." Shen Qinghan shook her head in response, then her cheeks turned even redder as she said, "Do you have any? If you do, recommend one for me." Lin Zichen took out his phone, opened up the video cache list in a browser, and handed it to Shen Qinghan, saying, "Forget websites, I have a few downloaded on my phone. They're all anime style. If you're curious, go ahead and take a look." "Oh, then I'll take a look." Shen Qinghan, with a blushing face, took Lin Zichen's phone and casually selected one of the educational videos to watch. The next second, the room filled with the passionate voice of an anime-style female teacher giving a lecture. Shen Qinghan was startled and quickly turned the volume down to the lowest setting. Lin Zichen found her awkwardness adorable and smiled as he handed her a pair of earphones, saying, "It's no fun without sound. Put the earphones on and take your time watching." Shen Qinghan took the earphones with embarrassment, feeling she really was stupid. In her heart, she hoped that her future children would inherit more of Lin Zichen's intelligence and less of her own clumsiness. Deep under Shanghai City. 20,000 meters deep. Inside, the tunnels crisscrossed, resembling an ant colony. Half a year ago, all these tunnels were emitting streams of warm air, and the temperature was extremely high. Now, however, the temperature had dropped to the same normal range as the surface above. The reason was that many deep blue crystals were embedded in the walls of the tunnels. These deep blue crystals constantly emitted a chill, maintaining the temperature in the tunnels at the same normal range as above ground. In addition to the deep blue crystals, the walls were also covered with the root systems of unknown plants. These root systems firmly fixed the tunnels, making them incredibly stable, so stable that collapse was impossible. At the center where countless tunnels intersected, there lay a vast, spacious underground palace. At this moment, two humanoid creatures were conversing in the palace. One was a three-eyed giant over 4 meters tall. The other was a mysterious person, only 1.7 meters tall, holding a wooden cane in his hand and wearing a mask on his face. "Divine Envoy, all 108 tunnels have now been fully dug through. Now, we will trouble you to set a biological coordinate here." The three-eyed giant, who 6 months ago had been loftily superior before the Rat King, now acted extremely subservient before the masked person, always trying to force a pleasing smile on its gruesome, fearsome face. The masked person didn't say anything but just nodded. Afterward, he thrust the cane he was holding into the ground with force, cut his wrist, and let the blood pour onto the cane. The blood was quickly absorbed by the cane, and then numerous blood-red roots grew from the bottom of the cane, filling up the entire bottom of the underground palace. After finishing this, the masked person said in a hoarse voice, "The biological coordinate here is set. What remains is to wait for the origin land to also find a corresponding boundary point and lay down a similar biological coordinate. Once the coordinates begin to resonate with each other, the tunnels can be connected to the origin land. P.S. Begging bowl out, please vote for monthly and recommendation tickets." 110. See God Revival. A few days later, Monday. After breakfast, Lin Zichen accompanied Shen Qinghan to a specialized hospital to retrieve eggs. Since the hospital was a bit far, they did not cycle but hailed a ditty on the roadside. When they arrived at the hospital, Li Chuxin was already waiting outside. As soon as she saw the two getting out of the car, she waved her hands with a smiling face and called out. Han Han, Zichen, over here. Hearing her voice, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan walked towards her. Subsequently, they all entered the hospital together. Looking around after entering. It wasn't like ordinary hospitals that were crowded, the place appeared quite deserted with very few people inside. It would be more accurate to call it a genetic material cryopreservation bank than a hospital. Its services were very singular, involving only the extraction of genetic material, cryopreservation, and in vitro fertilization. Beyond that, there was nothing else. This was an official facility built to serve high school seniors who were following the genetic fusion path or the mechanical modification path, not for profit. There's an introduction column over there, let's go have a look. Li Chuxin pointed towards a wall ahead and said. On that wall, there was a column introducing the services of the hospital. Quickly, the three of them went over. Lin Zichen schemed the contents of the introduction column at speed, mainly showcasing the technology for cryopreservation of genetic material. It could preserve not only the genetic material of males or females alone but also the material of the successfully combined entity capable of giving birth to a new life. Under the latest cryogenic technology, theoretically, it could be preserved for several hundred, even 1,000 years. It was truly a case of the person dies but the seed lives on. It could result in a situation where a baby born in 2999 had biological parents who had been buried back in 2099. Zichen, Han Han, they can extract and cryopreserve the fertilized egg here. Do you two want to consider it? Li Chuxin teased the couple beside her. Shen Qinghan actually considered it and silently turned to Lin Zichen, seeking his opinion. Lin Zichen didn't hesitate to say, no need. Extracting and cryopreserving the fertilized egg felt as if the child was being frozen immediately upon conception, which was somewhat difficult to accept. Hello, do you have an appointment? A nurse with a friendly smile approached and asked. She was a woman in her early 30s, with an especially warm smile, not at all like a typical nurse. The reason for her good attitude was that those who could come to this hospital were the future elites, and naturally, the service provided to the elites had to be of excellent quality. We've already made an appointment. Li Chuxin opened the reservation proof on her phone and showed it to the nurse. Shen Qinghan did the same. After glancing over the reservation proof on their phones, the nurse smiled and turned to Lin Zichen, asking, Sir, do you have an appointment? Lin Zichen replied indifferently, No, I'm just accompanying them. He was following the pure-blood human path, so his reproductive capacity would not be affected, eliminating the need to extract genetic material. Please, follow me. After checking the appointment proofs, the nurse led Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin further inside. With nothing to do, Lin Zichen started scrolling through news on his phone in the lobby, keeping up with social facts. About an hour and a half later, Shen Qinghan and Li Chuxin both came out. They hadn't retrieved eggs, only gone through a physical examination and received a follicle-stimulating shot. The egg retrieval would have to wait until tomorrow. Such a hassle. I thought we could just get it done today, I didn't expect we'd have to wait until the next day. Li Chuxin complained. Ordinarily, the retrieval could be done right away. But the maturity of the genetic material in both of their bodies was not quite up to the standard and needed another day to mature. I heard the follicle-stimulating shot we just had can also increase libido, I wonder if it's true, but I'm not feeling anything yet. After speaking, Li Chuxin looked at Shen Qinghan and asked, Han Han, do you feel anything? Shen Qinghan shook her head, no feeling. Li Chuxin laughed and said, even if you did, it's all right, you've got Zichen. After that, she continued, unlike me, nearing 19 and still a single virgin, never even held a boy's hand. As soon as school starts, I'm definitely getting a boyfriend. While walking out, the three of them chatted on and off. As they stepped out of the hospital, Li Chuxin suggested they not rush home and proposed they go shopping since they were already out. Shen Qinghan was very keen and wanted to go shopping too. Lin Zichen wanted to go home to practice tempering flesh, so he didn't join the two in shopping. After all, while girls liked to shop, boys did not. Alone, he returned home. Lin Zichen went upstairs to his room, quietly studying the blood tempering technique, specifically, the tempering flesh phase. After half a morning of research, he finally mastered the technique of tempering flesh. Eager to proceed, he began to temper, starting with his right arm. The right arm was used more often and was thus the priority for tempering. Compared to tempering skin, the burning sensation of tempering flesh was stronger, but still within a bearable limit. You are using qi blood to temper your muscles, muscle strength +1, blood tempering technique proficiency +1. In the blink of an eye, an afternoon passed. Lin Zichen consumed nearly half the qi blood in his body and finally completed following the entire right arm. The cost was that he felt very weak and dizzy to the point of fainting. This was due to consuming too much qi blood. A normal martial arts student with modest talent would need to calculate by months to temper an entire arm. But Lin Zichen had accomplished it in just one afternoon. The gap was so vast that it wasn't an exaggeration to say it's the difference between heaven and earth, even feeling like they were not of the same species. 110. See God Revival _2. If there really are superhumans in the world, I wonder if their talents can compare with mine. Lin Zichen felt a bit curious about this. However, he didn't delve too deep into it and quickly grabbed the food he had prepared in advance, eating it voraciously to replenish the qi blood he had spent during his tempering flesh. Once his qi blood had almost recovered, he found a grip strengthener made of special elastic alloy and set it to the highest strength. Then, he squeezed it hard with his right hand to feel the current grip strength of his arm. After testing it out, the grip strength of his right hand had obviously increased a lot. At least by 50%. And that was just the increase in strength. Besides strength, there were definitely the same levels of enhancement in defense, endurance, and recovery among other aspects. If the effect of just one body refining was this exaggerated, 5 times of tempering would surely multiply the strength by several times. No, it could even be more than 10 times. Now, only the muscles of the arm had been tempered once, and it had led to a 50% increase in the right hand's grip strength. If the muscles of the entire body were refined, enhancing all the muscles, then the increase in right hand grip strength would definitely be more than 50%. After all, grip strength is influenced not only by the muscles in the arms but also by other parts of the body like the chest muscles. With this thought, Lin Zichen was invigorated and filled with the motivation to temper his flesh. In the evening, after dinner, Lin Zichen sat down for a while to digest, feeling that his qi blood was very abundant. He didn't stay downstairs long and stood up to go back to his room to continue tempering flesh, aiming to refine all the muscles in his body within half a month. Nearly a whole night passed. He had finished tempering all the muscles in his entire left arm. Feeling the strength in both arms, Lin Zichen thought he could give himself a nickname Iron Arm. Xiao Chen, I'm here to see you. Hurry up and open the door. Coming. Hearing Shen Qinghan's voice, Lin Zichen responded and went to open the door. As the door opened, Shen Qinghan handed him the shoebox she was holding, saying, "These are the running shoes I bought while shopping with Chu Xin today. See if they fit." "I'll try them." Lin Zichen opened the shoebox, which contained a pair of light grey running shoes. Upon trying them on, they were a perfect fit and very comfortable. "These are couple shoes, you know. I have a light pink pair at home. Later on when we go out for runs to train, let's wear these," said Shen Qinghan, having taken off her slippers and sitting on the bed, her voice sweet and crisp. Lin Zichen found the shoes very comfortable and thought they must not be cheap. He asked, "How much did these cost?" "Together, both pairs just hit 1,000 yuan. That's pretty expensive. But they're worth it for the comfort, plus they're durable. If you buy cheap ones, the solace wear out after just a few runs. That's true. Talking like this for over an hour, the two of them ended up lying on the bed. Shen Qinghan, while chatting, blushed slightly, looking a bit embarrassed, and said, "That, the second dimension study videos on your phone, I didn't finish watching them last time. I want to continue." Addicted to them, hey. Lin Zichen couldn't help teasing her, "I never imagined you were such a lecherous girl." "No way. I'm not addicted at all. I'm just curious," retorted Shen Qinghan with a pout. "It's you, always downloading and saving them, you're the real lecher, and you have the nerve to talk about me." "Man's nature, I'm naturally lecherous," Lin Zichen admitted unashamedly with thick skin. Shen Qinghan didn't know how to handle him and thought indeed there was nothing like the shameless. "You always make fun of me, so as punishment, you're not getting any kisses tonight." Shen Qinghan puffed up her cheeks, pretending to be angry, and turned away from Lin Zichen with a bit of coquettishness. Lin Zichen ignored her punishment, directly turned her around with his hand, embraced her, and kissed her on the mouth. Shen Qinghan put up a symbolic struggle, but soon she succumbed and began to respond to Lin Zichen's kisses. The next morning, after eating breakfast made by Zhang Wangzhen, the two left for the hospital to meet up with Li Chuxin. They went through the formalities in no time, and Li Chuxin then proceeded with egg retrieval. It was a very simple minimally invasive surgery, completed in just over 10 minutes. "How does it feel?" Seeing Li Chuxin come out of the operating room, Shen Qinghan immediately asked. Li Chuxin replied, "I didn't feel much, just lay there and played with my phone and it was over. The only scary part was the needle they use for egg retrieval, it's a bit terrifying." While speaking, she gestured with her hands in front of Shen Qinghan, saying, "It was this long, this thick, and they just pierced it right through to my lower abdomen. If it weren't for the anesthetic, it would definitely be unbearably painful. Don't scare me, Chu Xin." Shen Qinghan regretted asking Li Chuxin how she felt. Originally not afraid of the egg retrieval surgery, but after hearing about the needle from Li Chuxin, she couldn't help but feel a little scared. "Next, please come in." A female doctor's voice came from the operating room. Hearing the call, Shen Qinghan quickly walked in. Then, about 10 minutes later, she walked out of the operating room. There was no apparent discomfort in her body, not at all like she had been pierced with a needle. The biological technology and medical techniques of this world were quite advanced, and many minimally invasive surgeries were virtually injury-free, with very mild post-operative anesthesia effects. "By the way, we've been on summer vacation for so long and our group of 4 hasn't gone out to play together yet. Should we pick a day to go out together?" Li Chuxin suggested, looking at the two. Shen Qinghan was the first to agree, "Good idea, the 4 of us should go out and have fun." 110. See God Revival _3. Lin Zichen remained silent. Because if Shen Qinghan was going, it meant that he would definitely go too. The two were bound together. Li Chuxin smiled and said, "Well, let's tentatively agree on this for now. When we go back, we'll discuss it in our group chat and see where might be the most fun to go." The 3 chatted for a bit in the hospital. Soon, they each took their own cars and went their separate ways home. Once back at home, Lin Zichen spent the entire day tempering his muscles. He was tempering the muscles in his legs. The muscles in the legs were much more numerous than those in the arms. After almost a day of tempering, he had only completed one whole right leg. The remaining left leg would take another day to finish tempering. At 11 p.m., Shen Qinghan arrived on time wearing pajamas, looking for Lin Zichen to sleep. Ever since they decided they would marry after graduation, the two basically often slept together. Mainly because Shen Qinghan was clingy and liked to sleep with Lin Zichen. Out of 10 days, she'd at least want to share a bed with him for 3, otherwise, she'd feel restless. Xiao Chen, quickly check the group chat. Chu Xin and he you are already discussing where to go for fun. Shen Qinghan said as soon as she sat down on the bed. Lin Zichen opened the group chat and saw that there were already 99 plus messages. Looking through the chat history, some suggested going for a hike to watch the sunset, others proposed horseback riding, visiting water parks, or even going to the beach. There were many suggestions, but because Li Chuxin and He Yu disagreed, no decision had yet been made on where to go. Both of them messaged Shen Qinghan in the chat, asking her where she would like to go. Shen Qinghan didn't have a preference and thought anywhere would be fun, so she replied that they could decide. As for Lin Zichen, neither of them asked him. After being classmates for 3 years, they both knew it was futile to ask, aware the answer would definitely be I'll do whatever Han Han wants. About half an hour of arguing passed. Li Chuxin and He Yu finally compromised and decided they would go to the beach. As soon as Shen Qinghan saw that the decision was to go to the beach, she felt troubled. She couldn't go into the sea. As soon as she entered the water, she would start hearing creepy sounds from the ocean depths and feel very unsettled. Xiao Chen, what should I do? Shen Qinghan felt somewhat at a loss and turned to Lin Zichen for help. Li Chuxin and He Yu had asked for her opinion, and she had said anything was fine, leaving the decision to them. Now, after they had argued for nearly half an hour, they finally agreed on a satisfactory outcome to go to the beach. If she said she couldn't go, it would seem very uncooperative. Just say you have an injury and can't touch seawater, so going to the beach is out of the question. Lin Zichen suggested after some thought. Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, but eventually shook her head. Never mind, they finally reached a compromise after so much effort. It would be inappropriate for me to reject it now. Let's just go to the beach then. Worst comes to worst, I just won't go into the sea, I can sunbathe and have a barbecue on the beach. Alright, it's decided. After making up her mind, Shen Qinghan replied in the group chat, expressing her agreement to go to the beach. Seeing this, Lin Zichen simply went with what she liked. He also thought that as long as she didn't go into the sea, there shouldn't be a problem. Having settled on the beach, the four of them discussed and agreed to depart at 7 a.m. in 10 days, to a place in the city known as Shuangri Bay. In the days leading up to the beach trip, Lin Zichen hardly left his house. Apart from regular training outings with Shen Qinghan, he spent the rest of the time secluding himself in his room to temper his muscles. He tempered them for 9 days straight. Fortune favors the diligent, and he finally tempered all his muscles. The moment he completed the muscle tempering, a prompt appeared in the void. Your biological level has been raised to ordinary 8th rank. To think he had reached ordinary 8th rank. Lin Zichen felt it was somewhat surreal. Before practicing the blood tempering technique, on average, it took about 3 to 4 years to advance a single biological level. After practicing the blood tempering technique, not even half the summer had passed, and he had raised his biological level from ordinary 6th rank to ordinary 8th rank at an astounding speed. Last time, after tempering the skin, my biological level evolved to ordinary 7th rank. This time, after tempering the flesh, it evolved to ordinary 8th rank. So, when I temper the bones next time, it will definitely evolve to ordinary 9th rank. Ordinary 9th rank, and above that are the lofty advanced level creatures. It seems that joining Tianren Pavilion was an absolutely correct decision. The blood tempering technique perfectly matches my physical talent and can significantly speed up my evolution. Lin Zichen muttered to himself, feeling exhilarated. The next day, at 7 o'clock in the morning, the 4 members of the Breaking Dawn group gathered at the gate of Shanghai High School to set off for the beach. The mode of transport was by car, with He Yu as the driver. He Yu, when did you get your driver's license? On the car, Li Chuxin, sitting in the passenger seat, asked curiously. The summer vacation had only been about a month, and he already had a driver's license, which seemed incredible. With a nonchalant one-handed turn of the steering wheel, He Yu answered, I got it nearly 3 weeks ago. I got my license just 10 days into the vacation. You were practicing driving during winter break. As soon as she finished speaking, Li Chuxin negated her own question. No, that can't be right. You had your 18th birthday during the next semester. You were still a minor during winter break. How did this happen? I signed up for an express class. It only took 10 days to get a license. There's an express class like that. Li Chuxin looked puzzled. I've lived in Shanghai City for so many years, how come I've never heard of it? He boasted, my dad pulled some strings to find it for me. Of course, you wouldn't have heard of it. 110. See God Revival _4. After speaking, he added, if you three want to enroll in the crash course, I'll just mention it to my dad when I get back, and it will be done. Do you want to sign up? Of course we do. Li Chuxin, now feeling indebted after accepting favors, promptly switched to calling him aiming for a flexible and variable approach. Lin Zichen, who was sitting in the back seat, also chimed in, please enroll Han Han and me as well. Hearing this title of made feel quite pleased inside. An hour and a bit later, the car arrived at the destination, Shuangri Bay. It was the height of summer, and the beach was crowded with people. As soon as they got out of the car, Hiyu's eyes were immediately drawn to the bikini-clad women in the crowd. His gaze was unabashed and full of desire. In contrast, Lin Zichen appeared much more reserved. Unless there was a swimsuit beauty of Shen Qinghan's caliber, he couldn't be bothered to give even a glance, he was simply uninterested. Hiyu, can you not be so sleazy? Look at Zichen, such a gentleman, not a single lustful gaze in his eyes. Li Chuxin said to Hiyu with some dissatisfaction. Hiyu disagreed, what a joke, Zichen's just been spoiled by Qinghan, how could he not be lustful? So all men are lustful, is that it? Hiyu continued, besides, if you come to the beach and don't look at the bikini beauties, what's the point of coming to the beach? Li Chuxin had no retort. She chose to take Shen Qinghan's hand and leave, saying to her, let's go, Han Han, let's go over there and change into our swimsuits, ignore him. Lin Zichen looked at Hiyu and said, let's go change too. Let's go, I can't wait to go diving. After saying that, Hiyu excitedly headed towards the changing room with Lin Zichen. On their way to the changing rooms, Lin Zichen was recognized by many as the second top scholar from Nanjiang province's JAKO exams. These people all pointed at him and murmured among themselves, saying he had joined Tianren Pavilion, that his ideas had gone awry, and he had been brainwashed. Lin Zichen, having acute senses, heard every one of these negative comments as if they were said directly to his ears. He was unbothered by the criticisms, but he quietly took note of the hidden hand behind his current predicament. Once he became powerful, he would surely settle the score with the culprit. For mental anguish alone, he would demand compensation in tens if not hundreds of millions. Who do you think you are, daring to judge the second top scholar from Nanjiang province's JAKO exams? Hiyu, who was traveling with him, overheard someone bad-mouthing Lin Zichen and immediately confronted them angrily. The individuals he confronted all shrunk back like turtles in their shells, none daring to retaliate. While they were bold enough to laugh about Nanjiang province's second top scholar behind his back, it did not mean they dared to offend him. Nanjiang province's second top scholar, even if he was to follow the path of a pure-blood human and become commonplace, was not someone these average Joes could afford to offend. Not to mention, this top scholar could switch majors at any time and return to the genetic fusion path. Zichen, you really are patient. If it were me being talked about, I would have probably punched them already. Hiyu said with an indignant expression. Lin Zichen laughed and replied, patience is relative, I just don't care about these things. If they touched on something I do care about, I would certainly react. Hiyu asked curiously, then what do you care about? No sooner had the words left his mouth, than Li Chuxin, already changed into her swimsuit, came over and smilingly answered for Lin Zichen, Do you even need to ask? What Zichen cares about most is definitely Han Han. Yeah, that was a bit of a stupid question on my part. He said with an embarrassed smile. While laughing, his gaze landed on Li Chuxin. Li Chuxin was wearing a revealing bikini, her waist slender and pale, which looked very tempting. Next to her, Shen Qinghan looked much more conservative. She wore a close-fitting beach dress that only revealed a pair of slender and white legs, and a pair of small and delicate feet. Beyond that, there was nothing to see. Soon, Lin Zichen and He Yu headed inside the changing room to switch into their beach shorts. When the two of them came out wearing beach shorts, Li Chuxin and Shen Qinghan had already found a good spot on the beach, where they set up a mat and a sunshade. Seeing the sun a bit too fierce, Lin Zichen went over to Shen Qinghan, took out a bottle of sunscreen from his bag, and offered to apply it for her. Shen Qinghan blushed slightly but saw no reason to decline, so she agreed. Chu Xin, I'll help you with the sunscreen. Eager for the touch of an 18-year-old girl's tender skin, He Yu volunteered himself to Li Chuxin. Li Chuxin gave him a glare. Ha, you wish you could take advantage of me. I'll have Han Han help me later, you lascivious beast, stay away from me. He Yu felt regretful. Meanwhile, Lin Zichen had Shen Qinghan lie on the mat to apply the sunscreen on her. Shen Qinghan was dressed conservatively, only exposing her face, neck, arms, calves, and feet. Technically, those were the only areas that needed sunscreen. Even the feet really didn't require it. However, when Lin Zichen was applying the sunscreen on Shen Qinghan, he didn't skip any area. Even with the dress obstructing, he reached inside to apply it, moving higher and higher up. Was this applying sunscreen? Or taking advantage? Shen Qinghan knew exactly what was happening, but she allowed Lin Zichen to take his liberties. Because she was also enjoying the intimate physical contact, indulging in the blurred lines with Lin Zichen, and somewhat addicted to it. As she silently relished the touch of Lin Zichen's hands, squeezing her slender legs tightly and her cheeks flushed with pleasure, a strange, ancient, and weathered whisper suddenly rang by her ear. Great God! Revive! Seize! Origin land! Hearing this eerie whisper, Shen Qinghan suddenly opened her eyes wide, filled with panic. This strange whisper was coming from the sea. P.S. Begging bowl out, need monthly tickets, recommendation tickets. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe. Chinese novel audio wave. 111, Contaminated Shen Qinghan. What's wrong? Noticing Shen Qinghan's abnormality, Lin Zichen immediately expressed concern. Shen Qinghan sat up from the mat, her expression frantic as she leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Xiao Chen, I heard that voice again. That voice? Could it be the voice from the sea? Thinking of this, Lin Zichen couldn't help but turn slightly pale. He quickly found an excuse to leave and took Shen Qinghan to a secluded corner, then asked with a furrowed brow, Is it that voice from the sea? Yes, it's the voice from the sea. Shen Qinghan tried her best to calm her nerves and continued, This time I heard the content of the voice clearly, though it was very fragmented. I only caught some clear words, mentioning a great god, revival, the origin land, and the like. The voice was just as unsettling as before, making my heart flutter in panic. Lin Zichen asked, Can you still hear the voice now? No, not anymore. Shen Qinghan shook her head, feeling a bit frightened in retrospect. The moment the voice sounded, her heartbeat had accelerated sharply, and a sudden surge of inexplicable fear overwhelmed her, giving her a slight feeling of chest tightness. Now that the voice had disappeared, her mind finally began to settle down. After hearing Shen Qinghan's words, Lin Zichen fell into deep thought. A great god, revival, the origin land? Her mysterious physique, could it have something to do with the origin land? After pondering for a while, Lin Zichen said to Shen Qinghan, Our knowledge is too limited, knowing this information we can't uncover much, but after we understand more about the origin land in the future, let's see what it's all about. Or maybe after you start university, when you're more familiar with that cheap master of yours, you could try to probe her about the origin land, to see if she knows anything about the sea's origin land. Also, as long as it doesn't compromise our safety, we could come to the seaside more often in the future to see if we can unearth more information. Before, when Shen Qinghan couldn't understand the voice from the sea, Lin Zichen couldn't be sure of the situation and didn't dare take Shen Qinghan near the sea. But now that Shen Qinghan could understand the voice, and it seemed to bear no malice, just a murmur, he felt that in the future, it would be suitable to bring Shen Qinghan here to dig for secrets. As long as they didn't enter the water, just standing on the shore might allow them to hear the murmur and thus dig up more useful information, unveiling the secrets of Shen Qinghan's special physique. The two exchanged thoughts in the corner and soon returned to He Yu and Li Chuxin. After sunbathing, everyone gathered together for a barbecue lunch. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan weren't in the mood for barbecue, their minds occupied with the voice from the sea. Thinking of staying at the seaside to see if they could hear the voice again. However, they waited until nightfall, when it was time to leave the seaside and head home, but Shen Qinghan hadn't heard the murmur from the sea again. At night, inside the room, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan played with their phones while chatting about the voice they heard at the seaside during the day. Having discussed for a while without reaching any conclusions, they soon stopped. They went about their own business, like an old married couple, in the room. Lin Zichen put down his phone, got out of bed, and sat at the desk to flip through blood tempering technique, studying the step of bone tempering seriously. Shen Qinghan lay on the bed, using Lin Zichen's phone to watch second-dimensional educational videos, her cute face blushing at the occasional cheer coming from the earphones. At this moment, both were earnestly studying the knowledge they craved, though the topics of their studies differed. Approaching 10 o'clock at night, Lin Zichen successfully grasped the technique of bone tempering and without wasting a moment, began his first session of bone tempering. The bones of an adult are divided into 3 main parts. They are 29 cranial bones, 51 torso bones, and 126 limb bones. The head is the most crucial part, as well as the most fragile. Therefore, Lin Zichen prioritized the cranial bones, to enhance the defense of his head. You are using Qi blood to temper your bones, bone strength +1, proficiency in blood tempering technique +1. Bone tempering is much harder than tempering skin or tempering flesh. The process is incredibly painful. First, one must control the Qi blood to penetrate the bones, then maintain the Qi blood flowing back and forth inside, creating intense pain that is hardly bearable. After less than half an hour of tempering, Lin Zichen was sweating cold beads and turned pale from pain. It felt as if his skull were being pierced with steel needles, sending jolts of sharp pain intermittently. And for enduring such agony, he had only tempered the smallest of the cranial bones, with 28 more to go. Bone tempering really is tormenting. Lin Zichen muttered to himself and then, braving the pain, continued to temper the rest of his cranial bones. Setting a small goal for himself, he aimed to complete the tempering of all 29 cranial bones within 5 days, achieving an indestructible head, so he would no longer need to wear a helmet when going out fishing. Closing in on midnight, Lin Zichen had painstakingly tempered 3 cranial bones. By this time, his clothes were soaked with sweat, and his breathing became a bit chaotic, unable to continue the tempering. He had to stop and rest, or his head would hurt to the point of losing consciousness. "Xiao Chen, why are you sweating so much?" Having just finished watching an educational video, Shen Qinghan noticed Lin Zichen drenched in sweat and felt very puzzled. Catching his breath, Lin Zichen explained, "I was just using Qi blood for bone tempering. The pain was quite outrageous, and it made me sweat profusely." "Is it that exaggerated?" Shen Qinghan was somewhat surprised. Regaining her senses, she quickly got out of bed, took a few tissues to Lin Zichen, and tenderly wiped the sweat from his face. The contaminated Shen Qinghan _2. Seeing Lin Zichen with sweat all over his head, she couldn't help but think of the scene from the learning video she had just watched, where the male lead was also hot and sweaty after battling with the female lead. As soon as she thought of this scene, more battle images began to emerge in her mind, unstoppable. While contemplating, Shen Qinghan felt her body heat up, and her cheeks turned a hot red. "Why is your face so red?" Lin Zichen noticed Shen Qinghan's unusual demeanor and couldn't help but ask, puzzled. With flushed cheeks, Shen Qinghan said, "The male lead in the video just now was sweating profusely, just like you are." Lin Zichen was somewhat at a loss for words, then said, "You should watch less of that in the future. Look, your thoughts are no longer pure. You'll turn into Shen Wuhang sooner or later. I'm already 18, I can be dirty. Just because you're 18 doesn't mean you have to be dirty. Why not stay pure? No way, if you don't understand anything by the time you're 18, that's not called being pure, that's called being stupid." After saying that, Shen Qinghan hesitated for a moment, then with her cheeks redder and hotter, she asked, "Xiao Chen, do you think doing that kind of thing is really as comfortable as it looks in the video?" She was very curious about it and wanted to try it with Lin Zichen, but didn't know how to bring it up, so she initiated this conversation instead. "Probably." Lin Zichen replied somewhat noncommittally. He didn't want to continue the topic, feeling that it was easy for things to get out of hand with just a man and a woman alone together. However, Shen Qinghan's thoughts were the exact opposite. Seeing that he was evading the subject, she mustered up the courage and directly said, "Xiao Chen, I want to try it with you." Such a statement was rather shocking, leaving Lin Zichen utterly silent. He hadn't expected Shen Qinghan to be so forward. After a moment of silence, he said, "It's a bit too soon, let's talk about it after school starts." It had only been a few days since their first kiss, and he wanted to savor the gradual progression of their relationship, not rush to the summit. At least 2 more months should pass before they resumed that topic. The glory of reaching the summit was indeed beautiful, but the scenery along the ascent was uniquely charming as well, and he didn't want to miss out on that. Seeing Lin Zichen's refusal, Shen Qinghan felt somewhat disappointed. Pursing her rosy lips, she said, "Xiao Chen, after training, you always help me massage and relax my muscles to make me comfortable. I want to make you comfortable, too." "Oh, you want to give me a massage?" Lin Zichen laughed and said, "But your strength is so limited, I'm afraid you might not be able to handle my body." Instead of engaging in their usual banter, Shen Qinghan replied with a shy voice, "Close your eyes and don't open them, stay seated and don't move, I definitely won't disappoint you." "A massage that requires you to close your eyes, stay seated, and not move?" Lin Zichen was a bit baffled, but he didn't dwell on it and chose to obediently close his eyes and let Shen Qinghan take the lead. Soon, he felt the soft warmth from Shen Qinghan's palms and couldn't help but tremble slightly in unexpected comfort. Hiss! This massage was too comfortable. Really too much. The next day, at 9 a.m., the two of them were lying in bed chatting, showing no intention of getting up. Early in the morning, tucked under the blankets while the air conditioning was on, felt too comfortable, as if they were sealed to the bed. "It's already 9 o'clock, aren't you two going to come down for breakfast?" Zhang Wangzhen, who was cleaning upstairs, heard the chatting coming from their room and knew that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were awake. She came over to knock on the door and told them to get up. The two of them didn't want to get out of bed at first, but when Zhang Wangzhen came knocking, they had no choice but to get up, change clothes, and head downstairs for breakfast. Breakfast consisted of sandwiches and soy milk, all made by the culinary expert, Zhang Wangzhen. "Han Han, try the soy milk and tell me if it's sweet enough." Zhang Wangzhen had stopped her cleaning upstairs and deliberately waited downstairs for Shen Qinghan's verdict on the soy milk. This was a new recipe she had just learned to make, and Shen Qinghan hadn't tried it yet. "I'll taste it." Shen Qinghan smiled sweetly, then picked up the glass of soy milk in front of her to drink. But as she brought it to her lips, she glanced at the milky white hot soy milk in the cup and her expression turned somewhat peculiar, reminded of last night's embarrassing moment. She steadied her emotions and stopped dwelling on it. Quickly, she took a small sip from the cup. "Is it sweet?" Zhang Wangzhen asked expectantly. She had tasted it herself, and found it sweet and very tasty, but she wanted to hear the evaluation from her soon-to-be daughter-in-law. "Very sweet, really delicious," Shen Qinghan praised with a smile, yet she felt only the sweetness in her mouth, not in her spirit. Because her spirit had been tainted last night. She should no longer be called Shen Qinghan but Shen Wuhang. Lin Zichen, who was eating a sandwich beside her, noticed the odd expression on her face and teased, "The effects can't be that lasting, can they? You still have the nerve to laugh at me, it's all your fault." Shen Qinghan bit her lip and gave Lin Zichen a somewhat resentful look, admonishing him. Lin Zichen felt somewhat wronged. "It was you who took the initiative, how can this be my fault?" "It's your fault, just your fault," Shen Qinghan retorted with the petulance of a wild little girlfriend. "These two are really a perfect match." Watching the two kids flirt and squabble, the mother Zhang Wangzhen's face was full of an aunt's amused smile. During the following summer vacation, Lin Zichen's life was rather dull and monotonous, mostly occupied with bone tempering. Every time he underwent bone tempering, the pain was so intense that cold sweat broke out and his face turned pale. In contrast, Shen Qinghan's life was much more colorful. She pursued genetic fusion, and becoming stronger wholly depended on it. She only needed to finish basic daily exercises, and then she could use her remaining time freely, going wherever she wanted to play. As long as Li Chuxin asked her out, she usually agreed. After living repressively for so long, she was determined to have a good time this summer break. In mid-August, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan took time off to take their driving tests. During the driving lessons, whenever Shen Qinghan grabbed the gear stick of the instructor's car, she would involuntarily recall the scenes of being tarnished by Lin Zichen from that night, then feel that the hand holding the gear stick was strangely awkward. It wasn't just during driving lessons. Even when she went with Li Chuxin to classmate Guo Yanling's place to sing karaoke, holding the microphone felt weird, too. Even sometimes, seeing children playing with water guns by the roadside, she would subconsciously feel uncomfortable, with all those disorderly images flooding her mind, unable to be dispelled. "Oh no, I've really become Shen Wuhang." Shen Qinghan felt she had lost her innocence and was somewhat troubled and anxious about it. As the summer days passed by, before they knew it, September 7th arrived. Just 2 days left until university began. Unlike primary and secondary schools, Shanghai University's start date was set later, usually in the second week of September. On September 7th, after being tortured by bone tempering for over a month, Lin Zichen finally succeeded in tempering all 206 bones in his body. At the moment he finished tempering all his bones, his biological level evolved from an ordinary 8th rank to an ordinary 9th rank, just one step away from evolving into an advanced level creature. That very day, he began to study how to open acupoints. According to the notes in the blood tempering technique, as long as he could successfully open an A-cup ointment in his body, even just one, he could definitely break the ordinary limits and evolve into an advanced level creature in one fell swoop. However, this task sounded simple but was extremely difficult in practice. To this day, not a single instance of a pure-blood human evolving into an advanced level creature had occurred. In such circumstances, to take the first step, one almost had to pioneer the path like feeling stones to cross the river. How exactly do I open this A-cup ointment? Lin Zichen spent a whole day researching how to open acupoints, trying all the methods mentioned in the notes of the blood tempering technique, yet he came up empty-handed. Previously, during tempering skin, tempering flesh, and bone tempering, since the notes provided clear methods for body refining, there was no need for him to explore on his own, which made his training progress quickly. But now he had to rely on himself to explore, and the difficulty instantly skyrocketed. Forget it, let's put aside the task of opening acupoints for now and wait until university starts to discuss it with Chuan Yulu, the expert on pure-blood humans. At this stage, it's better to continue body refining and see if I can achieve a full 5 refinements. Unintentionally, there were only 2 days left before university started, and he wondered what university life would be like. Lin Zichen pondered these random thoughts. P.S. Begging a bowl, asking for your monthly and recommendation tickets. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe. Chinese Novel Audio Wave 112, College starts. 2 days later, on the morning of September 9th. It was the opening day of Shanghai University. Before leaving the house, Zhang Wangzhen quietly slipped a box of natural latex rubber ultra-thin condoms into Lin Zichen's luggage bag, to avoid him and Shen Qinghan becoming parents before they even graduated. On the other hand, Su Meng directly handed the same box of natural latex rubber ultra-thin condoms to Shen Qinghan and seriously advised. Han, during the time before genetic fusion, make sure you and Xiao Chen stay safe, understand? I understand, Mom. Shen Qinghan nodded with a flushed face. Su Meng helped her check her luggage, making sure she had everything, then took her over to Lin Zichen's house. The couple had to go to school for evening classes and didn't have time to take Shen Qinghan to register, so they had to ask Lin Yanzheng and his wife to do it instead. Soon after, Shen Qinghan, with her luggage in tow, got into Lin Yanzhen's car and, as always, sat in the back seat with Lin Zichen. Xiao Chen, my mom just gave me this. With her cheeks tinted pink, Shen Qinghan pulled open the zipper of her backpack with her delicate, fair fingers, revealing the packet of natural latex rubber ultra-thin condoms that Su Meng had just given her. Lin Zichen glanced at it and couldn't help the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Then, he took out his phone and sent Shen Qinghan a message on WeChat. Ziai Chen, I shouldn't have shown you that stuff back then. Now you think about it every day. After seeing the message, Shen Qinghan immediately replied. Qinghan, you're the one who's dirty, not me. I was just showing you what my mom gave me and you're already letting your imagination run wild. Ziai Chen, you're the dirty one, acting like a thief crying stop thief, right? Qinghan, no, I'm not, you're slandering me again. The two of them kept exchanging messages on WeChat throughout the journey. About an hour later, the car arrived at its destination, Shanghai University. Shanghai University was situated in the outskirts of Shanghai City, only about 50 kilometers away from home, so it wasn't far. One could say that Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were attending university right from home. So early and still almost couldn't find a parking spot. There are way too many cars now, not enough parking spaces. Driving is just so inconvenient. After spending over 10 minutes finding a hard-earned parking space, Lin Yanzheng couldn't help complaining about it as he parked the car. Afterward, the four of them got out of the car with their luggage in hand and walked towards the university entrance. Lin Zichen looked at the imposing gate ahead that was 40 meters tall and 80 meters wide and felt awe in his heart. Although as a resident of Shanghai City, it wasn't his first time visiting Shanghai University, but each time he saw the extravagantly large university gate, he would still feel profoundly impacted. About Shanghai University, he had specifically looked up information over the summer break. He learned that this top-tier institution, known as one of the top 2 schools, covered an immense area greater than 55,000 acres, which was more than 3 times the size of the largest aviation university in his former world. With a total number of close to 20,000 people, when converted to per capita land space, it meant an average of nearly 2,000 square meters for each person, which was quite astonishing. Lin Zichen's opinion was that this was a mutant university on a mutant Earth, famously sprawling with sparse population. After entering the university, there were malls, hospitals, food streets, hotels, and inns, everything one needed. The hospital was a full-fledged large hospital, not just a small infirmary. The entire university looked like a mini-city, capable of meeting all personal needs. Xiao Chen, look, that ice cream shop is still there. When they arrived at the food street, Shen Qinghan pointed to an ice cream shop ahead, her face full of joy. As a child, her parents often brought her to visit Shanghai University to soak in the university atmosphere. Every time they visited, she liked to buy ice cream from this shop. Let's go over and buy some ice cream. We have plenty of time, and it won't be too late to register after that, Zhang Wangzhen suggested with a smile. Zhang Wangzhen, not her biological mother, had always doted on Shen Qinghan like her own daughter over the years. Seeing that Shen Qinghan wanted to eat ice cream, she suggested buying some without a second thought. Before long, the four of them entered the ice cream shop, ordered their scoops, and found a place to sit. In the meantime, many students inside cast glances at their table. Mainly because all four of them were so good-looking. One was a handsome, manly uncle. One was a beautiful aunt with charm and grace still intact. The two youngsters were even more prominent, having been the school's male and female heartthrobs since childhood, always catching eyes wherever they went, whether being sneakily photographed or asked for WeChat contacts. Naturally, the four of them seated together became a striking scene, prompting everyone who saw them to linger for a few extra glances. Xiao Chen, this is strawberry milk flavored, it's especially delicious. Try some. Shen Qinghan scooped a piece of pink ice cream from her bowl with a spoon and affectionately brought it to Lin Zichen's mouth to feed him. Lin Zichen took a bite and found it indeed delicious. Just then, a noisy group of laughing men and women came from outside. Come on, another drink. Jiexin, the skirt you're wearing today is so long, it's hard for me to get a good touch. You can reach inside, I don't mind. Yang Ji, stop playing with girls and start guessing the dice. Haha, you lost, drink up. Lin Zichen followed the sounds and looked across to the small bar opposite, where he saw a couple of male students playing dice and drinking with a group of female students. 112, University starts _2. The female students all had pretty faces and sexy, hot figures. As for the two male students, although they were average in looks, one had scales covering both hands and the other had a pair of horns of some unknown creature growing on his head. Clearly, they were the esteemed genetic integrators. At that moment, both male students were hugging the girls closely, their hands restlessly wandering over their shapely bodies, presenting a scene that was somewhat indecent. Lin Zichen only glanced at this spectacle before he quickly looked away. In contrast, the two male students sitting at the next table started to viciously criticize the scene unfolding outside. That Huang Jiexin, acting like a high and mighty goddess every day in the art college, claiming to be annoyed by the sight of men, but look at her now, throwing herself at guys from Evolution College and letting them grope her left and right, such a hypocrite. Can't blame her, after all, those from Evolution College have a promising future. If you were a girl, you'd probably throw yourself at them for the attention too. True, if I were a student from the inner campus at Evolution College, I'd also come out here to the outer district to pick up chicks every day. Just a little wave of my finger and a bunch of so-called goddesses would flock to me. A poor man's goddess, a superior man's lackey. While listening to their banter, the first thing Lin Zichen captured was the words inner campus. Shanghai University has an inner and an outer campus. The outer campus is where the liberal arts and art students study. The inner campus is for students studying evolution, mechanical engineering, and martial arts. The outer campus is open to the public, and having been there countless times since childhood, Lin Zichen was very familiar with it. However, the inner campus, because it involves genetic fusion and mechanical modification, is only accessible to students from there and is not open to the public. The restriction on entry was so severe that even students from the outer campus of the same university could not enter. It gave off the vibe of a slum next to a wealthy district. Because of this, Lin Zichen had always been curious about the environment within the inner campus and wanted to see it for himself. You too, now that you're at university and have some freedom, you cannot indulge yourself like those people drinking outside. You have to continue to study hard, do you understand? Zhang Wangzhen earnestly reminded both of them. She looked at the group across the street, yelling and rolling dice while drinking, feeling disgusted from the bottom of her heart. She did not want her son and future daughter-in-law to end up like them. Lin Yanzheng laughed, "You're worrying too much. Xiao Chen and Han Han have always been sensible and good kids since they were little, they won't turn out like that." After finishing their ice cream and seeing that it was time. Soon, the four of them got up, left the ice cream shop, and headed to the inner campus to register. Since the inner campus was off-limits to outsiders, Lin Yanzheng and Zhang Wangzhen escorted the two kids to the entrance, dropped off their luggage, gave a few reminders, and then left. "I can fit all my luggage in one backpack and one suitcase, how come you need one backpack and 3 suitcases?" Seeing that Shen Qinghan had way too much luggage to carry, Lin Zichen couldn't help but tease her, then volunteered to help her with one of the cases. "It's different for girls versus boys, we need to bring more things." "It's perfectly normal," Shen Qinghan said, feeling a bit wronged. "I'm not saying it's not normal, I'm just teasing you a bit." "Alright, let's hurry in and register." "Oh." Shen Qinghan acknowledged with a sound and obediently followed Lin Zichen, dragging 2 suitcases behind her. At the checkpoint for entering the inner campus, a guard called out, "Hey, you two, please show your acceptance letters." Both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were lugging luggage, making it obvious they were freshmen. The old man needed to confirm which college's freshmen they were. After all, there had been many students in previous years with no sense of direction, who, despite being liberal arts or arts students, accidentally, or perhaps on purpose, ended up in the inner campus. Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan found it inconvenient to set down their bags to take out their acceptance letters, so they helped each other by unzipping their backpacks to get the letters out. Lin Zichen first helped Shen Qinghan remove her acceptance letter from her backpack and showed it to the guard. Then, it was Shen Qinghan's turn to help him fetch his acceptance letter to show to the old man. However, as soon as she began unzipping the backpack, the guard said, "All right, no need to show it, I recognize you as the runner-up in the provincial college entrance exam who joined Tianren Pavilion. Go on in." Hearing this, Lin Zichen was a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the news which leaked his private information, even after such a long time, would cause people to still recognize him. It seemed that the news had a much more significant impact than he had ever imagined. If even a gatekeeper remembered him, then it was likely that teachers and students inside would remember too. He was becoming famous right from the start of the school year. From now on, peace and quiet would probably be hard to come by, as walking anywhere would involve being pointed at and talked about, facing gossip and commentary. A bit overwhelming. Shaking his head, Lin Zichen didn't dwell on it any longer and walked into the inner campus with Shen Qinghan, dragging their luggage. After a few minutes spent passing through a tunnel-like passage, they finally arrived at the mysterious inner campus. As soon as they entered, they were deeply shocked by the scene before them. The high-rises were still those high-rises, the greenery was still that greenery. The only difference was that the inner campus was filled with genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans everywhere. There were genetic integrators with tails, with horns on their heads, with wings. Mechanically modified humans had alloy legs, alloy arms, alloy eyes. At a glance, very few appeared to be ordinary humans. 112, University starts _3. It felt as if they'd passed through to another world. Xiao Chen, that upperclassman's cat ears on her head are so cute. And look at that upperclassman with a fluffy fox tail on her behind, swaying back and forth when she walks. It looks so unique. Xiao Chen, quick, look up in the sky, there's a mechanically modified human flying. Watching the genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans around her, Shen Qinghan was thoroughly excited and couldn't stop talking. During this time, many passers-by noticed the high-value childhood sweethearts. A few somewhat handsome upperclassmen wanted to ask for Shen Qinghan's WeChat, but seeing Lin Zichen close by, they tactfully refrained from hitting on the already taken beauty. Besides, several people recognized Lin Zichen, the second-ranked student in the provincial college entrance exams who had joined Tianren Pavilion, but they merely whispered among themselves and did not pay too much attention. Those in the Shanghai University campus were all crème de la crème of their age. Being geniuses, everyone was typically busy and did not have much time to pay attention to others' gossip. "You have too much luggage. I'll take you to Evolution College first to register, and then I'll go to Martial Arts College to register by myself." "Sure, thanks, Xiao Chen. We're practically engaged, no need to be so formal." Lin Zichen smiled, then followed the directional signs on the roadside, taking Shen Qinghan to the new student registration at Evolution College. The upperclassmen at the registration point were immediately struck by the couple's outrageously high attractiveness as soon as they saw them. After Shen Qinghan finished filling out the paperwork and was about to head to her assigned dormitory, the upperclassmen inside vied with each other to show off in front of her, offering to carry her luggage and such. Shen Qinghan was very sensible and chose an upper-class woman to help carry her luggage to the dormitory right away, maintaining a distance from the other males except for Lin Zichen. "Xiao Chen, see you at the evening meeting." "Sure, see you this evening." Lin Zichen watched Shen Qinghan leave and then dragged his luggage over to the Martial Arts College to register. It was quite different from the scene at Evolution College. When he arrived at the new student registration for Martial Arts College, the upperclassmen there got excited when they saw the second-ranked student from Nanjiang Province had arrived. Martial Arts College didn't have top scholars as common as Evolution College, where there was no shortage of valedictorians and salutatorians. Seeing a provincial top-ranked student in Martial Arts College was like once in a blue moon. After all, those with high scores in the college entrance examinations would definitely choose Evolution College. "Zichen, you're so handsome." "Zichen, can I add your WeChat?" "Zichen, let me carry your luggage." While eagerly helping Lin Zichen, the upper-class women were very enthusiastic about getting his WeChat contact, and many upperclassmen expressed the same wish. After all, this was the prestigious second-ranked student in the province. And a handsome one at that. His future prospects were immeasurable. Despite Lin Zichen joining Martial Arts College, the upperclassman at the registration point felt that he wouldn't stay long. He was bound to switch back to Evolution College to pursue genetic fusion and become one of the elite. And now, having the chance to meet such a future elite, they were eager to speak to him and get to know him while they had the chance. Let alone anything else, just having him as a WeChat contact, they could brag about knowing this elite individual in the future. P.S. Finally entered the university chapter. From tomorrow on we dive into the main storyline of the book. Fast-paced and thrilling updates are coming. 113, Cohabitation Life. Having completed the new student registration procedures, Lin Zichen's next destination was the dormitory. Sophomores and seniors at the registration desk vied to send him off in order to get closer to him. In the end, it was a senior with big, wavy blonde hair who outdid the rest and earned the right to show him the way to the dormitory. This senior had a decent appearance, scoring at least a 7 out of 10. Her most prominent feature was her particularly voluptuous figure, seductive enough to tempt one to commit crimes. All along the way, the senior made a point to display her charms in front of Lin Zichen, hoping to get his attention. However, Lin Zichen was not at all hooked and was oblivious to her impressive figure. By the way, Zichen, up ahead is Sunrise Plaza where the school's student power ranking is located. Would you like to go see it? As they passed a forest path, the senior smiled and pointed to a plaza ahead, asking him. Lin Zichen was quite interested in the power ranking and responded with a smile, "Sure, let's go have a look." "Thank you for showing the way, senior." "It's no trouble at all, it's my pleasure to show the handsome junior the way," she said. The senior presented herself humbly, with every smile and tone of voice designed to ingratiate herself with Lin Zichen to the greatest extent possible. After a brief walk, the two stopped in front of the so-called power ranking. There were two power rankings, the peak ranking and the newcomer ranking. The peak ranking was for all the students in the college and had a total of 500 ranks. The newcomer ranking was only for first-year students and had 100 ranks. Scanning the two lists briefly, Lin Zichen saw the peak ranking filled with the names of 500 densely packed students. As for the newcomer ranking, it was blank. After all, the term had just started, and the new students hadn't crossed fists yet, making it impossible to rank them. As for ranking by college entrance examination scores, the college deemed it unnecessary, believing that the entrance exam was a thing of the past. Now that they were in college, it was time to speak with their current strength. Lin Zichen quickly scanned through the peak ranking. The top three were advanced warriors, with the first and second ranks being evolvers and the third mechanical students, all seniors. From 4th to 108th place were ordinary 9th rank, all evolvers and mechanical students. Rank 109 to 500 were ordinary 8th rank, almost all evolvers and mechanical humans. The reason it's almost is that 3 martial arts students had made it onto the list. All 3 were senior students of martial arts college, oddly ranking at 389, 453, and 498, respectively. For these 3 martial arts students to rank so high as pure-blood humans was indeed a glory for martial arts. Yet, with only 3 senior martial arts students in the top 500 of the peak ranking, the gap in numbers was staggeringly large. It was evident how disadvantaged pure-blood humans were against genetic integrators and mechanically modified humans. Zichen, the 3 martial arts students on the peak ranking are members of Tianren Pavilion like you, said the senior. Trying to find a conversation topic with Lin Zichen, the senior took the initiative to introduce the martial arts students on the peak ranking. She continued, these 3 could have been admitted to Evolution College based on their college entrance examination scores, but because they believe in the pure-blood human path, they joined Tianren Pavilion under President Liu's invitation. Without their convictions, given their current physical strength, they would have long since transferred to Evolution College and embraced genetic fusion, rather than staying at the nearly feudal martial arts college, where they painstakingly temper their physical bodies night and day, she said. Isn't genetic fusion tempting? Taking the genetic fusion path, as long as you have exotic beast genes, a simple fusion makes you stronger, and the effort required is much less than following the pure-blood human path. I really admire them, she added. Admiration? In truth, she didn't admire them at all, she even thought those 3 were a bit foolish. Her current claim of admiration was primarily in hopes of currying favor with Lin Zichen. After all, Lin Zichen was a member of Tianren Pavilion. If it were her, she would not hesitate to transfer to Evolution College to become a genetic integrator with a bright future. It wasn't surprising that she would think this way, considering that martial arts students truly endured discrimination in the school and had a hard time. Even though martial arts students were in the inner campus area and shared a learning environment with evolution and mechanical students, many martial arts graduates fared even worse than students from the outer campus areas studying culture or arts. Unless they could transfer to Evolution College or Mechanical Academy later on, achieving a life-changing reversal of fortune. The suitability for genetic fusion and mechanical modification could be enhanced through subsequent training and would increase as the body grew stronger. However, the improvement was quite limited. Simply put, 9 parts were fated, 1 part dependent on struggle. In the entire martial arts college, by continuously training the body to improve suitability, about 10% of students could defy fate by the time they graduated after 4 years, meeting the requirements for genetic fusion or mechanical modification. 90% of martial arts students hope to turn their destiny around by enrolling in martial arts college, seeing it as a second college entrance examination in their lives. As for the remaining 10%, these were either poor students who didn't perform well academically but had decent physical test data, forced to enroll in martial arts college, or the very few who believed in the pure-blood human path and were members of Tianren Pavilion. Zichen, with your talent, you will definitely be able to make it onto the peak ranking in the future. As a pure-blood human, you'll break the records of martial arts students and charge directly into the top 5 of the peak ranking. After introducing the 3 martial arts students on the peak ranking, the senior turned the conversation back to Lin Zichen, continuing to flatter him, hoping to win his favor. 113, Cohabitation Life_2. Hearing the words breaking the record, Lin Zichen asked with a bit of curiosity, "Senior sister, what's the record for martial arts students?" "Number 6 on the peak rankings." After answering, the senior sister added, "This record was set by an old senior sister in our martial arts college named Song Yuan. She set it just as her senior year began. But less than 2 months after the semester started, her ranking fell from 6th to beyond the 20th place. Because her pure-blood human path had reached a bottleneck, while others kept growing stronger through genetic fusion and mechanical enhancements, and slowly she was overtaken by various others." The senior sister continued, "Now, this old senior sister has become a mentor in our martial arts college and is also the ace researcher at Tianren Pavilion and invaluable assistant to President Liu. Number 6 on the peak rankings." Lin Zichen looked surprised, a bit shocked by the record. Seeing the astonishment on his face, the senior sister explained with a smile, "The reason Instructor Song could reach number 6 on the peak rankings as a pure-blood human was that she had a very strong natural talent as the valedictorian of the capital city college entrance exam." At this point, the senior sister spoke with a hint of regret, but even such a talented Instructor Song, because she followed the pure-blood human path, has been stuck at the ordinary 9th rank for nearly 10 years now. Then, she became the representative of wasted genius, often used as an example of what not to do. Every time I hear people using Instructor Song as a bad example, I feel very angry. Those people simply don't understand how great Instructor Song's sacrifice is. If someday the pure-blood human path shines brightly, Instructor Song will be seen as a pioneer. How could she be mentioned in the same breath as those mediocrities?" As she spoke, the senior sister started to flatter Lin Zichen again, feigning conviction as she said, "Zichen, with you joining Tianren Pavilion, the pure-blood human path will surely shine brightly one day." Having said this, she expected Lin Zichen to be overjoyed and say something passionate like, "I didn't expect you to appreciate the pure-blood human path so much, you truly understand me. We must keep in touch in the future." However, Lin Zichen merely responded indifferently, "Hearing what you've said, Instructor Song does seem great." Seeing Lin Zichen's tepid response, the senior sister felt rather disappointed. Afterward, the two left Sunrise Plaza and headed for the dormitory building. With the senior sister leading the way, Lin Zichen quickly arrived at his college dormitory. It was a small single room with a bedroom, a bathroom, and a balcony. Beyond that, there was no other space. "Wow, is this the best dorm room martial arts college has to offer? It's great being the college entrance exam runner-up, having a whole dorm to yourself is enviable indeed. Living here, you won't need to go to a hotel if you get a girlfriend, just bring her straight to the dorm. You'll save quite a bit of money." The senior sister looked around Lin Zichen's dorm while expressing her envy. As she spoke, she deliberately pulled at her neckline to cool down, revealing a glimpse of her snowy white chest to Lin Zichen, and hinted suggestively, "Zichen, it was so hot walking outside just now. Can I take a quick shower here to cool off?" Lin Zichen knew what she was implying but skipped right over it, smiling as he said, "You've worked hard, senior sister. There's a milk tea shop right across the dormitory. Let me treat you to milk tea as a token of thanks." "That works." The senior sister wasn't foolish, realizing she couldn't seduce Lin Zichen, she temporarily gave up and opted to have milk tea with him downstairs. After all, coming on too strong might just scare Lin Zichen away. She was battle-hardened in the ways of love and knew very well the principle of too much is as bad as not enough. Arriving at the milk tea shop across the dormitory, Lin Zichen spent over $30 to buy the senior sister a milk tea filled with extras. Having repaid the favor of being led here, he quickly finished his own cup of milk tea and then, despite the senior sister's attempts to keep him there, turned and went back to his dormitory. As soon as he returned to the dormitory, he received a WeChat message from Shen Qinghan. Opening it, he saw several pictures of dormitories that Shen Qinghan had taken, saying it was a personal single-room dorm prepared for her by Yuan Dongji. Upon opening these pictures, Lin Zichen instantly felt his own little single room was less appealing. Shen Qinghan's dorm had a training room, a large living room, a large balcony, a large bathroom, and even a bathtub in the bathroom for soaking baths, an extremely luxurious apartment. In comparison with this luxurious apartment, his tiny single room was downgraded to a place not even fit for a dog. Han Han, Xiao Chen, have you arrived at the dorm yet? Ziai Chen, I have. Han Han, quick, send me pictures of your dorm to see. Ziai Chen. Lin Zichen replied with a string of ellipses, then turned on his phone's video function and recorded a video tour of his little single-room dorm, inside and out, and sent it to Shen Qinghan to see. After seeing his dorm, Shen Qinghan was somewhat surprised. This small single room was too plain compared to her own luxurious apartment. It felt like comparing a thatched hut to a palace. Han Han, your dorm is too small. Why don't you move in with me? The bed here is even bigger than the one at home. Ziai Chen, move? Absolutely. Han Han, where's your dorm? I'm coming over now to help you with your luggage. Ziai Chen, I don't have much luggage, I can carry it myself. Just give me your dorm address. Han Han, alright then. 113, Cohabitation Life _3. Han Han, my dorm is near the entrance to the inner campus, Zhongyuan Building number 8, dorm 603. Ziai Chen, okay, I'll be there shortly. After replying to the message, Lin Zichen didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly picked up his luggage and set out. If someone chooses not to live in a luxury apartment, they must be out of their mind. Zhongyuan Building number 8, a high-end dormitory building constructed by Evolution College at its own expense, was specially designed to attract top talents from various regions. At the entrance of the building stood two statues about the height of a person. On the left was a dragon soaring through the clouds, and on the right was a phoenix dancing gracefully. The combination of the dragon and the phoenix exuded a majestic aura. When Lin Zichen arrived at this dormitory, the sight of the dragon and phoenix at the entrance gave rise to a twinge of worry in his heart. Comparing Evolution College's upscale dormitory to the small single room he was assigned, his own felt like a crudely made dog kennel. And this dog kennel was supposedly the best dormitory in the martial arts college. This inevitably made him question whether Lu Juanwu, as the dean of martial arts college, had the capability to fulfill the promise of triple benefits. The triple benefits they had discussed initially referred mainly to evolutionary resources, such as exotic beast meat, exotic flowers and fruits, and pills that could increase chi blood, among others. However, judging by the disparity in accommodations, Lin Zichen felt somewhat doubtful, worried that Lu Juanwu might not have the funds to provide the triple benefits. Shaking his head, he stopped dwelling on it. Lin Zichen took the elevator to Shen Qinghan's dorm 603 and sent her a message that he had arrived, standing outside her door. Less than a second after sending the message, the door in front of him opened. Shen Qinghan, wearing a dress, stood at the entrance and said, "Xiao Chen, come inside. I've turned on the air conditioning in the living room, it's super cool." Lin Zichen dragged his suitcase inside, curiously surveying the interior of the room. It was large and spacious. The floor and ceiling were spotless, without a trace of dust. Clearly, it hadn't been Shen Qinghan who cleaned up the place, but it had been tidied up before she moved in. "This dorm is so luxurious and clean. It's obvious that your cheap master cares a lot about you. You didn't recognize a master in vain." "I think so too, master really treats me well," Shen Qinghan said, smiling sweetly with her eyes curved into crescents. After chatting briefly, the two quickly opened their suitcases and began arranging the dormitory. It took about half an hour to set everything in place. Towels, toothbrushes, slippers, and other daily necessities were neatly arranged, creating a pleasant sight. Xiao Chen, from now on, this is our little home. With no parents around, we can run around naked and nobody will care, Shen Qinghan said, sitting casually on the floor, her face beaming with a smile, looking forward to the cohabiting life with Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen was somewhat taken aback. What do you mean running around naked? Don't get too carried away. Oh, come on, that was just an exaggerated way of expressing freedom. Shen Qinghan retorted, somewhat speechless. Then she got up and headed towards the bathroom, saying as she walked, I sweated a lot when I went to register as a new student earlier. Now that the sweat has dried, I feel sticky and need to take a shower. Seeing her enter the bathroom empty-handed, Lin Zichen reminded her, you're not taking your clothes, are you planning to come out naked? I'm already in the bathroom, and I'm too lazy to go out and get them. You'll bring them for me, won't you? By now, Shen Qinghan was treating Lin Zichen as her husband, planning on living with him as a married couple would. After all, they had grown up together and were incredibly familiar with and understood each other well. In essence, there was no difference from an old married couple. Soon, the sound of Shen Qinghan humming songs could be heard from the bathroom, a content and relaxed tone in her voice. Lin Zichen sat down on the sofa, took out the student handbook obtained during registration from his backpack, and began to read out of boredom. The content was mainly divided into two parts. One was an introduction to the school's specialties, and the other was the details of the school's regulations. Lin Zichen quickly flipped through the pages at a glance, but when he saw the section on credits, he immediately became interested. At Shanghai University, credits were akin to contribution points in cultivation novels, which could be exchanged for various evolutionary resources in the school. For specifics, he could download a school app to check. There's a shopping platform-like marketplace section in the school app where students can use credits to exchange for various evolutionary resources. Following the guidance of the student handbook, Lin Zichen swiftly downloaded the Shanghai University app. He then logged into his student account, navigated to the marketplace page, and opened it to broaden his horizons. The web page opened quickly, displaying the marketplace in less than a second. What caught Lin Zichen's eyes next was a plethora of evolutionary resources that money couldn't buy. There was exotic beast meat he had never seen before. There were exotic beast gene reagents. There were exotic flowers and fruits. There were mechanical modification parts. And there was an array of advanced weapons and equipment, and so forth. At a glance, all were rare resources that money couldn't buy outside, exclusive to the school. These are all amazing things, Lin Zichen remarked, his eyes almost gleaming as he looked at the items. Unfortunately, as a new student without any credits, he could only look at these desirable items, unable to purchase them. Now, how does one earn credits again? Thinking this, Lin Zichen picked up the student handbook and continued reading about credits. After a thorough reading, he learned there were 3 ways to earn credits. First, by climbing the peak or rookie rankings. Students who made the list received monthly credit rewards. 113, Cohabitation Life _4. 2. Receive tasks distributed by the school, and earn credit rewards after completing them. 3. Represent the school in competitions, and earn credit rewards for achieving excellent results outside. In the past, I was thinking about how to make money in university to buy exotic beast meat, but now I don't have to worry about that, just think about how to earn credits and that's it. As Lin Zichen was thinking about this, a shout came from the bathroom. Xiao Chen, I'm done washing, help me bring in clothes, just grab any dress, no need for underwear. Shen Qinghan was used to not wearing underwear right after a bath because the body is wet, and you need to air dry to evaporate the moisture on the skin before putting on underwear. Okay, coming. Lin Zichen responded and went into the room to grab clothes for Shen Qinghan. Just as she had said, he only took a dress. Creak. Lin Zichen opened the bathroom door and saw Shen Qinghan soaking in the bathtub, her fair and tender shoulders emerging above the water surface, which was quite tempting. Especially her cheeks, flushed red from the hot water, had a beauty like a lotus flower emerging from the water. Lin Zichen didn't look too much, he hung the dress on the wall and was about to leave. Xiao Chen, it's so comfortable to soak in this bathtub, do you want to come in and join me? As if afraid that Lin Zichen wouldn't join her, Shen Qinghan added, such a big tub of hot water, it would be too wasteful to let it drain away after only I use it. Seeing that Shen Qinghan, a girl, had pushed the invitation this far, Lin Zichen felt that it would be impolite not to join her. Then let's soak. After saying that, Lin Zichen undressed in front of Shen Qinghan, conscientiously went over to the shower to rinse off his body, and only after getting clean did he join her in the tub. As for being straightforward in front of Shen Qinghan, since she had already seen everything that night in the room, and even touched, there was nothing to be embarrassed about. Quickly washing himself, Lin Zichen sat down in the tub next to Shen Qinghan, facing her as they soaked together. After soaking for a while, he looked at Shen Qinghan in front of him and asked, by the way, I previously learned back scrubbing from online videos, do you want to experience it? Sure. Shen Qinghan nodded with a blush on her soft voice. After speaking, she turned her back to Lin Zichen, allowing him to scrub her back. Lin Zichen had only learned back scrubbing from online videos before, but this was his first time actually doing it. Nevertheless, his technique on Shen Qinghan's back was so proficiently frightening, it seemed more skilled than many bath workers who had decades of experience. You are helping Shen Qinghan scrub her back, hand agility +1, back scrubbing proficiency +1. This is strange, in the videos they just rub a little and dirt comes right off, but why can't I see any dirt on your back after scrubbing for so long? Lin Zichen had scrubbed Shen Qinghan's clean, snow-white back for nearly 10 minutes, yet strangely, no dirt had come off, which was quite unscientific. Shen Qinghan said with a bit of pride, that's because I'm clean. No matter how clean, it's impossible not to have any dirt, this is already unscientific. Having said that, Lin Zichen added, I think it must be related to your special water attribute physique, which naturally keeps your skin clean. It should be. Shen Qinghan nodded in agreement. Since her childhood, she had never scrubbed any dirt off her body during baths and was always aware of her unique body cleanliness trait. She just never considered her water attribute superpower before. The more Lin Zichen scrubbed, the more incredible he found it and said with envy, you really have a divine physique, your body doesn't get dirty, even your sweat smells nice, it's too incredible. Jealous. Jealous. Lin Zichen admitted sincerely. Shen Qinghan laughed, then turned to face him and said, Little Lin, you've scrubbed my back for so long, now it's Xiao Shen's turn to scrub you. Alright, let's experience Xiao Shen's scrubbing technique. Lin Zichen smiled, and was about to turn around to enjoy the gentle caress of Shen Qinghan's hands. However, Shen Qinghan said, no need to turn around. Lin Zichen thought Shen Qinghan was going to scrub his back, but that wasn't the case at all. P.S. Bowing my head, asking for monthly and recommendation tickets. 114. Heading to the Tianren Pavilion headquarters. After the bath, Lin Zichen emerged from the bathroom, looking refreshed and revitalized. Shen Qinghan's jade-like hands were so warm and soft, the touch was incredibly comfortable, under her careful kneading, every second was a supreme delight. My skills aren't bad, right? Dressed in just a sundress, Shen Qinghan followed Lin Zichen at a leisurely pace, a hint of smugness on her face. Sure, it was good, but it still couldn't compare to mine. Lin Zichen thought to himself, nodding in agreement, your skills are indeed good, they really make me want to linger. Winning Lin Zichen's approval made Shen Qinghan feel quite pleased with herself. She walked around to face Lin Zichen, with sparkling peach blossom eyes. She smiled and suggested, "Then, next time we take a bath, let's do it just like we did just now. You help me scrub my back first, and after I'm comfortable, I'll help you scrub. What do you think?" "Deal." Lin Zichen agreed without hesitation. Before they knew it, it was nearly 12 noon. It was time for lunch. Lin Zichen suggested going out to eat, but Shen Qinghan, claiming it was too hot outside and that she didn't want to sweat right after bathing, proposed they order takeout and eat at home. Most people could just carry an umbrella, walk slowly, and eat in an air-conditioned restaurant without sweating too much. But Shen Qinghan was not most people. She had a constitution that sweated easily. A little exercise or a slight rise in temperature would leave her drenched in sweat. "What would you like to eat?" Lin Zichen took out his phone, opened the university's app, navigated to the takeout section, and showed the screen to Shen Qinghan, asking her opinion. Looking at the unfamiliar interface on the screen, Shen Qinghan asked curiously, "What takeout platform is this? I've never seen it before." "This is the Shanghai University app, which includes a delivery platform exclusive to the school, a store for exchanging evolution resources, and all kinds of other convenient features." "That sounds really handy." "It is quite convenient. You can download it by scanning this QR code in the student handbook." "I'll download it too." Shen Qinghan promptly took out her phone to scan the code and download the app. Lin Zichen reminded her, "You still haven't said what you want to eat." "Anything is fine, I'll just have the same as you." "Then I'll order potato chicken stew." After making his choice, Lin Zichen selected potato chicken stew on the page and spent 50 yuan to place an order for 2 servings. One serving was 25 yuan. Takeout was outrageously expensive these days. He couldn't help but grumble to himself as he looked at the payment message on his phone. At that moment, Shen Qinghan chimed in, "This university app also sells fresh vegetables, rice, and meat. You can buy everything you need for daily necessities like grains, oils, and condiments. How about we buy our groceries and cook our own meals in the future?" "That's a good idea." Lin Zichen agreed instantly without a second thought. If they could cook their own food, they certainly should. It was better to minimize ordering takeout. Of course, this was under the premise that their cooking skills were up to par. Both Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan were masterful in the kitchen, making everything delicious. One was a natural, able to cook just from watching videos. The other had learned from her mother since childhood. With practice came proficiency. After lunch, Lin Zichen rested for a while, and once he felt his food had digested sufficiently, he began to temper his body. He was tempering his skin, undergoing the tempering skin process for the second time. The second tempering skin was far more difficult than the first. Lin Zichen had tempered for more than 2 hours before he finished tempering the skin on his entire right hand for the second time. The process was noticeably painful, consuming more qi blood energy. In contrast, the first time he tempered, it took only a little over half an hour to complete the same process on his entire right hand. Most importantly, there hadn't been much pain during the first tempering, just a slightly burning sensation, hardly painful at all. "Do you have a sewing needle?" Lin Zichen looked over at Shen Qinghan and asked. He needed a sharp needle to test the strength of his twice-tempered skin, recalling that Su Meng had prepared a toolbox for Shen Qinghan containing all kinds of tools. Shen Qinghan, who was lying on the bed scrolling through her phone, her fair and slender legs swinging back and forth, looked quite eye-catching. Upon hearing Lin Zichen ask for a sewing needle, she immediately set down her phone and said, "I have one, I'll get it for you now." She quickly found a box and handed it to Lin Zichen. The box contained more than 10 sharp sewing needles. Curious about Lin Zichen's request for a sewing needle, she asked, "What do you need a sewing needle for?" "To prick my hand with." "Prick your hand?" "Yeah, to prick my hand, to test the strength of my skin." After explaining briefly, Lin Zichen picked out the sharpest sewing needle from the small box and forcefully pricked his right hand with it. The action was so sudden. Shen Qinghan was startled and let out an ah, instinctively flinching. Lin Zichen was amused by her reaction. It's not like I'm pricking your hand, why such a big reaction? Regardless of whether it's my hand, that sudden and forceful jab without any warning would startle anyone. Having said that, Shen Qinghan looked quite displeased. Easy for you to say standing over there without a care. Lin Zichen smiled and said no more, his gaze returning to his own right hand. At that moment, on the back of his hand, a very sharp sewing needle was pressing against the skin but couldn't pierce through. It merely created a small indentation on the skin. My goodness, such a sharp needle, and despite pressing so hard, it can't even penetrate the back of your hand. You're practically invulnerable. Shen Qinghan was incredulous, visibly shocked by the strength of Lin Zichen's skin. Lin Zichen explained, my right hand's skin has been tempered twice now, it's normal for it to have this strength. 114. Heading to the Tianren Pavilion headquarters _2. Then this blood tempering technique is really too impressive, it has me wanting to follow the pure blood human path. Shen Qinghan said enviously. If given the choice, who wouldn't choose to become stronger without undergoing genetic fusion? Probably very few people in the world would opt for genetic fusion. After all, the thought of fusing the genes of other organisms into one's own body is quite repulsive. It's not just the blood tempering technique that's impressive, it's also my own awesomeness. If someone else practiced the blood tempering technique, it's highly unlikely they would achieve the same effective results as me. Lin Zichen said bluntly and without modesty, better to prevent Shen Qinghan from impulsively dropping out of Evolution College to pursue the pure blood human path. With a 21% adaptability to genetic fusion, joining Tianren Pavilion to follow the pure blood human path would be such a waste, utterly irrational, and totally unnecessary. Most crucially, Shen Qinghan's physical strength was not outstanding in following the pure blood human path, it would be a dead end. At least that's how it seems for now. You are puncturing the back of your right hand with a sewing needle, right hand skin resilience +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. For the next half a minute or so, Lin Zichen continued to prick his hand with the sewing needle. The pricking became faster and harder, until the sewing needle bent, yet the skin remained completely undamaged. The right hand, after second stage tempering skin, had reached maximum resilience, to the point of being impervious to blades and guns. After testing the skin's resilience, Lin Zichen quickly stood up and walked into the kitchen to test the next attribute of his skin, heat resistance. He turned on the gas stove, and placed the palm of his right hand above the flame. Soon, a plethora of digital information began to pop up in the void. You are burning your right hand palm heat resistance +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. In the beginning, there was no sensation of burning at all. It wasn't until after a minute had passed that a clear sensation of burning emerged, becoming slightly painful. The effects of the blood tempering technique are really fierce. With the biometric attributes principle of use it or lose it, I'll eventually reach physical sanctification. Lin Zichen murmured to himself, slightly energized. In the time that followed, Lin Zichen sat cross-legged on the floor of his room, focusing on the second stage of tempering skin. The efficiency of the tempering was a bit slow, he had to stop about every half an hour to rest and eat something to recover the qi blood consumed by tempering. Just before 4 p.m., the smartphone by his side vibrated slightly. He picked it up to see that President Lu Zhuanyu had sent a message on WeChat. President Lu, Zichen, have you reported to Shanghai University yet? Zichen, I arrived this morning. President Lu, how do you find the luxury personal dormitory I prepared for you? Zichen, it's nice. President Lu, are you free right now? If so, do you want to come over to Tianren Pavilion's headquarters for a tour? I'll show you around, and you can meet other members of the pavilion. Zichen, I'm free. Lu Zhuanyu, okay, wait for someone in the lobby of your dormitory building to come pick you up. You just arrived at the school, and aren't familiar with the place yet. It's better to avoid getting lost. Zichen, President, I'm not at my dormitory right now, I'm in my childhood friend's dorm, Zhongyuan Building number 8, room 603. Lu Chuanwu, then I'll have someone go to Zhongyuan Building number 8 to pick you up. Zichen, alright, I'll head down now. After responding to the message, Lin Zichen said to Shen Qinghan, who was at his side, the head of Martial Arts College has invited me over to Tianren Pavilion's headquarters for a look. I'll step out for a bit. Oh, go ahead. Shen Qinghan responded. At the moment, she was browsing through seasonings on the school's food delivery app, doing the groundwork for cooking in the dormitory in the future. Lin Zichen put on his shoes, went out the door, and took the elevator down to the lobby of the dormitory building. Then, he walked to a tree in front of the building and stood there playing with his phone, silently waiting for someone from Tianren Pavilion to arrive. Before long, a boy with bleached blonde hair, a muscular build, and a bit of handsomeness walked past him nonchalantly. This guy recognized him as the second-ranking top student from Nanjiang province who had joined Tianren Pavilion, and he approached him with interest saying, "I know you, you're Lin Zichen, the second-ranking top student from Nanjiang province who joined Tianren Pavilion." Lin Zichen looked up upon hearing this, gave a polite hello, and then lowered his head to his phone again, not wanting to engage in further conversation with the swaggering blonde. However, the blonde adopted a rather familiar manner and didn't move on, starting to chat on his own accord. "To be honest, I really admire you for giving up the path of genetic fusion and taking up the currently uncertain pure-blood human path. It's genuine admiration, no sarcasm here. I've always believed that any research direction, if started with good intentions, should be encouraged rather than ridiculed. I'm also a freshman like you this year, but I'm from Capital City. I lived close to the Capital University, often wandering around its campus when I was a kid. Once upon a time, there was a research institute in Capital University that studied the pure-blood human path, but with no significant progress after more than 20 years, they dissolved the institute. As far as I know, only Shan University still maintains this kind of research institute. I hope the Pure Blood Human Research Institute at Shan University will continue to stand the test of time until one day it achieves groundbreaking results that will astound the world." There I go again, blabbering too much, as always. I didn't mean to ramble. I still have to get my dorm sorted out, I'll head off now. I hope you make great achievements at Tianren Pavilion. Fight on. With that, the blonde guy made a cheering gesture to Lin Zichen and turned to enter the upscale dormitory of Evolution College, in the very building that Shen Qinghan was staying in. 114. Heading to the Tianren Pavilion headquarters _3. Being able to live in Evolution College's high-end dormitory signified that this blondie was also a genius. Moreover, a top-ranking genius in the entire province. Otherwise, he would never have had the privilege to stay in this luxurious dormitory building of Evolution College. This guy is really eccentric. Watching the blondie's retreating figure, Lin Zichen couldn't help but inwardly mock with this comment. The blondie had suddenly come up to him, spouting a whole lot of words on his own accord, then, feeling satisfied with himself, turned around and left without any interaction throughout the entire exchange. Such behavior was too odd, giving off vibes akin to a patient in a mental institution. Lin Zichen thought that perhaps geniuses had always been this distinctive from the crowd since childhood. For example, Shen Qinghan had wet the bed throughout his childhood. And, like the blondie who just left, enjoyed bizarrely babbling to people without any interaction, the kind that talked non-stop by himself. Vroom vroom vroom. At that moment, the roaring sound of a motorcycle erupted. Lin Zichen followed the noise and saw a scene unfolding before him, a beautiful lady dressed in a martial arts uniform riding a flaming red motorcycle heading his way. She had a tall and slim figure, with beautiful curves, and her facial features were more three-dimensional, resembling a mixed-race child born to a combination of Eastern and Western parents. Soon, the motorcycle stopped in front of Lin Zichen. The high beauty value lady on the bike turned to him with a bright smile and asked, "Hello, are you Lin Zichen?" "Lin Zichen, yes, it's me." The lady's voice was sensuous as she said, "Let me introduce myself briefly. My name is Song Yuan, I am a mentor at Martial Arts College as well as a researcher at Tianren Pavilion. I came here to pick you up and take you to the Tianren Pavilion headquarters." Song Yuan? Lin Zichen was very familiar with this name. During the morning's encounter with the senior sister at the student combat power rankings, he had heard this name from her. This Song Yuan was the same one who had joined Tianren Pavilion years ago, followed the pure-blood human path, and vanished into the crowd as the second topper of the capital city's college entrance exams. While Lin Zichen was thinking this over, Song Yuan turned her motorcycle around and said to him, "Come on, sit behind me. I'll drive you there." "Okay." Lin Zichen responded, and without wasting time, he swung his leg over and sat on the back seat of the motorcycle, hands holding the rear, trying to avoid any physical contact with Song Yuan as much as possible. Seeing him settled, Song Yuan twisted the throttle and drove off. On the road, they chatted sporadically. It was mostly Song Yuan talking, while Lin Zichen was responsible for responding. "Since we're both going to be members of Tianren Pavilion, I'll call you Zichen, and you can call me Sister Yan," she said. After speaking, Song Yuan laughed and added, "Zichen, your looks are a bit too handsome, you must have been chased by girls a lot before, haven't you?" "Lin Zichen, it's okay. You're a bit modest." After laughing, Song Yuan continued, "Originally, the dean had arranged for a senior to pick you up, but I became interested when I heard you were this year's second topper in the Nanjiang province exams, so I volunteered to come fetch you. Are you happy to have such a beautiful senior come to pick you up willingly?" "Lin Zichen, I feel very honored." Song Yuan curiously asked, "By the way, you're a student of Martial Arts College, so what were you doing downstairs at Evolution College's high-end dorm just now?" "Lin Zichen, my childhood friend lives there, I came to visit her." Song Yuan chuckled and said, "Tisk tisk, only the best of the best from Evolution College get to live there, your childhood friend must be quite something." "Lin Zichen, it's okay," Song Yuan suggested with a smile, "speaking of which, Evolution College's high-end dorms are much better than the shabby dorms of Martial Arts College. Haven't you considered moving in with your childhood friend?" "Lin Zichen, we're already living together." He felt there was nothing special about cohabitating with Shen Qinghan. Sooner or later, everyone would naturally find out, so there was no harm in mentioning it now. "Wow, I was just making a casual comment, but you've already moved in together. Young people nowadays are impressive," Song Yuan said and added with a gossip-filled expression, "So, now that you're cohabitating, does that make you and your childhood friend boyfriend-girlfriend?" "Lin Zichen, yes." Hearing this reply, Song Yuan's face was full of envy. "That's wonderful. Unlike me, I'm almost in my 30s and haven't even touched a man's hand, let alone lived with one." Lin Zichen smiled and remained silent. This Song Yuan, with her pretty face and sexy body, if she really wanted to live with a man, she'd only need to flick her finger and plenty of men would queue up for her choosing. Her current claim could either mean she was an old hand at love, feigning innocence as a fishing tactic, or she was a lesbian uninterested in men, hence why she hadn't touched a man. In any case, it wasn't because she lacked charm. P.S. Begging bowl out, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. 115. A peerless genius. About 5 minutes later, the motorcycle pulled up to a secluded building and stopped. It's called secluded because the building is situated next to the back mountain of the school. Surrounding it were only trees, no other buildings. Above the entrance to the building hung an eye-catching signboard, Pure Human Research Institute. Lin Zichen guessed that the Pure Human Research Institute was probably an abbreviation for the Pure Blood Human Research Institute. Song Yuan casually parked the bike to one side, turned to Lin Zichen, and said, "Come on, I'll show you around first, then I'll take you to the dean." After dropping that remark, she strode toward the inside of the institute. Lin Zichen followed closely behind, taking in the surroundings as he entered. This pure human research institute was a bit different from what one might expect of a research facility. The lighting inside was quite dim. It lacked the array of sophisticated high-tech equipment that one might have envisioned. All there were corners piled with all sorts of old and unwanted items. It looked like a large storeroom. But upon closer inspection, those so-called old items in the corners actually resembled antiques of great research value. Soon, they entered a brightly lit hall. Inside was a television, a computer, sofas, a massage chair, and even a bed, giving off a homely vibe. Upon reaching this hall and breaking her silence, Song Yuan began to explain, "This is the Institute's living and leisure area. When research gets dull, you can come here to rest and relax. The big room we just passed by is the Institute's storage area, where we keep all kinds of things that we're not currently researching. It looks rather messy, but everything there is valuable. Further inside is the research area, where everyone cooperates with the dean on research most of the time." Song Yuan, speaking as she stopped in front of a refrigerator about 2 meters tall, grabbed a bottle of drink and tossed it to Lin Zichen, saying, "Anything in the fridge was bought with our budget, feel free to take whatever you want to eat or drink." After that, she closed the refrigerator door and set off into the depths once more, walking with long strides and saying, "Come on, I'll take you to the research area to get acquainted with the place." Lin Zichen opened the drink and took a sip, then quickly followed. Once he entered the research area, he looked around. Then he realized, it was not much different from the storage area they had initially passed through. It was just as cluttered, with old items everywhere, not a single piece of the high-tech equipment he'd imagined in sight. "Sister Yan, why does the institute feel so empty? I haven't seen a single person." Seeing that the storage area, the living and leisure area, and the research area were all deserted, and he had not seen anyone else since they had arrived, Lin Zichen couldn't help feeling puzzled. Song Yuan explained with a wry smile, "The Tianren Pavilion has always been unpopular, the school gives us very little funding, so we can't support many people. Also, after many years of research into the pure-blood human path, there's been no significant progress, and many people have lost patience and chosen to give up, gradually leading to the decline of the Tianren Pavilion, so now there are very few people. Of course, that's just one reason. The main reason is the dean thinks that Tianren Pavilion doesn't need too many people, a few geniuses are enough, otherwise, too many people would only distract his attention. So now Tianren Pavilion only consists of the dean, you, me, and 3 fourth-year martial arts students. Beyond that, there is no one else. Even if there are others, they are the ones with poor commitment, those who come in full of passion and then can't endure the challenges and choose to leave." Song Yuan didn't hide the desolation of the Tianren Pavilion at all, and chose to tell the truth. "In short, there are very few people who can stay for a long time, and you might leave due to the hardship after half a year yourself." After hearing this, Lin Zichen felt somewhat baffled. So few people in the Tianren Pavilion? Then what about those people who came to recruit with Lu Juanwu during the summer holidays? Could they have been outsiders brought in by Lu Juanwu just to put on a show? Lin Zichen thought about it and concluded that this was probably the case. After all, Lu Juanwu came to recruit talent. If he had come alone, it would have looked too unimpressive and not conducive to recruitment. At this thought, Lin Zichen suddenly felt deceived. In the time right after his college entrance exams ended, the Tianren Pavilion was often featured in the news, continually boosting its presence, giving the impression it was a major organization. But now, the whole organization had only 6 long-term members, including himself. Such trickery! Lin Zichen shook his head, feeling somewhat disappointed in the scale of the Tianren Pavilion. However, he didn't really care that much. As long as he got the triple benefits promised, everything else was irrelevant. Dean, I've brought Zichen. After giving Lin Zichen a tour around the institute, Song Yuan finally stopped in front of a basement door, knocked on the door, and shouted loudly. She shouted so loudly as if she was afraid that Lu Juanwu inside might not hear her. Soon, the door to the basement opened. Lu Juanwu stood at the door with a messy head of hair, dark circles under his eyes, and smiled at Lin Zichen, saying, Zichen, you're here. Come on, I'll show you around and help you get familiar with the institute. Song Yuan interjected, no need, Dean, I've just taken him around already. Lu Juanwu replied, is that so? Well, come on in, let's sit down inside and have a good talk. Lin Zichen followed Song Yuan inside, carefully observing his surroundings. The research room was messy, filled with books, jars and vessels, and even stone steels and other items. They all looked very ancient, as if unearthed from graves. 115. A Peerless Genius _2. It seems the style of this research institute is all about being outdated. But thinking about it, that makes sense, given that the pure-blood human path inherently has archaeological traits. All the related objects are excavated from ruins. It's not like genetic fusion and mech transformation, which are all about high-tech. Director, you look so haggard, how long have you been cooped up in there without coming out? Song Yuan casually picked a chair to sit down on, slinging her legs over the arm in a carefree manner, and looked at Lu Juanwu as if it were all normal. Lu Juanwu said listlessly, almost half a month now, constantly researching the content of the blood tempering technique initiation chapters. Sadly, there's still no progress, it's a bit tough to handle. It's mainly the lack of support from martial arts geniuses. The current state of the pure-blood human path still relies on martial arts geniuses with extremely high bodily talents to break new ground. If the talent isn't there, it just isn't, more people won't bring about a qualitative change. However, now that Zichen has joined, the pure-blood human path will definitely make great progress. Lu Juanwu smiled and began to introduce Song Yuan to Lin Zichen, saying, don't be fooled by your sister Yan's casual appearance, she was once the second top scorer in the capital city's college entrance examination. It's only with your sister Yan's contribution that the pure-blood human path has made significant strides these years. The biggest development was helping me, who had been stuck at the second body refining for decades, to successfully complete the third body refining 8 years ago, achieving the feat of an ordinary 9th rank pure-blood human crushing a higher, lower rank genetic integrator. As he said this, Lu Juanwu's eyes were full of gratitude for Song Yuan. If Song Yuan hadn't given up the genetic integrator path and resolutely chosen to join Tianren Pavilion to shine, it would have likely ceased to exist by now. Surprising, right? Back in the day, I was the second top scorer in the capital city's college entrance exam. Song Yuan looked at Lin Zichen with a teasing smile and said, my physical test scores back then were even higher than yours. Feeling a bit outdone? Okay, we get it, you're amazing, don't demoralize the younger generation. Lu Juanwu glanced at Song Yuan, then turned to Lin Zichen to reassure him. Zichen, although your physical test data from the high school exams wasn't as good as your sister Yan's, that was just an exam. Life is so long, and there are plenty of examples of accumulating knowledge to achieve success later on. You'll have plenty of opportunities to surpass Sister Yan, I have high hopes for you. Jokingly, I'm the capital city's top second placer, how could a Nanjiang province's high school top scorer compare to me? Song Yuan watched with a carefree demeanor, but deep down she was quite proud. However, as much as she thought about it, she still said with a smile, the director is right, as long as you accumulate enough, it's very possible to rise to the top. Surpassing me isn't impossible. Tianren Pavilion had finally recruited a martial arts genius, they needed to cherish him, offering plenty of encouragement so he wouldn't leave dissatisfied. Lu Juanwu looked at Lin Zichen and asked, by the way, how is your progress with the blood tempering technique I gave you over the summer break? Have you learned to control your blood? Lin Zichen, I've learned it. Lu Chuanwu asked again, has your biological level evolved to ordinary fourth order? Lin Zichen, yeah, it has. Lu Chuanwu, very satisfied, smiled and said, good, you've learned blood control and your biological level has evolved to ordinary fourth order. Starting today, you can begin tempering skin. Next, let your sister Yan guide you on how to do it. Aim to complete tempering skin by the first semester of your freshman year, and then start on tempering flesh during the winter break. Like your sister Yan, she successfully completed tempering skin in less than 3 months as a freshman. She has quite a bit of experience and insights on that front, and with her guidance, you will surely complete tempering skin smoothly in your first semester of college. Also, your sister Yan is one of the most skilled instructors at the martial arts college. When it comes to teaching, no one dare claim they're first if she says she's second. With her guidance, you will avoid many detours. Therefore, over the same period, you're likely to go further on the pure-blood human path than she has. Lu Chuanwu, afraid that Lin Zichen might be put off by the dilapidated state of Tianren Pavilion's base and consider leaving, kept offering big promises to encourage him, praising him as a prodigy. Lin Zichen saw his worry and caught on to the promises, simply saying, don't worry, director. As long as the triple benefits are realized, I will stay at Tianren Pavilion for all 4 years of college. Stay for 4 years? Wasn't it just for half a year? Lu Chuanwu thought he had heard wrong and quickly asked to confirm, you say you're going to stay at Tianren Pavilion for 4 years. Lin Zichen, as long as the triple benefits keep coming, I can stay in Tianren Pavilion as long. Haha, that's great. Lu Chuanwu was overjoyed, as long as you stay committed to the pure-blood human path here at Tianren Pavilion, I promise you the triple benefits will always be there, and you won't miss a thing. Originally he worried that Lin Zichen wouldn't stay long, but now there was no need to. As long as there were triple benefits, he could keep him. As for the issue of funding, it could be solved by spending time with a few old friends. After calming down a bit, Lu Chuanwu quickly realized something. Possibly, Lin Zichen's statement that he would stay at Tianren Pavilion as long as there were triple benefits meant that he truly believed in the principles of Tianren Pavilion. Even without the triple benefits, he might have stayed anyway. Asking for triple benefits was just taking advantage of the situation. After all, if it's free, why not take it? Realizing this, Lu Chuanwu didn't feel like he was at a loss, but rather that he had gained something instead. 115. A Peerless Genius _3. Because the more Lin Zichen acknowledges the philosophy of Tianren Pavilion, the greater his contribution to the research on the pure-blood human path will be. The benefits of this are far more significant than the threefold benefits given away. Song Yuan also saw Lin Zichen's approval of the Tianren Pavilion's ideals, and her fondness for him grew immensely. She beamed like a blooming flower and said, I like you, Junior. Come, Sister Yan will teach you how to perform tempering skin. I guarantee you that you'll finish 1 cycle of skin tempering in your first semester of freshman year, and then, while the students from Evolution College and Mechanical Academy have yet to grow, you can brutally thrash them with your powerful flesh and blood. Lin Zichen replied indifferently, no need, I've already completed a cycle of skin tempering during the summer vacation. Lu Chuanwu and Song Yuan both had question marks floating over their heads, at first thinking there was something wrong with their ears. Lin Zichen's words were akin to a young child who had just learned to speak, telling their parents that they had learned calculus, which was shocking. Song Yuan was the first to react, saying, you must be joking. You were by yourself at home during the summer vacation, with no one to teach you skin tempering. It would have been great if you could even master blood control, so how could you possibly learn skin tempering, and to temper your full skin at that? Lin Zichen explained, the translated version of the blood tempering technique had detailed annotations, I studied it for a few days and learned how to temper skin. Studied it for a few days? Not quite. In truth, it only took half an hour to learn blood control, and then he intuitively mastered the technique of skin tempering. Zichen, you must be mistaken, you might think you've done skin tempering, but you actually haven't. Lu Chuanyu, too, was incredulous and after speaking, insisted, come on, stretch out your hand and let me see, I need to confirm it. Lin Zichen didn't hurry to extend his hand but instead, with a thought, used the biometric attribute's natural camouflage to disguise his biological status. Biological level disguised as common tier 5. Body refining progress disguised as 1 cycle of tempering skin. During the summer vacation, he had not skimped on researching his 9 biometric attributes. After some research, he discovered that the natural camouflage attribute could not only hide his vitality to conceal his biological level but also mask other states of his body. After camouflaging his attribute status, Lin Zichen extended his right hand for Lu Chuanyu to examine. Lu Chuanyu grabbed his arm, and after briefly feeling and pinching it, his face was immediately covered in shock, expressing disbelief. How can this be possible? It's really 1 cycle of skin tempering. Hearing this, Song Yuan quickly stepped forward to feel Lin Zichen's arm as well. When she discovered that Lin Zichen truly had undergone 1 cycle of skin tempering, her entire world was rocked, her face filled with doubt about life itself. What's going on? How did you do this? This is completely unlike biology. Lu Chuanyu took a deep breath, steadied his emotions, and with trembling lips, asked, Zichen, what is your biological level now? Common tier 5. Lin Zichen answered calmly. Upon hearing this answer, Lu Chuanyu could no longer suppress the excitement within him, his face bursting with exhilaration as he loudly exclaimed towards Lin Zichen. A genius, a peerless genius. Secure, the pure-blood human path is secured. Haha, with you here, the body of a pure-blood human will definitely break the shackles of ordinary creatures and evolve into an advanced-level creature. While Lu Chuanyu was getting excited, Song Yuan felt somewhat deflated to the side. She couldn't figure it out, and looking towards Lu Chuanyu, she asked, Director, what's going on? His physical talent clearly isn't as high as mine. Why is his practice of the blood tempering technique so much more effective than mine? Lu Chuanyu calmed himself once more and after thinking a bit, he explained. In this case, it can only be said that Zichen is highly compatible with the blood tempering technique, just like how genetic fusion and mechanical modifications have compatibility, practicing the blood tempering technique also has compatibility. Practicing the blood tempering technique has compatibility too? Was there such a thing? Song Yuan's emotions were complicated. She had always believed that as a martial arts prodigy, she would definitely lead others on the pure-blood human path in the future and become a pioneer of pure-blood humans. However, she was now witnessing someone who was even more suitable for the pure-blood human path than herself, and it unavoidably left her feeling a bit disheartened. But that feeling of disappointment vanished in a flash, replaced by excitement and eagerness. Who was more suited for the pure-blood human path wasn't important at all. What mattered was that someone could pioneer the pure-blood human path, leading everyone to go further. Rather than she herself pioneering and spending a lifetime stuck at the ordinary 9th rank without evolving, it would be far better to honestly follow behind Lin Zichen, treading the path he'd walked easier and less trouble. As for the role of pioneer, it was trivial compared to evolving into an advanced-level creature. Having realized this, Song Yuan looked towards Lu Chuanyu with excitement and said eagerly, Director, we should quickly publicize Zichen's potential to attract more geniuses to Tianren Pavilion and get more funding. Lu Chuanyu waved his hand and said, Not at all, let's keep the news of Zichen being highly suitable for the pure-blood human path between the 3 of us for now. Why, Director? Song Yuan was puzzled. Lu Chuanyu explained, Previously, I publicly promoted Tianren Pavilion to recruit geniuses, but now that we have the right genius, there is no need to continue publicizing and recruiting. It takes too much time and energy, wasting time we could use for research. It's not about having a lot of geniuses, but about having the right ones. Too many people might not necessarily lead to a qualitative change, but it will certainly dilute our resources. 115. A Peerless Genius _4. Now that we have Zichen, what we need to do is concentrate all resources on him and help him break free from the shackles of being an ordinary creature. Lu Chuanwu continued, of course, the most important thing is the interest involved. It's too risky to rashly reveal Zichen's astonishing adaptability to the pure-blood human path, as it may attract danger. Song Yuan frowned, but doing so, how much funding will we lose? Without sufficient funding, it won't be beneficial for researching the pure-blood human path either. Lu Chuanwu said with a calm face, don't worry, in the coming time, I will utilize all the connections I can to raise funds to prepare evolution resources for Zichen. Also, once Zichen's performance is astonishing enough, I'll find him a backer to ensure his safety, and then promote him vigorously, spreading the philosophy of Tianren Pavilion. With that, we'll have both safety and publicity. The principal is truly considerate. Song Yuan gave Lu Chuanwu a thumbs up. Lu Chuanwu said with a smile, of course. The excitement and agitation on both their faces could not be concealed, and they had already started to fantasize about the day Lin Zichen, with a pure-blood human physique, would break free from the restraints of an ordinary creature and evolve into an advanced-level creature. Seeing how excited and agitated they were, Lin Zichen couldn't help but smile. To think that just evolving to a common Tier 5 biological level, and completing just one tempering skin during the summer vacation, already got them this excited. If they knew that my biological level had already evolved to an ordinary 9th rank, and that both tempering flesh and bone tempering were already completed, and I am in the midst of a second refinement, wouldn't they be flabbergasted? Zichen, you don't need to attend classes at the martial arts college anymore. The low-end courses there won't be of much help to you. Just come directly to the Research Institute and work with your sister Yan on researching the pure-blood human path and exchange experiences deeply. After finishing, Lu Chuanwu turned his head toward Song Yuan and said, Yuan, you shouldn't be a mentor anymore either. I'll pay your salary out of my own pocket, and from now on, you'll help Zichen practice the blood tempering technique, and be his personal mentor, aiding him in his cultivation. Before Song Yuan had a chance to respond, he changed his mind and said, no, that's not right. Zichen has more talent for practicing the blood tempering technique than you do, you can't be his mentor. You can only be his assistant. From now on, you'll be his exclusive assistant. Principal. Song Yuan expressed her dissatisfaction, don't I have any face left? Lu Chuanwu chuckled and said, you talk about face, but when you're ridiculed and lost in the crowd every day, your face has become as thick as a bulletproof vest, so do you really care about these blunt words I say? Song Yuan rolled her eyes at Lu Chuanwu and didn't bother to talk to him. Lu Chuanwu turned to Lin Zichen with a smile and said, tomorrow afternoon the school will hold a welcome meeting. After it ends, there will be an opening trial to select the newcomer king. Your biological level is as high as a common Tier 5, plus you've completed a tempering skin session, so without accidents, the title of newcomer king will likely be yours. During the trial, remember to give the newcomers from the Evolution College and the Mechanical Academy a good beating. Stand up for the Martial Arts College, and after it's done, I'll give you 10 chi blood pills. This was a personal vendetta. He wanted to embarrass Ma Zhenhe, the principal of his arch-rival Evolution College, and also to have a moment of triumph in front of his ex-wife, Yuan Dongji. Song Yuan said with exasperation, Principal, you still hold grudges just as you did before. So petty. Lu Chuanwu responded nonchalantly, what do you, a youngster, understand? Often, people live for the sake of pride. If holding in anger makes one feel oppressed, then it needs to be vented promptly. Turning back to Lin Zichen, he said with emphasis, the pure-blood human path, at its core, follows the path of Qi blood. Considering Qi blood contains the word Qi, if the qi isn't flowing smoothly, it will affect the blood, which in turn impacts the physical training. Patting Lin Zichen on the shoulder, he said, if you ever feel frustrated in the future and your strength isn't enough, you can bear it for the time being, but once your strength is sufficient, you must take revenge and release that anger. Thank you for the guidance, Principal. Lin Zichen responded perfunctorily, then asked with genuine concern, Principal, what rewards will the school give for winning the newcomer king title in the opening trial? They award academic credits, Lu Juanwu replied and continued, according to previous years, first place is rewarded with 10 academic credits, which can be exchanged for evolution resources in the school apps store. You can download the app from the school's official website to see what evolution resources are available. 10 academic credits? Lin Zichen recalled the prices of the items he saw in the school app store that morning, with many seemingly expensive exotic beast gene reagents selling for only 5 credits each. So in this light, a reward of 10 credits seems quite generous. P.S. Please support with monthly and recommendation tickets. 116. The only genetic integrator among the newborns. Lin Zichen had stayed at the research institute for a long time, only leaving at 10 p.m. When he returned to the dormitory, Shen Qinghan was fiddling around in the kitchen. She wasn't cooking, just arranging the condiments. Seeing Lin Zichen at the kitchen's entrance, Shen Qinghan looked at him and said, Xiao Chen, you stayed at Tianren Pavilion for quite a while. Hey, I was actually hoping to cook dinner with you tonight. No worries, if we can't have dinner, we can make a midnight snack. I don't want to, eating midnight snacks will make you fat. With such a large amount of exercise, it won't make you fat. Seems like it. Shen Qinghan said with a laugh, and then playfully asked, what do you want for your midnight snack? I'll make it for you now. After thinking for a moment, Lin Zichen said, then let's have noodles. It seems like it's been a long time since I've had your noodles, I want to try them. Okay, I'll make noodles for you. Shen Qinghan said and took 2 pieces of noodle dough, starting to make noodles for Lin Zichen to eat. About 10 minutes later, the noodles were ready. It was made simply, with a fried egg, a few pieces of meat, and some greens. After finishing the noodles and washing the dishes, Shen Qinghan, her arm looped through Lin Zichen's, coyly said, Xiao Chen, how about we take a bath together later? Lin Zichen, I'll scrub your back. Shen Qinghan pursed her cherry lips, a faint blush on her cheeks as she said in a soft voice, just scrubbing the back is so greasy, how about scrubbing some other places too? Lin Zichen, you tell me where to scrub, and I'll scrub. Shen Qinghan smiled delightedly and said, then as a reward, you let me scrub anywhere, and I'll help you scrub there too. The next day, at 5:30 a.m. Lin Zichen was used to waking up early, he opened his eyes before it was fully light outside. In contrast, Shen Qinghan was still curled up in bed, fast asleep. Lin Zichen wiped the drool from her mouth and quietly left the room to do his morning exercises in the training room. By about 7:15 a.m. Shen Qinghan finally woke up, lazily emerging from the room. She never wore makeup and didn't have to get up early to apply makeup like other girls did. Classes started at 8 a.m., so she could afford to sleep until 7:15 a.m. After a simple grooming session, Shen Qinghan slung over her shoulder a small crossbody bag that Lin Zichen had made for her, and left the house with him. After going down the elevator, the two went their separate ways. Shen Qinghan walked leisurely toward the teaching building of Evolution College with an umbrella in one hand and a small fan blowing on her face. She was going to attend the entrance class meeting and get to know the new college classmates. Lin Zichen headed for the Pure Human Research Institute, located in a secluded corner, to get acquainted with the other members of Tianren Pavilion, namely the 3 senior martial arts students who had reached the peak of the student rankings. 5 minutes later, Lin Zichen arrived at the Pure Human Research Institute. His speed was even faster than yesterday when Song Yuan had taken him there on a motorcycle. Entering the institute, where it was silent and not even the lights were on. Lin Zichen used danger perception to sense the biological pressures within the institute and found that the entire place had only one person, Song Yuan, in the living and leisure area. He withdrew his sensing and walked toward the front living and leisure area. Upon entering, he saw Song Yuan wearing pajamas and doing yoga on a mat, showcasing her curvaceous figure to full effect. "You're here so early." Song Yuan, continuing her difficult yoga poses, smiled and said to him. Lin Zichen responded with a smile, "Sister Yan, you arrived earlier than me. Don't get me wrong, I didn't arrive earlier than you, I've just been living at the institute." "Why live at the institute?" Lin Zichen was puzzled. The institute looked like a storeroom, and staying here couldn't be as comfortable as being at home. Song Yuan explained, "To save money. Living in the institute, the school pays for utilities. During the summer with AC, I can save several hundred a month. Just to save those few $100? Lin Zichen found it somewhat unbelievable. After all, with a status like Song Yuan's, an annual salary of $1 million wouldn't be an exaggeration. Yet she was even frugal with a few $100 of utility fees. That seemed excessively thrifty. Wondering, Lin Zichen asked, "Sister Yan, when do the dean and those 3 seniors usually come to the institute?" "Those 3 usually won't come to the institute until around 10 in the morning, and as for the dean, the timing isn't very fixed, since he often needs to go out and mingle with his old flames." "Those?" Lin Zichen felt like he had stumbled upon some incredible information and asked curiously, "How many old flames does the dean have?" "Oh, so many. I know of more than 10. The dean is truly impressive," Lin Zichen said admiringly. Song Yuan bittersweetly smiled and said, "There's no helping it. The funding the school provides is too little, it's not enough to support the daily needs of the institute, so the dean has to go out and use his charm to attract investments." Hearing this, Lin Zichen instantly felt Lu Juanwu's image grow in stature. 10 minutes later, Song Yuan finished yoga and took Lin Zichen into her private research lab. She went to a cupboard, took out a stack of documents, and handed them to Lin Zichen, saying, "This is the research results and directions of Tianren Pavilion over the years. Have a look when you're free, just to familiarize yourself a bit with the content." Lin Zichen received the documents, as thick as a dictionary. "There's a lot of material, just skim through to get familiar, no need to look too closely. Otherwise, you might not finish by the end of the semester." After saying this, Song Yuan went to her desk and sat down, beginning her research for the day. 116, the only genetic integrator in the newborns _2. It's research related to textual work. Research on the content of the blood tempering technique opening chapter. Lin Zichen looked over from a few meters away, glancing at the stack of photocopied blood tempering technique scriptures in front of Song Yuan. He saw that they were filled with all kinds of strange and unusual characters, not in modern text, completely incomprehensible to him. Unable to understand, he didn't look for long and quickly found a spot to sit down, scrolling through his own research materials. Reading 10 lines in a single glance. By the time it was 10:30 in the morning, he had already gotten through almost a third of it. He learned that Tianren Pavilion's research mainly focused on the nature of the flesh body and how qi blood affects it. Strange, it's already 10:30. Why haven't those 3 guys come to the research institute yet? Song Yuan put down her photocopies and muttered with a hint of confusion. Normally, those 3 senior martial arts students from Tianren Pavilion would arrive at the research institute precisely at 10 a.m. to join in on the research. But now it was already past that time by half an hour, and there wasn't a sign of them. Worried something might have happened to them, Song Yuan immediately took out her mobile phone to check on their situation on WeChat. But as soon as she opened WeChat, she saw that one of the 3 had sent her a message half an hour ago, saying they had left Tianren Pavilion and wouldn't be coming to the research institute anymore. Song Yuan was stunned and asked for the reason. The person was reluctant to say at first, but Song Yuan persisted with her questions, and in the end, they had no choice but to confess. They said the Dean of Evolution College had offered them benefits they couldn't refuse, convincing them to join Evolution College. Song Yuan frowned but couldn't really fault the three of them. After all, they had been in good relations for several years. She could only say that everyone had their own aspirations and wish them well. After ending the chat, Song Yuan turned to Lin Zichen and said, Zichen, those three senior students in the institute told me on WeChat that they have left Tianren Pavilion and won't be coming anymore. They were all poached by the Dean of Evolution College with high benefits, probably in retaliation for our Dean bringing you over from Evolution College. From now on, in the Research Institute, it will just be you, me, and the Dean left. After saying that, Song Yuan added, but it doesn't really matter. Those three were not quite top tier in their talents, their departure won't greatly affect the research on the pure-blood human path. With them gone, our resources will even increase. Indeed. Lin Zichen nodded, feeling no disturbance in his heart. He knew Song Yuan said this because she was worried that seeing others leaving might stir similar thoughts in him. Thinking about it, he voiced his confusion. Those three had been committed to the pure-blood human path all the way till their senior year. Logically, their belief should have been solid. How could they be poached? Song Yuan gave a wry smile, as long as the offer is large enough, there's no one who can't be poached. Those steadfast in the pure-blood human side, like me, are always in the minority. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so few people in the research institute. Plus, the convictions of those three had been wavering for a while. After all, they were already seniors, yet the future of the pure-blood human path remained unclear, and they no longer had time to wait. Song Yuan said with self-mockery, if they continued waiting, they would end up just like me, indistinguishable from the masses. The two chatted for a while. Seeing that it was almost 11 a.m., Lin Zichen said he needed to head back to the dorm to cook, which meant he had to go to the residential area to buy groceries. Before leaving, he asked Song Yuan if there were any more copies of the blood tempering technique and materials to learn the language within it. Song Yuan said she had some and quickly found them for him. He took the photocopies of the blood tempering technique and the related language learning materials, along with the research findings and directions on pure-blood humans, and soon left the research institute. Then, he went straight to the residential area, bought meat and vegetables for two, and headed back to the dorm to start cooking. Close to noon, Shen Qinghan came back. The two dined together in the living room. Xiao Chen, you've barely cooked a few times, yet your culinary skills are as good as mine. Your all-rounded talent is truly infuriating, Shen Qinghan said, her face full of envy as she tasted Lin Zichen's cooking. Lin Zichen had a sip of soup and chuckled, I also envy your mysterious superpower that allows your genetic fusion compatibility to directly reach 21%. That number is probably unmatched historically and forever after. How could that be? Shen Qinghan shook her head, not agreeing, the world is so vast, there must be someone better out there, a higher sky beyond the sky we know, and people beyond people. Lin Zichen nodded in agreement, that's true. After discussing this, their conversation shifted to Shen Qinghan's classmates. Shen Qinghan was in the genius class. The classmates were primarily top scholars from various regions, valedictorians, salutatorians, and the like, with an astonishingly high average level. After graduation, these individuals would certainly become the pillars of human society, valuable social resources for Shen Qinghan in her college life. By the way, Xiao Chen, I saw a genetic integrator in my class today. A girl, very pretty, with a pair of fluffy beast ears on her head, which commanded a lot of attention. I heard she's the daughter of Evolution College's dean, who had been studying in Capital City until she finished her college exams and then came back to Shanghai City for the genetic fusion surgery. She succeeded in her first genetic fusion and is now the only new student genetic integrator in the whole school. Shen Qinghan leisurely spoke as she ate the fruits after the meal. Lin Zichen, that is indeed impressive. Impressive, but not comparable to you, Shen Qinghan said as she picked up a grape, held it to Lin Zichen's mouth for him to eat, and continued, not only her, no one in the entire genius class can compare to you. 116, the only genetic integrator among the newborns _3. They could never imagine that the school's most impressive genius isn't in the genius class at all, but rather in Tianren Pavilion. Just wait till you guys face off later, all those geniuses in class will be so discouraged they'll start questioning their life choices. As she spoke, Shen Qinghan unconsciously puffed up her chest a bit, her pretty face beaming with pride. It was a habit developed over many years. Whenever Lin Zichen stood out, she, as his childhood friend, couldn't help but feel a share in the glory. Lin Zichen, nibbling on the grape she had handed him, chuckled and said, "Your compatibility with genetic fusion is as high as 21%, and you also have a mysterious superpower. Don't you think there's a possibility that you are actually the most formidable genius?" "No way, you're definitely better than me." "How can you be so sure?" "Just a hunch, but I always felt that you are the strongest." Shen Qinghan had full confidence in Lin Zichen, speaking with unwavering conviction. It wasn't just a hunch. Ever since they were kids, Lin Zichen had always seemed otherworldly to her, carving an indelible image of invincibility in her heart. "Here, have another grape." Shen Qinghan picked up a plump little grape and tenderly placed it to Lin Zichen's lips. Lin Zichen opened his mouth and took it in, silently savoring the burst of tangy sweetness on his taste buds. Shen Qinghan rested her cheek in her palm, her eyes softening with a tender gaze as she smiled sweetly and asked, "Are the grapes I bought tasty?" "Very tasty." "Then what do you think, compared to the grapes you had last night in the bath, which are tastier?" "Both are tasty." "That's a cop-out, choose one." "Then the grapes from last night were better." "If they're tasty, then you should eat more." Shen Qinghan's peachy eyes curved upwards, her pretty face revealing a slightly naughty, sweet smile. Lin Zichen was somewhat speechless, internally remarking that Shen Jianyi and Su Meng really messed up naming her, replacing the Qing in her name with a smudge would have been more appropriate. 1:30 p.m. After lunch, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan, who napped in their room, were promptly woken up by a series of alarms from their phones. The two of them got out of bed, got dressed, used the bathroom, washed up quickly, and then headed down to the school gymnasium. At 2 p.m., an assembly for new students was scheduled in the gymnasium, and as new students, both of them had to attend. Taking the elevator down, Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan boarded a school bus that shuttled back and forth along the school drive and arrived at the gymnasium in less than 10 minutes. When the two entered, the place had already filled with freshmen. Seats for the new students were divided into 3 areas. The most valued by the school, Evolution College, was arranged in the central position facing the stage. The Mechanical Academy and Martial Arts College were arranged on either side of Evolution College. Having no class of his own, Lin Zichen followed Shen Qinghan to her genius class to sit together. To not disturb anyone else in the class, they both conscientiously picked up their chairs and quietly walked to sit at the very back. After all, Lin Zichen was an outsider, and it might not be appropriate for him to sit with another class, as it might be met with objections. After the two sat down at the back, many in the genius class turned their gaze towards Lin Zichen. Almost everyone in the class knew he was the second topper from Nanjiang province. His high-profile joining of Tianren Pavilion during the summer break had made national news. However, they merely glanced at him curiously for a moment and then looked away, not particularly concerned. It was just a top scholar who unexpectedly joined Tianren Pavilion. What did it have to do with them? Why should they care? Rather than worrying about why Lin Zichen joined Tianren Pavilion, the people in the genius class at that moment were more interested in the relationship between Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan. This was especially the case for the boys in class, who all took a keen interest in the matter. Shen Qinghan was just too beautiful, and virtually every male her age had thoughts about her and wanted to know if she was single. "Hey, Lin Zichen, remember me?" A guy with dyed yellow hair pulled up a chair and sat down beside Lin Zichen. Lin Zichen replied with an even tone, "I remember." He had a strong memory of this yellow-haired guy, a peculiar chatterbox he had encountered the afternoon before underneath Shen Qinghan's dormitory building, who talked non-stop. "What's the relationship between you two?" The yellow-haired guy looked at Lin Zichen and Shen Qinghan with curiosity and asked. Lin Zichen answered dispassionately, "We've grown up together as childhood friends." After a pause, he added, "To be more precise, we're childhood friends who are engaged. We'll get married after we graduate." With Shen Qinghan being so beautiful, surely there would be many suitors in the future. Lin Zichen felt it necessary to publicly announce his relationship with Shen Qinghan to not only fend off her suitors but also reduce his own, saving them both some trouble. Too many suitors could, after all, become a disruption in one's daily life. As Lin Zichen took the initiative to disclose their relationship, Shen Qinghan blushed and eagerly wrapped her arm around his, confirming to their classmates her relationship with Lin Zichen. Upon learning that Shen Qinghan was taken, all the boys in the genius class couldn't hide their disappointment. Many of them had been contemplating pursuing Shen Qinghan, but before they could act on it, it was all over before it had even started. "So the bell is spoken for already, hey? And here I was thinking about introducing my cousin to you," said the yellow-haired guy, shaking his head. He explained, "My cousin was also a proponent of the pure-blood human path, she respects its principles a lot. Over the summer, she saw your news online and your photo too, said she wanted to get to know you, what a pity." Lin Zichen just smiled, thinking this was someone creating sisters out of thin air, wasn't it? P.S. Begging for your monthly and recommendation votes. 117, Trial of the Start of School. Upon learning that Shen Qinghan was spoken for, the blonde-haired male student promptly picked up his chair and left, returning to his original spot. It wasn't far away, just 2 rows in front. After the blonde-haired male student left, Lin Zichen looked around at the new students in the gymnasium. The new students from Martial Arts College were the most numerous, surpassing the combined number of new students from Evolution College and Mechanical Academy. Martial Arts College had 1,896 new students. Mechanical Academy had 654 new students. Evolution College had 469 new students. These figures were what Lin Zichen had seen on the official website during the summer holidays. Not only Shanghai University, but universities around the world had a significantly higher number of martial arts students compared to evolution and mechanics students. The reason for this phenomenon was primarily that the thresholds for Evolution College and Mechanical Academy were too high, and only a minority of students who took the college entrance examinations could get in. Many students, who failed to secure a place in the entrance examinations but remained determined, would opt for martial arts college instead. They planned to continue training their bodies over the 4 years of university to enhance their physical strength in hopes of improving their compatibility with genetic fusion and mechanical enhancement before transferring to Evolution College or Mechanical Academy. However, this path was challenging. Out of 10 martial arts students, maybe only 1 might succeed. The other 9 who didn't make it were likely to end up worse off than students from the humanities and arts after graduation. Lin Zichen continued to survey the new students around him. Soon, his gaze landed on a girl in the talent class. This girl was sitting in front of him to the side, wearing a set of loose-fitting sportswear, with a shoulder-length haircut that was convenient for high-intensity workouts. She had a very beautiful side profile. However, the most captivating feature was not the girl's pretty face, but the pair of beast ears on her head. They were fluffy purple beast ears, about the size of a hand, very conspicuous among the crowd. Lin Zichen knew that she was the Chancellor's daughter whom Shen Qinghan had mentioned during lunch, the only genetic integrator among all the new students. He carefully observed the characteristics of the purple beast ears on the girl's head and quickly deduced which exotic beast gene she had integrated. It was the gene of the shadow nightcat, the same as the prodigy from Beijing University. Complete integration of the Shadow Nightcat gene could enhance one's agility, reaction speed, dynamic visual capture, night vision, perception, and other abilities. It seemed very powerful with many abilities enhanced, but that was contingent on full integration of the Shadow Nightcat gene. The process of complete integration, however, could be exceedingly long. It might take a few years at the shortest, or over a decade at the longest. For someone like the prodigy from Beijing University, who had successfully integrated 4 exotic beast genes before graduating from university, it was an exceptionally rare case. Having a high compatibility for genetic fusion was not enough on its own. One must also possess certain special physiques. For example, a physique resistant to gene rejection, which allowed various foreign genes to coexist, or one that facilitated gene expression and so on. Across the country, there are many geniuses with high genetic fusion compatibility, but super geniuses with various special physiques are unique, with only the prodigy from Beijing University known publicly at this stage. Lin Zichen continued to observe the beast ears on the girl's head, trying to ascertain the extent of her integration with the Shadow Nightcat gene. On the other side, the girl sensed someone observing her and immediately turned around following the line of sight, then looked straight into Lin Zichen's eyes. In that moment of eye contact, Lin Zichen felt as though he was being watched by a dark black cat. The girl's eyes were like 2 obsidian stones, exhibiting the traits of the Shadow Nightcat and emanating a predatory gaze that was overwhelmingly oppressive. The mutual gaze did not last long, merely 2 seconds, and ended as the girl turned back around. A bit aloof. Lin Zichen mentally labeled the girl during that brief exchange of looks. His gaze shifted from the girl and continued to survey the other newcomers. Then, almost naturally, his attention was drawn to the blonde-haired male student seated in front. That blonde-haired male student was really talkative, cheerfully chatting with people around him and constantly reacting with exaggerated expressions, making it hard for others nearby to ignore him. And those whom he engaged in conversation only managed polite smiles on the surface but were inwardly extremely annoyed. A real chatterbox. Lin Zichen silently tagged the blonde-haired male student in his mind. Soon, the time reached 2 p.m. The new student assembly began. The meeting was hosted by Vice-Chancellor Yuan Dongji. Lin Zichen found this somewhat strange. It should have been the Chancellor himself hosting such an event, so why was a Vice-Chancellor presiding? Where had the head Chancellor gone? On stage, Yuan Dongji's speech was very brief, spouting less than 10 minutes of platitudes before handing the microphone over to other leaders of the university. The other leaders were similarly concise, averaging less than 3 minutes to finish their speeches. After the university leaders had spoken, it was time for students to take the stage. The student speeches were divided into 2 parts, first the new student representative, followed by the student council president. Please welcome Li Moya from the talent class, the representative for the new students, with a round of applause. One of the leaders on stage said, reaching for the microphone and looking down at a certain spot in the talent class. No sooner had he spoken than the new students started clapping and looked towards the talent class curiously, wondering who Li Moya was. Meanwhile, the new students from the talent class were all looking at the blonde-haired male student with surprise faces. If you're enjoying this content, please make sure to like and subscribe Chinese Novel Audio Wave. 117, Trial of School Opening _2. Li Moya, you're actually the new student representative. I always thought Ma Ziwei was the top among the freshmen, that she would be the representative. I never expected there to be a hidden master. This Li Moya, with his dyed yellow hair looking like a delinquent, and being a chatterbox, doesn't have any trace of a genius's aura, yet his strength turns out to be the strongest among the freshmen, truly judging a book by its cover. At this moment, the freshmen in the prodigy class found it incredulous. The new student representative was chosen through a vote by the school leaders, based on who they thought was the strongest. And the fact that the yellow-haired boy became the representative meant that most of the school leaders considered him to be the strongest among the freshmen. Regarding this, the people in the prodigy class were somewhat in disbelief. Soon, the yellow-haired boy, under the attention of all the teachers and students, changed from his previous smiley chatterbox demeanor to a cool and aloof god. He slowly rose from his seat, hands casually tucked into his pockets, flicking his slanted bangs with each step, walked unhurriedly towards the stage. From the moment his college entrance examination results were released, he had been waiting for today's opportunity to show off. He had waited over 2 months, and finally, it arrived. Before this, whether it was dyeing his hair yellow or talking to others like an idiot, it was all intended to create an image of appearing to be a slacker but actually a scholar, to make the show-off even more spectacular and satisfying. To sum it up in one sentence, did you ever imagine that I, this frivolous dyed-hair talkative guy, am actually the most brilliant super genius among the freshmen, surprising or not? Thrilled or unexpected? Have you been dazzled? Li Moyu has really kept himself well hidden. I saw his dyed yellow hair, resembling a delinquent, and even thought he would be the bottom of the class. Shen Qinghan said, feeling very surprised. Lin Zichen, standing nearby, was also surprised, never expecting that such a casual yellow-haired guy could be the number one in the prodigy class. After all, the general perception was that geniuses tend to be aloof. On the stage, Li Moyu took the microphone handed over from the school leaders, didn't rush to speak but instead scanned the expressions on the faces of the audience. Seeing the surprise on many faces, he felt immensely satisfied and particularly thrilled. After steadying his emotions slightly, he looked at everyone and asked with the microphone, "Has everyone heard of Li Zichen? Who doesn't know the genius from Kyoto University?" A freshman in the audience loudly responded. Li Moyu raised his eyebrows, and his face turned even colder as he said, "Yes, everyone knows Li Zichen, but what you certainly don't know is that Li Zichen has a brother who is equally talented. His brother is this year's Capital City New College Entrance Examination top scorer. Genetic fusion compatibility rate, as high as 16%, tied for first place nationwide with the top scorer from Nanjiang Province. Physical test data, in a league of its own, the only nationwide first place. And this genius brother, the one standing before you right now, is me Li Moyu." As he spoke the last sentence, Li Moyu's voice rose significantly, resonating with authority. The freshmen below were all shocked. Was this yellow-haired guy really the brother of the Kyoto University genius? And also, the top scorer from the capital city? Wait, why wouldn't the capital city's top scorer go to Kyoto University but instead come to Shanghai University? As everyone was puzzled, Li Moyu spoke, "I'm sure everyone here is wondering why I, honored as the capital city's top scorer, wouldn't go to Kyoto University but chose Shan University instead. You must all think that Shan University's recruitment team spent a small fortune to poach me. However, that is incorrect. You might not believe it when I say this, but choosing to attend Shan University was my own decision. Back when I was in middle school, I made a pact with my brother that he would break records at Kyoto University, and I would break records at Shan University. The future records of these two top universities will be dominated by the Li brothers from the Jingdou Li family." No sooner had his words fallen than his eyes sharpened, releasing a biological level pressure of common tier 5, unabashedly displaying his unrivaled powerful strength among his peers. The prodigy class freshmen near the stage all felt that strong biological pressure, each with a look of having their worldview challenged. The same pride of Shanghai University, many among them had a biological level of only common tier 3, and some even as low as common tier 2, they all relied on their genetic fusion compatibility to get ahead. However, Li Moyu on stage had a biological level as high as common tier 5. The gap was too huge. So huge it induced despair. On the other side, the school leaders on the stage couldn't help but twitch their mouths slightly. They arranged for Li Moyu to be the new student representative to set an example, to look forward to the next 4 years of university life, but this guy was only concerned with showing off, acting so recklessly right now. "I'm Li Moyu, remember my name. After releasing the biological pressure and completing his show-off moment, Li Moyu dropped this phrase, casually handed the microphone back to a school leader beside him, then swiftly tucked his hands into his pockets, and flicked his slanted bangs as he walked down the stage. He only went up there to show off, and now that he had done so, it was time to step down. Show-off requires being quick, accurate, and ruthless. The shorter the time spent on the stage, the higher the swagger. Xiao Chen, that Li Moyu is so silly, feeling invincible with just common tier 5, while you could easily crush him with just a flick of your finger. Shen Qinghan leaned close to Lin Zichen's ear, whispering softly. 117, Trial of School Opening _3. As his childhood sweetheart, fiancé, and devoted fan, she couldn't wait to witness Lin Zichen's moment of glory in front of others. Lin Zichen poked her cheek, and whispered, speaking ill of others behind their back, if someone finds out, you won't be able to handle the consequences. You'll protect me, won't you? Can't protect, can't protect. All right, I won't say it from now on. In the future, I'll only vent to you at home. Out there, I'll be a good mute. Shen Qinghan promised in a sweet and soft voice. Hearing her tender voice beside him, Lin Zichen couldn't help but think of Shen Qinghan's soft and fragrant little tongue, and he felt a tickling sensation in his heart. While the two were close and conversing, a school leader on the stage said loudly, "Next, let's welcome the Student Council President, Zhou Suihong, to speak on behalf of the Student Council with a round of applause." After speaking, the school leader started clapping. Seeing this, the freshmen below all followed suit and began clapping as well. Amidst the applause, a young man with a slight fringe haircut slowly walked onto the stage from below. He didn't appear particularly tall or muscular, but the aura emanating from him was immensely oppressive, making it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. "President Zhou, your microphone." When Zhou Suihong reached the center of the stage, the school leader promptly moved forward and handed over the microphone considerately. In Shanghai University, where strength was revered, the student council president held a higher status than many school leaders. Zhou Suihong took the microphone and introduced himself in a calm but forceful voice. "Good afternoon, freshmen. I am the president of the student council at Shanghai University, Zhou Suihong. Today, I'm here to talk to you about 3 things, he continued. First, the school discipline is not managed by teachers but by the student council, which has more power than you can imagine. Second, every year at the beginning of the second semester, the student council will recruit 10 new members from the freshmen, based solely on strength. For those freshmen who wish to join the student council, remember to showcase your abilities in the coming half year. Third, the internal campus of Shanghai University is a place where strength is honored, focusing on the survival of the fittest principle. It's common for upperclassmen to bully lowerclassmen, so be mentally prepared for such occurrences. Those are the 3 things I wanted to address. Before I step down, I want to give you all a taste of an advanced level creature's strength." At that moment, as his words ended, Zhou Suihong suddenly focused his eyes, instantly unleashing the full horror of his oppressive force as an advanced level creature, brutally bearing down on the new students below. In an instant, all the freshmen in the gymnasium felt an invisible pressure bearing down on them. Those close to the stage were directly pressured, their faces turning red and breathing with difficulty. Li Moyu, who was seated at an optimal distance, strangely felt the most pressure in the entire hall. It was so strong that even the chair he was sitting on began to bend as if it would break. He was a bit stunned, not understanding what was happening, only aware that he seemed to be targeted, his face turning pale and feeling nearly suffocated. Contrary to him, Lin Zichen, sitting 2 rows behind him, appeared relaxed, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. The pressure from the advanced level creature was strong, but at a distance of over 30 meters, it weakened to the point where it posed no threat to Lin Zichen, who was of ordinary 9th rank. However, Shen Qinghan, whose biological level was only ordinary 2nd rank, was struggling, her legs weakening under the pressure, forcing her to lean powerlessly on his shoulder. Luckily, Zhou Suihong on the stage did not maintain the oppressive force for too long, retracting it all in less than 5 seconds. Following that, relieved breaths could be heard from the audience as he nonchalantly stepped down from the stage. Soon after Zhou Suihong left, the microphone was returned to the hands of Yuan Dongji, who initially started. Yuan Dongji, holding the microphone, calmly spoke to the new students below. After the conclusion of the freshman assembly, you will face a trial of initiation right here. The rules of the trial are simple. There is a large martial stage at the center of the gymnasium. The first person to stand alone on that stage for more than 1 minute will be this year's newcomer king, earning a reward of 100 academic credits. The second person to stand alone on the martial stage for over 1 minute will be second place, earning a reward of 90 academic credits. So on and so forth, until the last of the top 10 is determined, with the 10th place earning 10 academic credits. The initiation trial will last for only 1 hour. During this time, if any non-genius class, that is, ordinary class freshman, can break into the top 10, then aside from the genius class freshman, all other new students will receive 1 academic credit. The initiation trial will begin in 10 minutes. Those who need to visit the restroom can go now. After briefly stating these points, Yuan Dongji set down the microphone and headed toward the edge of the stage. Seeing this, other school leaders on the stage quickly followed her lead and left. These school leaders now headed to the corridor on the second floor, positioning themselves to overlook the upcoming trial on the first floor, and to observe each new student's performance. P.S. Begging for your monthly and recommendation tickets. 118. Who is the Rookie of the Year? Gymnasium, second floor corridor. A group of school leaders stood above, looking down on the freshmen below with an imposing air, waiting for the start of the freshman trials. The president of the student union, Zhou Suihong, also came up. He was there to observe the performance of the new students in the freshman trials and to select suitable talents to join the student union. President Zhou, aren't you being a bit too petty? Just because you were beaten up by Li Yujin on the martial stage at the beginning of the year, do you really need to take it out on his brother? Upon seeing Zhou Suihong approaching, Lu Juanwu couldn't help but mock him. Just now, when Zhou Suihong released the pressure of an advanced level creature on stage, he specifically targeted Li Moya below, directly suppressing the latter till his face turned pale, almost suffocating. Such behavior was too distasteful. Ma Zhenhe beside him laughed. Anyone could say this, except you, Lu Juanwu. You have no right to talk about being petty. Among nearly 20,000 teachers and students of Shanghai University, who can compare to you, Lu Juanwu, in pettiness? Can that even be compared? Lu Juanwu sneered coldly and then retorted, my pettiness is only directed at the person involved, never at their family members. Ma Zhenhe couldn't be bothered with him. As for Zhou Suihong, he didn't even glance at Lu Juanwu from start to finish, treating him like air. Lu Juanwu's popularity in the school was very poor, especially with those from Evolution College. They were practically sworn enemies, each finding the other an eyesore. President Ma, I heard your daughter did exceptionally well in the college entrance exam. What exactly were her scores? Zhou Suihong walked over to Ma Zhenhe and stopped, looking at the new students coming and going below while asking nonchalantly. With a hint of pride, Ma Zhenhe smiled and said, it's okay, she just ranked 4th in capital city. 4th in capital city. Zhou Suihong muttered to himself and then added, President Ma, let your daughter join the student union. I will cultivate her as a future president. Ma Zhenhe smiled, of course, she must join the student union. In the future, I'll count on President Zhou to take good care of Ziwei. Zhou Suihong didn't smile but simply replied calmly, I will take care of any talent. Special care? That wasn't necessary. His invitation for Ma Zhenhe's daughter, Ma Ziwei, to join the student union wasn't to deliberately please Ma Zhenhe, the president of Evolution College. He truly saw potential in Ma Zhenhe's daughter and wanted to groom her as a future president. Although he was the president of the student union, his authority was no less than that of the president of Evolution College. Both positions were on the same level, both directly reporting to the university president. If one were to really compare the status, the student union president's status in the school might even be slightly higher than that of the president of Evolution College. After all, both were advanced-level creatures, but the student union president was only in his early 20s, much younger than the Evolution College president in his 40s, and his future achievements were bound to be higher. And greater future achievements naturally elevated one's current status accordingly. What do you think, among the new students in today's trials, who will become this year's freshman king, Li Moyu or Ma Ziwei? Zhou Suihong glanced at Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei below, asking the leaders beside him with a voice as unperturbed as an ancient well. One bald male leader said, "It should be Li Moyu. With a biological level as high as Common Tier 5, his physical strength is virtually invincible among the new students." A female leader with limbs and chest made of alloy offered a different opinion. President Ma's daughter may have scored slightly lower than Li Moyu in the exams, but she successfully underwent genetic fusion with the Shadow Nightcat's genes during the summer vacation, and now her strength is truly not weaker than Li Moyu's. Another school leader speculated, "I still think it will be Li Moyu. Although Ma Ziwei underwent genetic fusion, she only fused a small part, so the strength increase is quite limited." Besides these three leaders, the other school leaders were also progressively expressing their opinions. People who were in favor of Li Moyu and those who supported Ma Ziwei were about evenly split. In the eyes of the school leaders, Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei were the two outstanding students among the new students of Shanghai University, far surpassing the others in overall strength. Of course, this was only the current stage. As for who would be the first in the future, it was still too early to say. After all, school had just started, and genetic fusion had not yet begun. Strength could only be judged based on physical prowess. Once genetic fusion began later on, the strength ranking would undergo a major reshuffle. In my opinion, neither Li Moyu nor Ma Ziwei will become the freshman king. As others analyzed who had the edge between Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei, Lu Chuanyu suddenly interjected. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their heads to look at him. One of the school leaders asked with a smile, "Then President Lu, who do you think will become the freshman king?" Lu Chuanyu blurted out, "Of course, it's a member of my Tianren Pavilion, Lin Zichen." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. This answer was indeed humorous. With Lin Zichen's physical test data from the college entrance exam, he couldn't even rank in the top 10 among this batch of freshmen, so how could he become the freshman king? Was it because he was a member of Tianren Pavilion and you, his big shot, are singing your own praises? While others were just ridiculing in their minds. Ma Zhenhe chose to speak out directly, his words laced with sarcasm. "President Liu's vision is truly unique. With your ability to spot talent, Tianren Pavilion is bound to flourish." He he. Lu Chuanyu habitually let out two cold laughs and looked towards Ma Zhenhe, saying, "President Ma, save your sarcastic remarks. I just believe Lin Zichen will become this year's freshman king. If you don't believe it, we can make a bet." 118. Who is the Rookie of the Year? _2. Ma Zhenhe, what do you want to bet on? Lu Chuanyu, let's keep it simple and brutal, bet on school credits. School credits were the universal currency at Shanghai University. Besides exchanging various evolutionary resources, it could also be converted directly into money. Even the salaries of the teaching staff were paid in school credits. President Lu, how much do you want to bet? 100 school credits. When Lu Chuanyu mentioned betting 100 school credits, the surrounding school leaders all raised their eyebrows. Everyone initially thought Lu Chuanyu was just talking tough when he mentioned betting. Unexpectedly, he was serious about the bet, and it was a big one at that. You have to know, one school credit could be exchanged for 10,000 yuan. Betting 100 school credits meant betting 1 million yuan, which was quite a ruthless wager. Ma Zhenhe's brows furrowed slightly, unable to understand why Lu Chuanyu dared to make this bet, suspecting there was a trick involved. For example, bribing popular contestants to throw the match. But Ma Ziwei was his own daughter, how could Lu Chuanyu bribe her? And Li Moyu was the eldest young master of the capital city Li family, he wasn't short on money at all and couldn't possibly be bribed. So what exactly was Lu Chuanyu up to? Ma Zhenhe was completely baffled by this. The other school leaders were just as puzzled. Why the silence, are you chickening out? Seeing his archenemy not responding, Lu Chuanyu said smugly. He wanted to provoke his archenemy into action. What a joke! It's only a mere 100 school credits, which is just my monthly base salary. What do I have to be afraid of? On the contrary, it's you, with an empty house, who better not play the old I can't pay the debt trick once you lose. Ma Zhenhe took the bait and accepted Lu Chuanyu's bet. Usually as steady as a dog, he easily lost his composure in front of Lu Chuanyu. Don't worry, with so many people watching, I can't back out even if I wanted to. Lu Chuanyu said with a smile. Seeing him smiling, Ma Zhenhe became even more suspicious. What on earth gives this old man the confidence to bet with me? Could it be that Lin Zichen really can become the new student king? But how could that be possible? The more Ma Zhenhe thought about it, the more it didn't add up, but he also couldn't figure out what kind of plan Lu Chuanyu had up his sleeve. In the end, he could only sit and wait for the new student trial at the start of school downstairs, to see what the situation would be afterward. The same bet of 100 school credits. Is there anyone else willing to bet with me? President Zhou, are you in? President Gao, what about you? Director He, I've seen you enjoy playing cards, how about a wager? After making the bet with Ma Zhenhe, Lu Chuanyu set his sights on the other school leaders, intending to make a big profit from this new student trial. The other school leaders also felt this was very peculiar, but couldn't see how Lu Chuanyu could win. After hesitating for a moment, they ultimately all placed bets with Lu Chuanyu. Principal Yuan, will you join? Lu Chuanyu set his sights on Yuan Dongji. Yuan Dongji said indifferently, then let's bet. Betting only 100 school credits isn't befitting of your status, Principal Yuan. How about 1000 school credits? Lu Chuanyu knew just how wealthy his ex-wife from the noble family was, and today he had to make her lose a fortune. Yuan Dongji narrowed her eyes. President Lu, do you have that many school credits to wager? Lu Chuanyu, if I don't have enough credits, I will use money to cover it. Hearing this, Yuan Dongji gave a deep look at the location of his kidneys and said lightly, since you want to bet, then let's follow what you said and bet 1000 school credits. Seeing that everyone had taken him up on his bet, Lu Chuanyu only smiled on the surface, but inside he was already overjoyed. 9 bets of 100 school credits. 1 bet of 1000 school credits. Altogether, that's 1900 school credits. That's 19 million yuan. He was going to make a fortune. While Lu Chuanyu was secretly delighted. The dean of the Mechanical Academy looked at Ma Zhenhe, teasing him with a gleeful smile. President Ma, the provincial top scorer Lin Zichen from Nanjiang was originally a new student of your evolution college, but was poached by President Lu halfway through. Does it hurt? Hurt? Ma Zhenhe said disdainfully, he's just a provincial top scorer. There are plenty of them in evolution college. We really aren't lacking just him. The dean of the Mechanical Academy just smiled and said nothing. He had heard about Ma Zhenhe poaching those 3 senior students from Tianren Pavilion. It was evident that, while Ma Zhenhe said he didn't care, he was actually quite upset on the inside. With these thoughts, the dean of the Mechanical Academy looked towards the other side at Yuan Dongji, curiously asking, Principal Yuan, who do you think will become the new student king? Yuan Dongji, looking at Shen Qinghan below, said lightly, I don't know who will become the new student king, but I do know that in 3 years, my disciple Shen Qinghan will surely be the top student at Shan University. Hearing the word disciple Shen Qinghan, Yuan Dongji had actually taken the top scorer from Nanjiang province as her disciple? The dean of the Mechanical Academy was a bit stunned. The other school leaders were also somewhat stunned. But what was even more baffling for them was how Yuan Dongji could be so sure her disciple would become the top student at Shan University in 3 years. Was it because of the high genetic fusion compatibility rate of 16%? But the problem was, not only Shen Qinghan had a 16% genetic fusion compatibility rate. The top scorer from capital city, Li Moyu, also had 16%. And let's not mention that Li Moyu's physical assessment data far exceeded Shen Qinghan's. With such a big gap in physical assessment data and Shen Qinghan's seemingly frail body, what would she use to become the top student at Shan University? The more everyone thought about it, the more puzzled they became. In the end, they just felt that both Lu Juanwu and Yuan Dongji had similar thought processes. The former had an unfounded confidence in the new member of Tianren Pavilion, and the latter had an unfounded confidence in her newly acquired disciple. No wonder these two used to be a married couple, their thoughts and ideas were strikingly similar in certain aspects. 118. Who is the Rookie of the Year? _3. At the same time, downstairs, the freshmen were all enthusiastically discussing the rules of the orientation trial. In front, there was a large martial stage. Whoever could be the first to stand alone on the martial stage for more than 1 minute would be this year's freshman king, rewarded with 100 credits. The second person to achieve this would be rewarded with 90 credits. And so on, until the 10th person, who would be rewarded with 10 credits. Under normal circumstances, the top 10 spots in this orientation trial would definitely be swept by the freshmen from the talent classes. Because the strength of talent class freshmen far surpasses that of regular class freshmen. The gap is so wide that even the Mech God class, sponsored by the Mech God Corporation, is no match for the talent class. After all, who would choose mechanical modification when they could undergo genetic fusion? Under the influence of this notion, top talents would only join the talent class and never the Mech God class. Thus, there is a vast gap in strength between the talent class and regular classes, so vast that in the upcoming orientation trial, the top 10 spots would definitely be dominated by the talent class. But now, in addition to the basic ranking rewards, there is also a special reward set up for regular class freshmen. If any regular class freshman makes it into the top 10, then all regular class freshmen would receive a reward of 1 credit. What does this rule mean? It means the leadership at Shanghai University wants to see the regular class freshmen come together to collectively take on the talent class freshmen. The talent class refers to the talent class within Evolution College. Regular classes refer to all other classes besides the talent class. Even the Mech God class, despite its powerful name, is considered a regular class. Thus, the current ratio of regular class to talent class students is 2,959 people vs 50 people. This is nearly a 60-fold numerical advantage. The regular class freshmen could completely use a strategy of overwhelming numbers to combat the talent class freshmen. By leveraging the advantage of their greater numbers, regular class students could gang up on the talent class to deplete their stamina, helping the strongest freshmen among them break into the top 10. By doing so, all freshmen in the regular classes would earn 1 credit. Many of the regular class freshmen have already realized this. Therefore, some of the more proactive regular class freshmen have begun to organize the others, formulating plans to gang up on the talent class freshmen. Everybody quiet down. Suddenly, a voice amplified multiple times by a microphone rang out on stage. Hearing this voice, everyone in the gym couldn't help but look towards the stage. Then, they saw a muscular, buzz-cut young man standing above them. Seeing that all eyes were focused on him, the buzz-cut young man began to speak loudly. "My name is He Yu, from Evolution Class 6. My high school desk mate is Lin Zichen. Everyone should know he was the runner-up in the Nanjiang Province College entrance exams. Everyone knows his physical test scores were the highest in the entire Nanjiang Province, knows he joined the Tianren Pavilion, knows he's a freshman at the Martial Arts College. That is to say, his strength is the strongest among the regular class freshmen. Once the orientation trial starts, I suggest that all of us attack the talent class and drain their strength to help Lin Zichen break into the top 10. In this way, all of us in the regular classes will earn 1 credit, which is equivalent to getting 10,000 yuan. When he reached the last sentence, he made sure to raise his volume, echoing his voice throughout the entire gym with the help of the microphone. Soon after, a large number of regular class freshmen began responding to his call, shouting one after another. That guy on stage is right, we all need to unite and take on the talent class, drain their strength, and help Lin Zichen make it into the top 10. All students of the Mech God class will do our utmost to help Lin Zichen break into the top 10. All students of Evolution class 2, clear the way for Lin Zichen to make it into the top 10. All students of Mechanical class 3, likewise. Where's Lin Zichen? Come up on stage and say a few words to everyone. Look, there he is. Lin Zichen is sitting right there, behind the talent class. Someone spotted Lin Zichen and immediately pointed at him while shouting loudly. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes towards Lin Zichen. Sitting next to Lin Zichen, Shen Qinghan suddenly felt a rush of nervousness from being the focus of so many eyes and felt an urgent need to pee. Seeing that the atmosphere had built up to this point, Lin Zichen could only stand up from his seat, make his way to the stage, and take the microphone passed to him by He. He addressed the crowd below. Thank you all for your support. I will definitely make it into the top 10 and not let you down. Ah! Lin Zichen is awesome. Invincible. Surely he will make it into the top 10. At this moment, the regular class freshmen were shouting with excitement, one more vociferous than the last. Listening to this surge of cheers, talent class freshmen just smiled. Gang up? Drain their stamina? Help Lin Zichen break into the top 10? Daydreaming. Ants are just ants. No matter how many there are, they still can't break through an elephant's defenses. P.S. Holding out my bowl, seeking monthly and recommendation tickets. Even an ant has a spark of fire in it. That guy's name is Gao Xiong, we were in the same class in high school, and now his biological level should be ordinary grade 3. The cute girl with the twin ponytails is my mom's colleague's daughter, her biological level is only ordinary grade 2, probably the weakest in combat in the genius class. Comrades of Evolution class 8, leave Gao Xiong to your class to deal with, any problems? No problem, guaranteed to crush him. Leave the twin ponytail girl to me, I can finish her off by myself. After deciding to collectively beat up the genius class new students, the ordinary class new students all started to take action. Everyone worked together, each with their own responsibilities. Those who knew any of the genius class new students would actively expose the other side's information, discussing how so and so from the genius class did in the entrance exams and what their strengths were. Those with leadership qualities, upon hearing this, would start to command troops and strategically arrange forces to target certain individuals from the genius class. Lin Zichen observed the scene in front of him and said to Shen Qinghan beside him. This scene looks a bit like players teaming up to beat a big boss in a game, where we, the ordinary class, are the players and you guys, the genius class, are the big boss. Shen Qinghan tiptoed and whispered in his ear, it's true that the ordinary class is teaming up to fight the genius class boss right now, but in a while, it'll probably be the genius class teaming up to fight a boss too, fighting you, the super big boss. While saying this, Shen Qinghan sounded a bit excited. She couldn't wait to see Lin Zichen single-handedly defeat the entire genius class, eagerly wanting to witness him reveal his divinity in front of everyone, shocking the crowd. As she thought about it, she suddenly felt an urgent need to pee. Shen Qinghan said to Lin Zichen, Xiao Chen, I'm going to use the restroom, I'll be back quickly. After speaking, she clamped her legs together and trotted toward the restroom. In less than 3 minutes, she trotted back. As she was about to reach Lin Zichen's side, a girl from the ordinary class with a bun hairstyle stopped her and said, "You're from the genius class, get back to your genius class camp, you're not allowed in our ordinary class camp." "I am neutral," Shen Qinghan explained weakly. Although she had become a top genius and grown quite confident, years of inferiority and introversion instinctively made her act somewhat timid when facing an aggressive stranger. "Who cares if you're neutral, as long as you're from the genius class, then you're an opponent to us now," the girl with the bun hairstyle said aggressively. Seeing this, Lin Zichen immediately went over to speak for Shen Qinghan, smiling and saying, "She's my childhood friend, let her come in, I want to talk to her for a moment." "Ah, oh, okay." Confronted with the handsome and imposing Lin Zichen, the girl with the bun hairstyle stuttered, feeling both nervous and excited. Lin Zichen's looks were too lethal for girls of the same age, and very few could resist him. Seeing the girl step aside, Shen Qinghan quickly walked over to Lin Zichen's side. Lin Zichen took Shen Qinghan to the side and said to her, "I think you should go back to the genius class side, you are a new student of the genius class, and you should have some sense of class honor, especially at the start of school, or else it's easy to be ostracized." "But I want to be by your side." "I do too, but it really isn't suitable." "Fine then." Shen Qinghan was reluctant, but still chose to obediently listen. After thinking about it, she felt that Lin Zichen was right. It was just the start of school, and it was indeed important to have a sense of collective class honor to avoid being ostracized. Realizing this, Shen Qinghan quickly returned to the genius class side. Once she was back in place, the 2,959 new students of the ordinary class and the 50 new students of the genius class all stood on either side of the central martial stage, with clear demarcation between the camps. Soon after, the gymnasium's broadcast began the countdown. The trial begins in 10 seconds. 10. 9. 8. 7. Listening to the countdown, all of the new students quieted down. The adrenaline surged. Heartbeats sped up. A tense atmosphere filled every part of the body. 6. 5. 4. As the countdown to the beginning of the trial approached, many of the new students with poor mental resilience began to feel weak in the knees and their hands trembled slightly. Especially that small part of the genius class who had lower physical strength and were only elevated by the compatibility of genetic fusion. Though they were new students of the genius class, their biological level was only ordinary grade 2, on par with most of the ordinary class new students. And now, they had to face dozens or even hundreds of ordinary class new students with similar combat strength, ready to be mobbed by these peers, which was enough to make anyone's legs go weak. Conversely, super geniuses like Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei, whose physical strength far exceeded their peers, were all brimming with fighting spirit, eager for the thrill of overpowering numerous foes. 3. 2. 1. The trial officially begins. In the moment that the final broadcast announcement sounded, the new students of the ordinary class surged like a wave towards the new students of the genius class. Everyone charge! Smash the genius class! A member of the genius class has reached the martial stage, it's Gao Xiong with a biological level of ordinary grade 3. All members of evolution class 6, charge at once. Knock him off the martial stage. Mechanics classes 2, 3, and 4. Our target is Zhao Chuying. Don't go easy on her just because she's a girl. Hit her with everything you've got. Amidst the charged battle cries, the numerically superior new students of the ordinary class charged into the ranks of the genius class with full force, targeting the genius class new students with clear intent. 119. Even the insignificant ones have their anger _2. At the beginning, the scene was orderly. But because there were too many people, and many of the talent class's new students were darting around avoiding the melee. In just a moment, the entire scene had become completely chaotic. "Stop hitting me, I surrender, I surrender." A genius class female freshman of Common Tier 2 was surrounded by more than 10 ordinary class female freshmen, pinned to the ground and beaten, pleading for mercy repeatedly. Those dozen or so ordinary class female freshmen were relatively honorable. Seeing their target screaming surrender, they immediately held back and didn't strike an extra blow. "Fuck your mother. You only know how to bully when you outnumber others. What kind of skill is that? Have the guts to fight me one-on-one." The genius class male freshman with a biological level of Common Tier 3, named Gao Xiong, was trapped on the martial stage by the entire class of Evolution 6 and besieged, cursing in desperation. However, no one was willing to fight him one-on-one, they all chose to beat him up together. "Stop, don't run. Are you so-called prodigies of the talent class only good at running away? Cowards." Shen Qinghan, who had a relatively frail physique, was targeted by more than a dozen ordinary class female freshmen, chased all over the gymnasium. She was not particularly fast, but with her smooth footwork, she managed to narrowly dodge the grasp of this group of ordinary class girls each time, frustrating them into cursing. On the other hand, Lin Zichen had originally wanted to jump onto the martial stage and take his stand as a boss from the start of the trial, to easily clinch the title of new king and the reward of 100 academic credits. But seeing the new students of the ordinary class so motivated at the moment, he chose to let them shine first, not to steal their hard-earned limelight. After all, they had developed tactics, arranged their formations, and done all this and that. It was time for others to have their moment. Bored, Lin Zichen just kept looking around the gymnasium, watching the show. Soon, his gaze fell on Shen Qinghan. He saw Shen Qinghan being chased and beaten by a group of people. However, he did not act to rescue her, just silently watched. He thought that this was an experience that Shen Qinghan, as an evolution student, should undergo. Intervening would do her more harm than good. Not bad footwork, the years of training weren't in vain. Seeing Shen Qinghan being chased for nearly 10 minutes and not being caught by that group of ordinary class girls, maneuvering around like an eel among the crowd with incredibly smooth movements, Lin Zichen internally expressed his approval. However, just 3 seconds after his approval, Shen Qinghan was caught. Fortunately, she didn't have a strong ego, so she chose to surrender the instant she was caught, avoiding a beating. Moving his gaze away from Shen Qinghan, Lin Zichen scanned the entire gymnasium. All that met his eyes were scenes of talent class freshmen being mobbed and beaten up. The reason for such a one-sided situation was that the top fighters in the talent class had not made a move. With Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei at the helm, a total of 12 top fighters of the talent class were all standing on the second-floor corridor, looking down on the battlefield below. Before the trial had even begun, these 12 had leaped up, jumping onto the second-floor corridor, positioning themselves at the same level as the school leaders on the opposite side. This act had effectively set them apart from the rest of the new students, placing themselves on a higher level, similar to the school leaders across the way. Lin Zichen glanced at the 12 top talent class fighters on the second-floor corridor, activated his biometric attributes danger perception, and gauged their biological levels. The strongest, Li Moyu and Ma Ziwei, had biological levels that both reached Common Tier 5. The remaining 10 were all starting at Common 4th Order. Li Moyu, with a keen sense of perception, noticed Lin Zichen below observing them and looked down with a slight smile, inviting, "Lin Zichen, want to come up and watch the battle with us?" Lin Zichen smiled and declined, "No need, I'm good down here." About 20 minutes later, under the assault of nearly 3,000 ordinary class freshmen, besides those 12 on the second-floor corridor, the rest of the talent class freshmen below had been completely defeated. The victorious ordinary class freshmen all gathered below the 12 on the second-floor corridor, shouting up at them, "Come down! Come down and die! Hurry up! The new students from the ordinary class, who had just won a perfect victory, were now so overconfident that they thought the genius class was nothing spectacular. They were eager to defeat the 12 strongest students from the genius class upstairs and earn prestige for the ordinary class. Ha! Relying on greater numbers to bully the few, beating a bunch of weaklings, and you're swelled up with no sense of proportion. Little do you know that ants are still ants, no matter how many there are, they can't bite an elephant. On the second floor corridor, a 2-meter-tall burly male student looked disdainfully from above at the ordinary class freshmen below who were shouting. As soon as he finished talking, he jumped straight down from the second floor corridor and landed with a thud on the ground, leaving an obvious shoe print on the wooden planks. His weight was too much for the normal wooden floor to withstand his impact. Don't you all like to bully the few with numbers? Come, I'll stand right here, let you all gang up on me. To let you realize your own weakness. The burly male student looked confidently at the ordinary class freshman in front of him, his tone so disdainful it was infuriating. Seeing his body huge like a mountain, the ordinary class freshman at the front instinctively stepped back in fear. But soon, someone in the crowd shouted, boosting their morale. We're in the majority, what's there to be scared of? Attack together, one punch each, and we can knock him to the ground begging for mercy. That's right, we have the numbers, let's get him. Charge, take him down. The ordinary class freshmen rekindled their fighting spirit and swarmed toward the burly male student, intending to use their numerical advantage to overpower him. Facing the onslaught of ordinary class freshmen, the burly male student was not panicked at all. He simply lifted his leg and sent a kick their way, sending the few who were at the forefront flying. The one who took his kick straight on was sent flying more than 3 meters high, then bang, he crashed heavily to the ground, curling up from the pain and unable to rise, his face contorted with agony. Blood, he's spitting blood. Someone saw blood seeping from the corner of the boy's mouth, and it kind of scared them, leaving their faces full of panic. Being kicked to the point of spitting blood, this was definitely an internal injury. Quickly, medical personnel who were always on standby at the scene brought a stretcher to carry the bleeding boy away to treat his injuries. And this scene scared many of the ordinary class freshmen into retreating. They dared not get any closer to the burly male student, fearing they too would be kicked until they spat blood. Everyone had just come to participate in a trial and had never thought of getting seriously injured. At this moment, the situation turned on its head in an instant. The ordinary class freshmen, who originally thought they could use their numbers to defeat everyone in the genius class, had severely underestimated the strength of the genius class's top fighters. The gap was so large it couldn't be bridged by mere numbers. We're all classmates, do you really need to go that far? A new student from the ordinary class looked at the burly male student with dissatisfaction and criticized his excessive force. The burly male student just laughed and said, "Ants use all their strength to bite an elephant but can't manage to make a dent." Annoyed, the elephant simply nudges the ants, and the ants' legs break. Then the ants condemn the elephant for being cruel. Don't you find this funny? Being called ants again and again, the ordinary class freshmen were all the more infuriated. True, they were from the ordinary class, but having been accepted into Shanghai University meant that each of them was once considered a pride of their respective high schools. Yet now, they were being looked down upon like this. It was unbearable. But, unbearable as it was, they still didn't dare to advance. Lin Zichen, this guy is too arrogant, insulting our ordinary class by calling us ants again and again. Go and take him down. Soon, a freshman from the ordinary class shouted out loud. It didn't matter if they couldn't beat the burly male student, as long as Lin Zichen could. Lin Zichen was the second top scholar from Nanjiang province, with the highest biometric attributes in the province, definitely capable of facing this giant from the genius class and even prevailing over him. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.